Chapter 831, as expected. It takes several minutes of tearful farewells before I manage to escape the carriage. Even then, Sarah follows me out of the carriage and won't let me leave until I hug her. Of course, as soon as I hug her, she starts crying into my chest and won't stop. Finally, I am able to calm her down somewhat and get her back into the carriage. Only once the carriage has entered the city am I able to relax and start moving. Grimgar and I walk up to the gate a few minutes after the carriage has passed through. The cost to enter the city ends up being 5 gold per person. They probably raised it for the auction. However, it doesn't bother me at all. I still have plenty of gold to spend. What concerns me more is the layers and layers of magical protections on the city's walls. The walls are tall and made of a pure white stone, but even in the sunlight there is a glow to them. I can feel the magic in the walls even without using my mana to scan. The city gates are even worse. They are double gates with a killing ground between. As we walk under them, the concentration of magic on the gates makes my skin crawl. If I were in my normal form, all my fur would be standing on end, and this is only the city gates. In just the 30 feet between the two gates, I can feel scanning spells passing over me a dozen times. Once we step through the second set of gates, we are finally able to see part of the city. What we can see of the city is mostly tall towers. Some even reach 10 or more stories. Of course, they are built and maintained with magic, including the sky bridges between them. Even without using my mana to scan, I can tell this entire city relies completely on magic. If the spells were to be dispelled, the entire city would instantly crumble. As soon as I realize that, I am tempted for a moment. It would be an amazing sight. However, I don't actually want to do that. It would kill far too many innocents. It is just a momentary temptation, mainly because building with only magic is so arrogant. This world doesn't have the knowledge to properly build such buildings. The mages here built them strictly using magic, but they did so to show off their power. Each one of these towers is a symbol to show others that the Magic Kingdom is superior to everyone else. Although, I have to admit that it does make for a very impressive sight. Thanks to cleaning enchantments, the entire city is pristine and glows in multiple colors. I am sure that come nightfall it will be an even more amazing sight. For now, I take out the city map I was given and start heading towards the merchant group's manor. The streets have been laid out in a grid pattern and normally would be plenty wide. However, currently every street I see is lined on both sides with merchant stalls. The streets are crammed with people going about looking for deals or bargains. The only thing that keeps this from looking like an epic fantasy city is the lack of other races. Other than Grimgar, every person within sight currently is a human. There are probably a couple of other non-humans around, but they are also slaves. There are also mages in robes wandering around. But the crowds part for them. The way they are strutting around arrogantly makes me glad I didn't come here as a mage. If I had to act like that to fit in, I would probably end up snapping before the auction. As much as I would love to cure them of their arrogance, that would prevent me from going to the auction. The auction is more important than dealing with a few overly arrogant idiots. Ignoring them is by far the smarter move right now, especially since I don't know the laws here. It is obvious that mages are higher class here. Attacking one would probably be a huge issue. I also don't know what spells are currently active in the city, so I can't be reckless. So, for now, I ignore the mages and even move aside for them when necessary. Due to the crowds, it takes us over an hour to go from the city gate to the merchant manor. It is a decently sized 3-story building, but it has no grounds around it. I am glad to see it isn't one of the towers. Knowing how easily they could collapse would not let me rest easily. This is probably considered a small residence in the city, yet it is still heavily enchanted. Even the Shui estate pales in comparison. Enchantments are obviously extremely common here. When I knock on the door, a servant answers and leads me to a beautiful lady. Henrietta says, "Welcome. You should be Lord Ash." My name is Henrietta, and I am the merchant group's manager for the capital. "Yes, I am Ash. It is a pleasure to meet you." Henrietta says, "A room has been prepared for you, not counting today. You still have 2 days before the auction starts. If there is anything you need, please inform me." "All right, I will. For now, I just plan to wander around the city. Are there any forbidden areas or anything like that? Henrietta says. Ah, there is one. This area of the city is where the upper-ranked mages have their homes. It is also where the Mage Academy is located. Non-mages are not allowed in the area. All right, I will make sure to avoid it. Thank you, Henrietta says. If you have no other questions, I will have someone show you to your room. Despite her calling it a room, the maid takes me to a full suite. It even has an extra bedroom for Grimgar. The suite is on the 3rd floor and even has a balcony, meaning I can leave unnoticed. Before I am even done looking around, a maid knocks to inform us that dinner is ready. We follow her to the dining room where Henrietta joins us for dinner and some conversation. We are the only guests to arrive as of yet, but others are expected before the auction. However, we will not have to interact with the other guests unless we want to. While we are eating, Henrietta tells me about the city and the laws to watch out for. She also warns me that the mages in charge of investigating incidents have a special talent. Every squad of mages has at least one mage capable of casting a spell to see the recent past. Chapter 832, meaning most of my usual tricks will be seen through, so I will have to be careful. Luckily, the spell is limited and can only show the caster the past couple of hours, meaning if I do anything, I will need to do it quietly enough that it isn't discovered for hours. Either that, or I am going to have to come up with some way to disrupt the spell. That isn't going to be easy, considering I have no idea how the spell even works. Until I know more, it is probably better for me to just behave myself for once. After dinner, Grimgar goes to his room to meditate and continue working on his core. I also meditate, open up a soulscape, and invite the kids to play for a few hours. Then, after ending the soulscape, I leave the manor and start roaming the streets. This time, I actually pay attention to all the merchant stalls, keeping my eyes open for anything interesting. Anything really special is probably going to be in the auction, but there is always a chance, especially since things that are useful to me are not things normal mages would want. Aside from looking for interesting things, I am also working on memorizing the city streets. If I end up having to run away for some reason, I don't want to end up lost. I only wander around for an hour this time. I still have 2 more days before the auction. Once I am back in my suite in the manor, I sit down and carefully reach out with my mana. First, I confirm that there is no mana detection spell on the manor itself. Then I start scanning the enchantments on the city to see what I need to worry about. As I was expecting, there is a mana detection spell on the city, but it is not too bad. It is set to detect spells above a certain power level. The way I use mana shouldn't trigger it. However, there are enchantments in place to stop spells from leaving the city. That means that I won't be able to create a gate out of the city unless I break through the enchantment? The enchantment wouldn't be hard to break through, but there is a hidden trick. The hidden trick will record any spell that breaks the enchantment, like a gate. Even though I don't use spells like common mages, there is still a chance it would record my gate. There is no way I am going to risk teaching the human mages how to create a gate spell. However, that means I can't use a gate in the city, so I need escape routes. That will be my main mission tomorrow, to find the auction house and learn the streets around it. Using a gate to escape will have to be the absolute last option, just to be safe. Hopefully, things won't get to that point, but I would prefer to be prepared just in case. As I continue scanning the city's enchantments, I find another one that will be a problem. It is an imprisonment spell that triggers when someone launches a fatal attack, which for me would be as simple as throwing a punch, or any other hostile action. The spell itself doesn't look like it would be strong enough to hold me for long. The problem is that it would make me stand out and be really easy to spot. However, it only triggers on the attacker, so I just need to make sure I am not the one who moves first. Those are the only city enchantments I can find that I will need to worry about. Other than that, I will need to check the auction house to see what enchantments it has. Once I know what enchantments it has, I will be able to make my plans. Other than that, the rest of the time till the auction I can just enjoy myself. The only downside is that the massive amount of enchantments everywhere limits my scanning. With most of the buildings, I won't be able to scan the inside unless I break the enchantments. That means finding any elves that are slaves here is going to be really difficult. Still, I will try my best, and if need be I will do things the noisy way, but after the auction. For now, I get some sleep, and then in the morning after breakfast, I go back out. Grimgar stays behind to practice. Unless I need him, that is all he wants to do. Then again, ranking up feels really awesome, so I can't really blame him. First things first, I head to the auction house to take a look at the enchantments on it. Just one look is enough for me to know that I can't cause any trouble at all inside the place. It is the most heavily enchanted building I have ever seen. It has more enchantments than the ship. It makes me really curious as to how they managed to cram so much mana into a building. If I can find out how they did it, maybe I can make some more improvements to the ship. However, I don't dare to scan the auction house. There are too many defenses in place. I am lucky that I didn't set any of them off just by looking at the enchantments. Now that I have checked the building, I start roaming the area around it to learn the streets. I pay special attention to any small alleyways and anything that can be used to slow down pursuers. I am not satisfied until I have 10 escape routes from the auction house planned out. Then, I expand the area I am roaming and start working on ways out of the city. The city itself is an odd shape. Instead of being a circle like I expected, it is a long oval. A circle would allow the city itself to become a large spell, and that is what I was expecting. However, it looks like the mages didn't plan out the city with that in mind. In fact, I can tell that the city walls have actually been moved a few times to make more room. There is also no inner city wall, which tells me the mages aren't so good at planning. Then again, this also means there are more ways out of the city, which helps me. All the city gates are guarded, but there are smaller gates that have less guards. These will be my ways out if I get into a situation where I need to force my way out. In my wanderings, I found out that aside from the street stalls, there are still normal markets in the city, including a slave market. So once my escape plans are complete, I head over there. This market is different from those I have seen before. There are no slave traders. The market is run by a single merchant. He buys all the slaves from the traders and then resells them. It makes things a lot more organized, but also lets the merchants set the prices. However, I don't care about gold, so I look for one of the clerks to ask about elves. Clerk says, "How can I help you, honorable sir? I am looking to buy elves. Do you have any?" Chapter 8:33. Clerk says, "Of course. We currently have 33 in stock. Would sir like to see them?" "No need." "I will buy them all." Clerk says, "Please wait while I fetch my superior." "All right," merchant says. "I was told you want to buy our entire stock of elves." "That is correct." Merchant says, "What currency would you like to use?" "I would prefer to use gold so that I can save my crystal coins for the auction if that is all right." Merchant says, "That is fine." "The price for all 33 elves in gold will be 2.5 million. Is that acceptable?" "Sure." That is almost all of my remaining gold. But I don't care since I can just steal more later. Besides, rescuing a group of elves without making a fuss is definitely worth it. The merchant's face doesn't even twitch when I pour the gold out of my pouch, but the clerk almost swallows his tongue. Since this is the Magic Kingdom, bags of holding shouldn't be as rare, so revealing my pouch shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, I am too lazy to leave and then return pushing a cart full of gold coins. Luckily, the merchant uses a spell to count the coins, so I don't have to wait around. It is only a few minutes later that I have a bill of sale and the elves are brought out. Surprisingly, there are males among the elves, almost half of them, when I was expecting all females. They are all restrained and are chained together so they form a long line. Merchant says, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "Not at the moment. I may return later once I have finished my other business." Merchant says, "We will welcome your return. For now, I bid you good day." Taking up the lead chain, I head towards the nearest city gate with the line of elves following me. The elves don't say a single word. They just silently follow along behind me. At the gate, I have to stop and provide my bill of sale before we are allowed to leave the city. After leaving the city, I lead the elves away from the city until we are out of sight behind a hill. Then I check to make sure no one is around before I start releasing the elves. As I release them, I explain that I work for Stillwater and I am going to get them back to their people. The majority of them look like they don't believe me, and several even look like they are getting ready to run. To prevent that, I open the gate, which leaves them all staring in shock. Before they can recover, I call Stillwater to see who is on duty. Then I ask Silverleaf to come over. Silverleaf says, "Hi, Ash, looks like you found another group." "Yeah, however, They don't believe me, so I need you to talk to them. Silverleaf says no problem. All it takes is a couple of sentences from Silverleaf, and the elves are all bowing and thanking me. Two of the elves drop to their knees and start begging me to find their daughter. It seems their daughter was taken away from them about a week ago, probably to be sold in the auction. Since I am already planning to go to the auction, I promise the two of them that I will do what I can. If their daughter doesn't show up in the auction, then it will come down to luck if I can find her. However, with my promise, Silverleaf is finally able to get them to go through the gate. Silverleaf says, "Are you coming back now?" "No, not yet." "Where is the ship now?" Silverleaf says. "We reached the cove this morning." "All right. I need 5 more days minimum. Tell Stillwater to let people get off the ship for a while. Brightfire and Silverstream can take their groups out to explore and do some hunting." Silverleaf says, "All right. Any orders for me? If I give you an order, are you going to follow it?" Silverleaf says yes. "I trust you." "All right then. Your mission is to take Albion and Nala to go exploring. Nala needs to learn to hunt. Albion just needs to get out and experience things." Silverleaf says, "I can do that, but can you tell them they need to obey me?" "Yeah, send them over." Silverleaf looks happy as she rushes back through the gate, and soon Nala and Albion come through. I spend some time petting them and give them some food from my pouch. Then I explain that Silverleaf is going to take them off the ship and they need to be good and listen to her. They immediately get excited. Obviously, they are sick of being stuck on the ship. It makes me feel bad. I have neglected them too much, and I need to make it up to them. For now, letting Silverleaf take them out will have to do. Later, I need to do more. When I get back, I will also need to make up for my long absence to the others. At least they have each other and can go outside to play. They also get to see me in the Soulscape. Maybe instead of just letting them play in the Soulscape, I should use it to teach them. As I close the gate and walk back towards the city, I think about things I can do in the Soulscape. Since any injuries can be removed with a thought, it is actually a really good place for training. The only problem is it doesn't involve actual physical activity, so improvements are limited. Still, it is something I can do with them, and it will at least help them a little bit. I will try it out tonight and see how it goes. For now, I go back to wandering the city. This time, I head straight for the center of the city to take a look at the Central Tower. This is the tallest tower in the city and is also the ruling seat of the city. It also happens to be the location of one of the 2 magic libraries in the city. Unfortunately, the other is attached to the Magic Academy, so I can't even get close to take a look. To my disappointment, the Central Tower is just as heavily enchanted as the auction house, meaning breaking in to try and rob the library is basically impossible. Unfortunately, if I was to try dispelling the defensive enchants, the entire building would probably collapse. That would cause a huge mess, and I would probably have people from the Magic Kingdom hunting me for the rest of my life. Not that they would really bother me, but it would be extremely annoying. It could also cause problems for those around me, which I really don't want. Even though the library is really tempting, it just isn't worth that amount of trouble. It is a little disappointing, but I turn away from the Central Tower and go back to roaming. As I wander, I eat some lunch from street stalls and keep my eyes open for anything interesting. Chapter 834. Now all I really have left to do is to waste time until the start of the auction. Well, there is one thing that I need to do, and that is to stay out of trouble. For me, that is probably the hardest task of all. Even when I try to avoid it, trouble tends to find me. As I continue wandering, I notice something odd about the city. There are no churches. While I wasn't expecting religion to be a big part of the city, I still expected there to be some. If nothing else, I would expect to see churches for the god or goddess of magic. Asking one of the street vendors actually gets me a lot of information. The old guy running the stall likes to talk, so he tells me all about the pantheons of the continent, of which there are 3, all of which are forbidden in the Magic Kingdom. Followers of the religions are not banned, just the churches themselves. According to the old man, the Magic Kingdom was drawn into several wars between the religions in the past. Those wars caused a lot of damage and directly led to all the religions being banned. The Magic Kingdom is only a small kingdom in terms of size, but the power of its mages is another matter. They can directly challenge the churches in terms of power, so the churches had to obey. Besides, if one of the religions attacked the Magic Kingdom, the other two would join in. From what the old man tells me, the gods themselves have forbidden such a war. It makes sense to me. There would really be no winners in such a war. Although, it does make me wonder if the three pantheons would work together against the Maker. It almost makes me want to help the Maker get to the continent to see what would happen. However, I don't really have that level of enmity with the humans and gods of the continent. Satisfying my curiosity isn't a good enough reason to cause a calamity, even though it would be fun. Although, knowing my luck, the gods would be like their followers and wouldn't try to work together until it was too late. There is no point in saving the peninsula from the demons, only for it to fall to the undead. Because if the main continent falls, then eventually the peninsula would be doomed. Of course, I could be wrong, and they could work together from the beginning, but I doubt it. Considering the three pantheons share the continent, they obviously have conflicts. Aside from the holy wars, they probably plot and scheme against each other. If nothing else, they would be in constant conflict over followers, since that is their source of power. Unfortunately, that is the end of the old guy's knowledge, but it was very helpful. At least now that I know some, I can ask better questions later when I meet others. To thank the old guy, I order another helping of food and then overpay before walking away. As I go back to wandering, I keep thinking about the pantheons and how I could get more information. However, as I am walking past a building, I am pulled from my thoughts by loud cheering. Curious, I turn and walk into the building, only to find out that it is an arena. Since I don't have anything pressing to do, I pay the gold to enter and go sit in the stands to see what is going on. The building is circular, and the stands surround the sands of the arena, just like those in ancient Rome. There is a fight going on when I sit down. Two humans are fighting a wolf-type beast. The two humans are not wearing armor and have low-level weapons, which makes me think that they are slaves. Instead of watching the fight, I check out the enchantments on the arena. The arena itself is heavily enchanted to make sure no one can cheat by messing with the fights. The rest of the building, on the other hand, is only lightly enchanted, including the holding areas below. Once I am sure there are no enchantments to detect me, I send out my mana to scan. In the holding cells beneath the arena, I find 5 male elves, along with a large number of humans and beasts. Above the stands, in what I am guessing is the owner's box, there are 2 female elves. They are dressed in very skimpy servant outfits, but most of their exposed skin is covered in bruises. Instantly, I have thoughts of slaughtering everyone in the building, but I force myself not to move. I manage to calm down after taking a few deep breaths, but it only helps a little. Only thinking about the auction keeps me from doing something stupid. By the time I have calmed down, the fight in the arena is over, the 2 slaves died. The crowd cheers each time blood is spilled. Only those who bet on the humans wanted them to win. Everyone else in the crowd just wanted to see the blood and watch someone die. It makes me sick, but killing them all would mean I couldn't attend the auction. So, I need to think of a less violent way to get the elves out of here. And my first thought is money. The arena owner is most likely someone very greedy, and to such people money is king. So I leave the stands, head back to the entrance, and ask who I can talk to about buying gladiators. After waiting for a bit, I get to talk to a manager, but then the manager leaves to talk to the owner. After a few more minutes, the manager comes back to escort me to the owner's box. Owner says, "I hear you want to buy some gladiators." "Yes, specifically the 5 elves you have." "Oh, and those 2 as well." Owner says, "Ah, so you have a thing for elves. Unfortunately for you, so do I. So, I am not interested in selling them, no matter the price." Owner says, "That is right. No matter the price. It looks like I misjudged you. You are not that greedy, yet you own an arena, so that should mean you are a gambler." Owner says, "You are right. I do love a good gamble. In that case, how about we have a bet?" Owner says, "What shall we bet on? What are the stakes?" For my side, I will bet 4 million crystal coins. For the bet, I will go against whatever is the strongest beast you have. Owner laughs and says, "That is very brave of you. For my stake, I will bet the 7 elves that I own." "Just 7 elves against 4 million? Aren't you overestimating their value?" Owner says, "Fine, fine. I will bet the 7 elves and 3 million crystal coins, That should be fair enough, right? All right. It is a bet. Chapter 835. Owner says, excellent. The fight will be tomorrow. A big fight the day before the auction is just perfect. That is fine, but I want a third party to act as witness and hold the stakes, Owner says. No problem. That is standard for wagers this big. All right. What time will the match be? Owner says noon. Fine. I will be here. After being escorted out of the arena, I head back to the manor for dinner. When I arrive in the dining room, I find that more guests have arrived. There are two men chatting with Henrietta. They look like merchant types. To my surprise, when I sit down, I find they are discussing my match tomorrow. News about it has spread a lot faster than I thought it would. It makes me wonder how it spread so fast. I wait until there is a break in their conversation and then ask how they heard about it so fast. It turns out that there is a magical news service in the kingdom that keeps subscribers informed. The arena owner probably gave them the information to spread the news faster. It looks like there will be quite a crowd present to watch the fight tomorrow. Henrietta says, "How confident are you of winning tomorrow?" "My win is almost guaranteed," Henrietta says, "even without knowing your opponent." "Yeah, unless they somehow have a dragon for me to fight," Merchant 1 says. "A dragon? That is impossible." Merchant 2 says, "True. The strongest beast ever used in an arena was a drake, and that was even a youngster." Henrietta says, "If you are so confident in winning, why do you look a little nervous?" "I am just worried that if I reveal too much of my strength in the fight, it will cause problems." Henrietta says, "This is the Magic Kingdom. As long as you don't use magic, it won't matter how strong you are." "That is good to know," Henrietta says. "Since you are so confident, I think I will go to watch your match." "Really?" Henrietta says, "Of course. How can I miss out on betting on a sure thing?" The two merchants laugh and agree with her, so the three of them will go to the match. After that, the rest of the dinner passes with some casual conversation. Then, I head to my suite to check on Grimgar and give him more pointers on working on his core. So far, he is doing fairly well. He has already raised the level of his core to rank 3. It would probably be higher if he had more cores to absorb, but it is still good progress. There isn't much more for him to learn about working on his own core. Time to start the next lesson. "Grimgar, your progress so far is good. Now, since you want to teach others, I need to teach you how to help others. The first part is learning how to sense and observe someone else's core." Grimgar says, "Is it similar to when you had me watch you work on your core?" "It is. You just need to learn how to do it without my help. That way you can watch others work on their core and watch for mistakes." Grimgar says, "I spend the next 2 hours instructing Grimgar and letting him practice. Then I set him to practicing on his own, open a soulscape, and invite Miria and the kids. Then instead of just letting them play, I create different training grounds for each of them, including Miria. This is a good chance for me to see what kind of improvements she made in the captain's trial. I also need to test each of the kids to see where their strength is currently. Once I know that I can further customize the training grounds for them. Of course, I don't make them train the entire time, only the first half or so. After that, I let them play like normal and enjoy themselves while I chat with Miria. Mostly I just tell her about the Magic Kingdom and describe the capital to her. To avoid worrying her, or a lecture, I don't tell her about the arena match tomorrow. I will tell her about it after the fact. That way I can downplay the danger. I might still get lectured, but it won't be as bad and she won't be worried." Miria says, "The capital sounds magnificent. It may look impressive, but it is far too reliant on magic. With a strong enough dispel, I could destroy the entire capital." Miria says, "Maybe so. But who, other than you, could do that?" "Probably only a dragon or god that I know of." Miria says if either a dragon or a god wants to destroy the city, they don't need to use a dispel. "Well, I guess that is true," Miria says. "Could you destroy the entire city in one shot without using a dispel? Maybe. I am not sure. I haven't experimented with any huge spells yet. With my current mana, it might be possible." Miria pales and says, "What, really?" "Yeah, at least I think so. As I said, I would have to experiment to know for sure." Miria yells, "No, don't experiment, especially because of something I said. Do you want to get me killed? You wouldn't get killed. Stop exaggerating, Miria says. If you do something stupid and the goddesses find out it was because of something I said, they would totally kill me. If you don't believe me, summon them right now and ask. Summoning them isn't a good idea right now. Miria says, what? Why not? Are they mad at you again? What did you do now? Nothing. I don't want to talk about it. Miria says, fine. Promise me you won't experiment and I will stop asking. All right, deal. Miria says, you agreed to that too easily. Now I am really suspicious. Too bad. You already agreed to drop it. With a ferocious growl, Miria throws herself at me and starts throwing punches at me. She can't hurt me, but I still move to defend myself out of habit and catch her wrists. However, it turns out that was part of her plan and exactly what she wanted me to do. As soon as I block her hands, she launches her real attack and it works. Before I even realize what she is planning, she has already kissed me and her tongue is in my mouth. Then, before I can decide what to do, she ends the kiss and leaves the soulscape. When I get over the surprise and look around, I find myself alone. The kids have left as well. The problem is, I don't know when they left and whether or not they saw what happened. The others don't worry me, but Kachara and Asuna won't hesitate to tease me about it. Chapter 836. I guess I will find out later. There is nothing I can do about it either way. For now, I am not going to worry about it or even think about it if I can help it. However, after ending the soulscape, I find myself too worked up to sleep. Since I can't sleep, I may as well work on my own core. But first, I get Grimgar. That way he can practice by observing me as I work on my core. It should help him with his own technique. Once Grimgar is ready, I sink into meditation and start working on my core. Dingor upgrade progress. 100% core upgrade completed. Core rank 4, plus 400 horsepower plus 200 MP. Grimgar says, I still can't believe how easy it is for you to upgrade your core. It is mainly because this isn't my first time. Regaining ranks I already had before is a lot easier. Not to mention that I have greatly improved my technique since the first time I ranked up. Grimgar says, that makes sense and it was really helpful to watch. There is not much left for me to teach you. Now you just need practice. Grimgar says, I agree. However, I would like to stay with you a bit longer just in case I have questions. That is fine. You can follow me around as long as you want. Grimgar says, thank you. Grimgar goes back to practicing, and now that I have calmed down, I am finally able to get some sleep. I wake up a couple of hours after dawn, then have some breakfast with Grimgar. As we eat, I answer whatever questions he has to the best of my ability. I can't claim to know everything about cores and working on them, but I have figured out a lot. At least my knowledge should be enough for him to reach the max rank with his core. After that, it will depend on his luck in finding a sacred creature to raise him to the next level. However, I do share what I know about sacred creatures and what becoming one means. It should help him if he manages to find one that is willing to talk to him. By the time I am done telling him everything I know, it is about an hour before noon. So, I tell him to go back to practicing, and I leave the manor to head to the arena. The match is being advertised, and they have announced what I am fighting, but I don't care. Knowing ahead of time won't really make any difference to me or to how I fight. So, I just enter the arena and allow someone to lead me to a preparation room. Soon the arena owner and another man in robes arrive to finalize the bet. The man in robes is a mage and is also a high-ranking member of the city guard. He is the one who is going to be the witness for the bet and also hold the stakes. The area owner presents the bill of sale for the 7 elves and 3 million crystal coins. Then, I present my 4 million crystal coins, and with that, the bet is official and irrevocable. Now, once I win the match, the mage will give me everything, and the arena owner has no chance to go back on it. Of course, if I lose, then the mage would give everything to the arena owner. With that settled, all that is left is the fight itself. So I sit back and relax until it is time. Even in the preparation room, I can hear the noise of the crowd above me. From the sounds of it, the arena is completely full, and they are excited for the match. They probably all have bets placed. Even if I win, the arena owner won't lose much money. The majority of the crowd is probably betting against me, with a few exceptions. So, if I win the match, then the arena is going to win a lot from all those bets. It may not add up to 3 million crystal coins, but it is probably close. Finally, I hear the announcement. Get up, summon the dagger, and walk out onto the sands. There is very little cheering for me. After all, I am unknown and most of them bet against me. Surprisingly, the mage also enters the arena to announce the bet and the stakes involved. When they hear the high amounts involved, the crowd goes a little crazy. After all, for most of them, they will never see that kind of money in their entire lives. The crowd's interest in the fight is obviously much higher after the bet is announced. I even see a lot of the members of the crowd suddenly rush to make last-minute bets. I have no idea why knowing about our bet would make people want to place a new bet. Whatever, it doesn't affect me at all. I am just waiting to see what I am fighting against. The announcer is taking his time and dragging things out to hype up the crowd. I catch him looking at the people placing bets out of the corner of his eye. Only once everyone has had time to place their last-minute bets does he finally finish. At his last words, a large gate opens to allow the beast I am to fight to enter the arena. The thing is massive, maybe as much as 40 feet long, and it is really weird. Its body looks like an alligator with 6 legs and 2 tails, but the odd part is its 2 heads. The reason the beast looks so weird is that while the rest of the body looks like an alligator, the heads are those of a wolf. It almost looks like someone found a 2-headed alligator and replaced the heads with wolf heads. This is the Magic Kingdom. So this thing being artificially made isn't entirely impossible. When I look into the beast's eyes, all I see is insanity. The beast is completely insane. This makes me even more convinced that the beast has been modified by magic. I really want to scan the beast and take a look, but the arena's enchantments would detect it. Any use of mana on the sands would be noticed by the enchantments, and they would make me glow. This is so that the crowd can see if someone in the arena is using magic in the fight, not that magic is banned. It just changes the odds if someone can use magic. The problem is that it would instantly be obvious that I am using magic without spellcasting. That would instantly cause a huge commotion, and I certainly want to avoid that. So, my curiosity will have to wait. For now, I just need to put this poor beast out of its misery. The beast is ignoring me so far. It is just roaring in rage at the people in the stands. However, thanks to the enchantments, even if it tries to attack them, it won't be able to hurt anyone. Since I can't scan the thing, I have no idea how strong it is. Guess I will have to find out the hard way. Chapter 837. So, I grip the dagger and take a single step forward. As soon as I do, the beast notices me. Both the heads go quiet at the same time and turn their attention to me. Being stared at by the 2 heads is a little unnerving, to say the least, even for me. As the 2 heads stare at me, they both start drooling, and when the drool hits the sand, it sizzles. It probably means that the saliva is at least partially acidic, so I need to be careful. The beast suddenly starts walking towards me, but there is something wrong with how it moves. The 6 legs are not moving in sync, almost like the beast doesn't know how to move properly. My first guess is that the heads are used to controlling a different kind of body. Even if magic can fuse different things together, it can't make it move naturally. An alligator and a wolf are completely different types of animals with different instincts. Not only do they move completely differently, they fight very differently too. As the beast moves towards me, it isn't very balanced, and its tails are waving all over the place. The beast looks like it was probably a lot more dangerous before it was modified. With the way it moves, I don't think it will be hard for me to kill it, but I don't let my guard down. Even though it is slow and clumsy, it probably still has a lot of power in its attacks. If I was fighting it in the water, I would be a lot more worried, but on land it shouldn't be too bad. However, I can't kill it too quickly. I don't want to draw too much attention. When the beast gets close to me, it shows a burst of speed and both heads try to bite me. I jump back a couple of feet to dodge the 2 bites, but I time it so it looks closer than it really is. This is simply to play to the crowd and make the fight look harder for me. If I was being serious, I could have already killed the beast when it tried to bite me. When both heads tried to bite me, I could have moved forward and struck a gap between them. That would have ended the fight way too quick, though, so I moved backwards instead. Once the bites have missed, I move to the left and go down the side of the beast. As I pass, I lightly strike the body with the dagger to see how tough its skin is. To my surprise, the dagger easily leaves a fairly deep gash in the beast's side. As soon as the dagger cuts the skin, I smell a horribly sweet scent coming from the wound. The weird smell was unexpected, so I move away from the beast instead of continuing my attack. When I look back at the wound, I can see that the edges have rolled back, exposing the flesh beneath. That flesh is obviously rotting and is the source of the strange smell. The beast is rotting from the inside, meaning it is definitely a chimera and a failed one at that. That actually explains a lot. If it wasn't a failed experiment, it wouldn't have ended up in an arena. The poor thing is already dying, but whoever made it only cares about the process. Selling a failure just provides funds for more experiments. Research isn't cheap after all, especially paying to have strong beasts captured alive to experiment on. The only other option would be for the mage to capture them himself, but that would take a lot of time. Most likely, the experiments are being carried out and funded by a group of mages. If possible, I would like to find a way to put an end to the experiments, but I doubt I can. If the experiments are supported by the kingdom, then they will be protected. If they aren't supported by the kingdom, then they are probably well hidden. Since I don't plan to stick around after the auction, I probably won't have a chance to look for them. It is a little worrisome. If they perfect making Chimera, then the Magic Kingdom will gain a huge amount of power. However, it would still take them a lot of time to conquer the main continent. Only after that would they be able to threaten the peninsula, so it is only a small worry. I give up thinking about it as the beast finally manages to turn and face me again. Its movements are really sad. It actually makes me feel sorry for the beast. So much so that I kind of want to give up on dragging out the battle for the crowd's sake. After thinking about it for a second, I decide to kill the beast quickly. Just not instantly. As the beast comes to bite at me again with both heads, I crouch and move a little to the left. This lets me dodge the right head completely, and as the left head gets close, I punch it. My uppercut snaps the jaws closed and forces the head upwards, completely exposing its throat. My dagger swipes across, specifically hitting the line where the head was attached to the body. A quick roll lets me dodge the gush of rotten blood and other fluids, but not the smell of them. Sometimes having superior senses is a handicap rather than a boon. Before the beast even realizes what has happened, I jump up and over the left head. When my dagger slices across the top of the left head's neck, it completes the damage. All that is left holding the left head on is a few strands of rotten muscle. They don't hold on for long. When the left head falls off, the crowd goes nuts, especially those that bet on me. However, the beast's movements actually improve once it is down to just one head. It looks like they used the heads from two wolves. They couldn't work together to control the body. With only one head in control, the movements and speed of the beast almost doubles. It still isn't enough to threaten me, but it makes the fight look a lot more intense. It still only tries to bite me. It can't control the body well enough for any other attacks. Even if it was 10 times faster, such a limited attack pattern would never work on me. I let over a dozen chances for a killing blow pass me by, just to make the fight look closer. Eventually, I dodge a bite and ram the dagger through the wolf's head right between its eyes. Rank 12 Chimera defeated. 120,000 XP gained. The beast freezes, lets out a long sigh, and then collapses to the ground. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Even those who lost their bets are cheering at the top of their lungs. When I look up at the owner's box, I see him standing at the edge of the box with a look of horror and shock on his face. Chapter 8:38. Instead of looking at me, he is staring at the corpse of the chimera, which is rotting away. It is decomposing much faster than it should be, making it obvious that something is off. Anyone with decent knowledge of magic will be suspicious of how fast the body is rotting. If the experiments were secret, chances are the arena owner is going to be in big trouble. I notice that the mage who acted as witness is also staring intently at the corpse. However, instead of being shocked, he looks angry as he watches the corpse rot. From the look on his face, maybe I don't need to worry about looking for the mages myself. As a local, not to mention part of the government, he will have a much easier time investigating than I would. As long as the experiments aren't some secret project of the government, he should be able to deal with them. Once the corpse has turned into a puddle, he finally wakes up and waves his hand. At his signal, a door opens, and the 7 elves walk out into the arena, carrying several chests. Those chests contain the 7 million crystal coins that now belong to me. The elves walk over and put the chests down in front of me, then stand behind them. The mage walks over, hands me their ownership papers, and then walks away. The 5 male elves look at me with hostility, but the 2 women look slightly hopeful. With a wave of my hand, I put all the chests into my ring and then motion the elves to follow me. Luckily, they don't give me any problems and just follow behind me. I lead them out of the arena by one of the service entrances and take the shortest path to a city gate. Things at the arena are fairly chaotic, so hopefully word of me walking around with 7 million coins won't spread too fast. When I walk up to the gate, I already have the papers for the elves in hand. We are able to leave the city quickly with no fuss at all, which is a surprise. With my normal luck, I was totally expecting something to go horribly wrong. After moving out of sight of the city, I lead the elves into some woods. I do my best to cover up all traces of our passing, which makes 2 of the elven males give me odd looks. Once we reach a small clearing, I stop and remove the restraints of the elves. Then I open a gate and try to talk them into going through it. But they don't believe me. Just as I am about to contact Stillwater for help, I have a sudden idea. Crouching down, I summon the dagger and use it to carve some symbols into a rock. The 2 symbols are from the Elven Scout language and mean the path ahead is safe. As I was hoping, the 2 elves who gave me odd looks recognize the symbols. They quickly tell the other elves, and after that, the 5 males are willing to go through. The 2 female elves, on the other hand, give me disappointed looks, although I have no idea why. However, when the 5 males go through, the 2 females follow them, and then I close the gate. Stillwater and the other elves can fill them in and explain things to them. Finding out I am actually a beast from their own people will go a lot better than me telling them. I can understand the 2 females looking hopeful when I got them, but why did they look disappointed at the end? Whatever, it doesn't have anything to do with me now. The elves on the ship will help them. Leaving the forest, I head for the city gate that is the closest to the manor. Then I use smaller streets and alleys to try and get to the manor without drawing attention. My good luck actually holds. I get back to the manor without anything going wrong. Honestly, it is unusual enough that it starts to worry me a little. Something feels off. When I enter the dining room looking for Henrietta, that is when I find my bad luck. Seraph says, "Hello again." "Ash." "Princess, what are you doing here?" Henrietta says. "Oh, you 2 already know each other." Seraph says, "Of course, he saved my life twice." "As to what I am doing here, I saw your match and wanted to make sure you were all right, Ash." "If you saw the match, you should know that I didn't even get a scratch," Seraph says. "That isn't what I meant. There are all sorts of people searching for you right now." Henrietta says she is right about that. 7 million is a huge temptation for a lot of people. I know. I plan to lay low here until the auction starts. Henrietta says, "Your suite is too small for 7 more people. Do you want me to arrange another room?" "No need. The elves have already been sent off." "Seraph, you shouldn't be here. You are supposed to avoid me." Seraph says, "Don't worry. I have been roaming around in disguise. No one knows that I am here." "Your guards are probably going crazy." Seraph says, "Not really. They know what I am doing. The capital is really safe. Well, as long as you are not walking around with millions of crystal coins, it is not like anyone could really threaten me. I am only avoiding trouble until the auction starts." Henrietta says, "You call this avoiding trouble? I don't ever want to see what happens if you are looking for trouble. Although I will admit that your fight in the arena was impressive. Not to mention, I won a tidy sum by betting on you," Seraph says. "So did I. However, that wasn't even close to your full power." "Yeah, I dragged the fight out on purpose. I didn't want to show what I am really capable of. It would draw way too much attention." Henrietta says, "More attention than 7 million crystal coins?" "Yeah, way more. I don't care about the thieves that might come after me. It is the mage's attention I am trying to avoid." Seraph says, "You shouldn't worry. The mages won't pay attention to anyone who doesn't have magic. I would prefer not to take that chance. I don't want anything to stop me from attending the auction. After the auction, I won't care anymore." Henrietta says, "Speaking of the auction, you should leave early tomorrow." "Oh, how come?" Henrietta says, "In order to be able to bid, you need to provide the funds ahead of time. This is to prevent anyone from bidding more than they actually have. Don't worry, the money is absolutely safe in their hands. All right. When does the auction start? Henrietta says, It starts an hour before noon and runs until the items are sold. Sometimes it doesn't end until midnight, but for the boxes, food and drink are provided. When you arrive, simply show your invitation and you will be guided to our box. All right, sounds good. Chapter 839. After that, we have dinner, and despite my hints, Seraph stays to have dinner with us. Luckily, she leaves after dinner without making a fuss, but I doubt this is the last I will see of her. She is very determined and isn't going to give up. But after the auction, I will be gone. Since dinner is over, I head up to check on Grimgar and give him some food. While he is eating, he asks all the questions he thought of during the day. After answering his questions, I create a soulscape and invite the kids. I also invite Miria, but she doesn't show up. She probably thinks I am mad at her. That is fine by me. I just focus on training and then playing with the kids. After I end the soulscape, I try to get some sleep, but I am too excited to sleep. Even though the auction might not be anything like I am imagining, I am still excited. It is the exact same feeling I used to get as a kid on Christmas Eve. I want it to be tomorrow already, but the time is crawling by since I can't sleep. Since I am too worked up to really concentrate on anything, I let myself sink into my memories. In truth, I had forgotten these memories even before I came to this world. It seems the improvements in my stats have allowed me to remember them now. The time before my parents died was something I intentionally tried to forget. At the time, these memories were much too painful, but now they feel different. They still have a note of sadness, but now the original happiness of the memories is back. Reliving my memories allows time to pass, and before I know it, the sun is up. When I wake up from the memories, I am surprised to find my face wet from tears. As I get up and wash my face, I somehow feel lighter, like a weight has been lifted. However, because of my excitement for the auction, I don't really pay any attention to it. I have some breakfast with Grimgar and tell him the plan I have for the auction, including the possibility of having to run away at the end of the auction. So, Grimgar, the question is, when do you want to leave? If you don't want to go to the ship with me, now would be the best time, Grimgar says. Well, I feel fairly confident about being able to teach my tribe. While I feel staying with you would benefit me, I am worried about my tribe. It has been a long time since I was captured. It is your decision to make, Grimgar says. I will stay and practice today. Then tonight, when the auction is over, I will ask you any questions I have and then leave. All right, sounds like a plan. I will escort you out of the city and gate you to the place I have been, that is closest to your tribe, Grimgar says. I want to thank you for all your help. This could end up saving my tribe. You are welcome. Leaving Grimgar to practice, I head out of the manor. On my way out, I send a message to Henrietta. That way she will know I have already left and won't be looking for me. On my way to the auction house, I move carefully and avoid the main streets. On my way, I see a lot of suspicious people, but I manage to avoid them. I don't relax until I reach the auction house, which is surrounded by guards. The security is dozens of times higher than when I came to look before. To get to someone who can take my money, I have to show my invitation 3 different times. Luckily, they have magic to count the money, otherwise it would take forever. Once the money is counted, they give me a voting paddle that has my 7 million on it. It looks like a ping pong paddle, but it has my voter number on it, which is 132. Then it is explained how I use it and the rules of the auction since it is my first time. All I have to do is hold up the paddle and think of the amount I want to bid. As long as I have enough, the bid will be shown on the paddle and transmitted to the auctioneer. If I win a bid, the amount will automatically be subtracted from the total on the paddle. Whatever item I win will be delivered to me within a few minutes of the winning bid. After receiving the bidding paddle, I have to bond to it with a drop of blood. This makes sure that no one else can use it, so stealing it from me would be worthless. Aside from that, I need the paddle to reclaim any money that I don't spend during the auction. Once all the rules have been explained to me, an attendant leads me up into the actual auction house. The auction area is a 3-story circular area, the center of which is hollow. On the main floor in the center is a circular stage where the auctioneer will be. The stage is surrounded by humanoid statues that I realize are all golems. Anyone trying to steal an item on the stage would be doomed to be surrounded and killed by them. Surrounding the stage are rows of seats, much like those in a movie theater. Those are the common seats. The attendant leads me to the second floor. The second and third floor are the VIP boxes. They overhang the common seats. The boxes on the third floor are for the VIPs of the Magic Kingdom and the royalty of the surrounding kingdoms. The second floor boxes are for the super rich and strong merchant groups. It is one of these boxes on the second floor that the attendant leads me to. When I enter the box, it is empty, but there is still an hour until the auction starts. Inside the box, there are a number of extremely luxurious seats that face the stage. Other than that, on one side of the box is a long table covered in various foods and drinks. The enchantments on the table instantly attract my attention. They are quite complex. Not only do they keep the items on the table from changing temperature, but allow items to be teleported to them, meaning an attendant doesn't need to enter the room to replenish anything on the table. This probably means that unless you call for someone, no one will enter the box during the auction. As I am looking around, I realize that the walls of the box are also enchanted. Not only is the room soundproof, but it is also protected against magical spying. Even the front of the box, which is open, doesn't allow sound to pass out. That is why the paddles are necessary. If you are holding a paddle up, you can send sound out. Without a paddle, you could scream your bid at the top of your lungs and no one would hear it. However, what interests me the most is the enchantments to prevent magical spying. Chapter 840. That is something I have been trying to figure out for a while, so I spend some time studying them. While I don't use mana the same way, I can still learn something from studying the enchants. As I am studying them, I sample some of the food from the table. It is quite good. Just from the quality of the food provided, I am guessing that these boxes cost a fortune. As I am studying the enchantments, I realize that they even block sight, meaning no one can see who is bidding. All they will know is the number of the bidder, at least from just observing. If someone wants to know who a bidder is badly enough, I am sure there are other ways, either bribing someone who works here or even buying the information from the auction house directly. So I am not going to count on staying anonymous. I will keep my escape plans ready. The deal I have with Henrietta is purely business. My actions shouldn't affect her too much. The merchant group behind her should have enough power to protect her. About 20 minutes before the auction starts, she arrives with the two merchants. Henrietta says, "Good morning, Ash. Any problems?" "None." "Everything went smoothly," Henrietta says. "That is good." "What do you think of the auction house?" "It is really impressive. It is beyond what I was expecting," Henrietta says. "Most capital cities have an auction house, but this is the best of them. In fact, none of the others can even come close. The auction is about to start. Are you excited?" "Yes, very. I wasn't able to sleep at all last night." Henrietta laughs and says, "I completely understand. I have been to this auction dozens of times, but I still feel the same. It is a shame this will probably be the only time I can attend." Henrietta says, "That is a shame, but who knows if you will get another chance." "True." "Oh, it is starting!" An amazingly beautiful woman in an elegant dress walks out onto the stage. After a brief welcoming speech, she immediately goes straight into introducing the first item. As she is talking, a pedestal with the item on it rises from the center of the stage. The item itself is not of interest to me. I am focused on the process of the bidding. The auctioneer is very skilled. She calls out the bids as they come out. When the bids slow down, she adds comments or movements to encourage more bids. She uses her beauty as a weapon to entice more bidding. It is quite masterful. This is just the first item. According to Henrietta, this is the least valuable item. The most valuable item will be the last item auctioned today. That is why the common seats aren't even half full. A lot of people, knowing the process, won't bother showing up until later. Those who have boxes are even likely to skip the first day entirely and only show up on the second or last day. The last day, having the high-tier items, will obviously be the busiest day of the auction. For today, being the low-tier items, it won't attract too much attention. Still, I plan to watch for the entire day. If nothing else, I will just enjoy the atmosphere. Besides, there might be things that are useful to me among the low-tier items. For example, the void stone that no one but me knows how to use to make an item. While more rings wouldn't be of use to me, there are others who would love to have one. Not to mention, if I am ever short on money, I can sell one for a fortune. Auctioneer says, for our next item, we have a female elven child. She is untouched and is young enough to be trained. We will start the bid at 10,000 with bid increments of 1,000. Bidder 291, 11,000. Bidder 318, 12,000. Bidder 225, 15,000, 20,000. Bidder 225, 25,000. Bidder 291, 26,000, 30,000. Bidder 225, 35,000, 50,000. Bidder 225, 51,000, 60,000. Auctioneer says current bid is at 60,000. Are there any other bids? 60,000 going once, going twice. Sold. Henrietta says, congratulations on winning your first auction. Ash, how does it feel? It feels pretty good. The bidding war specifically was very exciting. However, I feel there is something odd about that bidder 225, Henrietta says. Don't worry about it. Bidding numbers are assigned based on power and influence. You only need to worry about lower numbers than yours. Higher numbers are weaker. Oh, that is helpful to know. But that isn't what I meant. Something about that bidder just felt weird. Is there a way to find out who it is? Henrietta says. There isn't supposed to be, but actually there is. However, it is rather expensive. How expensive? Henrietta says for numbers above 300 it is 100,000. For numbers 200 to 300 is 250,000. For numbers 100 to 200 is 1,000,000. Info about numbers below 100 are not for sale. So if I want to know who he is, it is 250,000. But if he wants to know who I am, it is 1,000,000. Henrietta says yes, exactly. As I said, it is very expensive. Just then, the door opens and an attendant comes in with the elven child. The child is obviously terrified after being on the stage in front of so many humans. The attendant turns and leaves without saying anything, so I kneel down to talk to the child. It is okay, no one is going to hurt you. Are you Golden Breeze? The little girl looks at me in surprise and gives a tiny little nod in answer. Then I explain to her that I already freed her parents and will take her to them soon. After that, her spirit quickly recovers and she even smiles. It is a rewarding sight. I would prefer to gate her to the ship right away, but I need to leave the city first. Since I am taking Grimgar out tonight, I may as well wait and take her out at the same time. After checking what item is up for auction, I take Golden Breeze over to the table and get her some food. Henrietta says, Ash, I don't mean to pry, but you seem to have a large interest in elves. I even get the feeling that the arena fight was about the elves rather than the money. To be honest, once when I was adventuring, an elf saved my life. So now, I try to free elves and return them home anytime I can. Henrietta says, an elf saved a human. That is very surprising. I thought all elves hated humans. Well, can you blame them? Henrietta says, no, not at all. Their hatred is completely justified. So you should understand why an elf saving me was such a big deal for me. Chapter 841. Henrietta says yes? Absolutely. If you need help locating and purchasing elves, the merchant group can help. I'll keep that in mind. When I turn to check the next auction, I find it is one of the plants I put up for sale. While I am not that worried about the money, it is still exciting to watch it being sold. I can easily see why some people get addicted to this sort of thing. The bidding especially was thrilling. I can't wait for something else I want to turn up. As I return to watching the auction, Golden Breeze climbs up to sit on my lap. It seems like she trusts me just because I knew her parents' names. Then again, it is the nature of children to be trusting of anyone who shows them kindness. Luckily, she doesn't seem to have lost that innocence despite what she has been through. It is a good thing I found her when I did. Otherwise, she would have lost that. I don't even want to think about what might have happened to her if someone else bought her. Instead of dwelling on it, I turn my attention back to the auction and let it distract me. It works because the next item is something I want, the floating stone, and a good amount of it. Surprisingly, I win it easily and for a fairly cheap price. It seems no one values it that much. It makes me hope to get more, but unfortunately that doesn't seem possible. According to Henrietta, it is very rare for duplicate items to show up in the auction. There are a few exemptions, normally based on tier, but that doesn't apply to raw materials. However, it isn't too disappointing. There are still plenty of other things that I can buy, especially considering that this is only the first day and only has the low-tier items. It is very infuriating that they listed poor Golden Breeze as a low-tier item. However, that made it easier for me to keep her from falling into someone else's hands. Before long, she falls asleep on my lap, and she looks so cute I can't bear to disturb her. The rest of the auction passes without any of the items catching my eye. That is, until the very last item of the day is announced. That item catches my interest. It is a complete magical encyclopedia, written by an ancestor of the Shu clan. The initial bidding isn't very enthusiastic because the encyclopedia doesn't include any spells. It is a listing of all the known magical materials, plants, and beasts. While it is not useful to most people, it would be very useful to me, so I bid on it. 120,000. Auctioneer says, current bid is at 120,000. Are there any other bids? 120,000 going once, going twice. Sold. Henrietta says, congratulations, Ash. Even though there are no spells in it, the encyclopedia is a collector's item. I don't care about that. I wanted it to improve my knowledge. Henrietta says, oh, all right. Anyway, do you want to return to the manor together? Sure. Once the encyclopedia is delivered, I drop it in my pouch and then return to the manor. Despite snacking all day in the box, we still have dinner once we return. After we are done eating, I take Golden Breeze with me up to the suite to fetch Grimgar. Then the three of us leave the city and head for a secluded spot to open the gate. On the way, I answer all of Grimgar's questions and give him a few last-minute pointers. Before opening the gate, I decide to create a communication amulet and give it to him. Grimgar says, "What is this?" It is a communication device, but I am not sure of its range, so I have no idea how long I will be in range. Grimgar says, "Thank you for this and everything else. I hope one day you can come visit my tribe." I hope so too. Take care of yourself. After Grimgar leaves through the gate, I close it and open another to the ship. Then I message Stillwater and ask him to send Golden Breeze's parents through. When they come through the gate and see their daughter, there is screaming and tears. After being thanked over 100 times, I finally get them back through the gate. It was a very heartwarming scene, but I feel relieved when I finally close the gate. After closing the gate, I head back to the road and walk towards the city. I haven't gone far when a group of people blocks my way and surrounds me. The majority of them look like common street thugs, but one of them is wearing a mage robe. He doesn't look familiar, but a quick scan shows he has enough mana to be a real mage. Mage says, "Where is she? What did you do with her? Who are you talking about?" Mage says, the elven child. "She is mine. Bring her out right now." Ah, so you must be bidder 225. Did you really pay 1,000,000 coins to find out who I am? Mage says, "Of course not. I just had my people watch all the exits for the girl and then follow her. Now bring her out or else. She has already been returned to her parents." "They are far out of your reach now," Mage says. "We'll see about that. Kill him." There are around 20 thugs around me and they charge at me upon the mage's order. However, I ignore them and move towards the mage who starts chanting a spell. As I move, I summon the dagger to my hand. Several of the thugs get between me and the mage. As I continue moving forward, I easily cut down the thugs that get close to me. Seeing how easily I kill his people, the mage stutters and messes up his spell out of fear. Before he can try his spell again, I get close enough to attack him, but he turns to run away. Instead of chasing him, I gather a little mana and throw a firebolt at the mage. However, to my surprise, the firebolt doesn't hurt him, and he keeps running. Since magic didn't work, I throw my dagger at him and at the same time draw my sword. All it takes is a single whirlwind attack to wipe out the rest of the thugs. After that, I turn my attention to the mage, who is lying on the ground. My dagger hit him but didn't manage to kill him. It is stuck in his shoulder. When I walk over, the mage starts trying to threaten me with his family. However, since we are outside of the city, I don't have to worry about it. I step on his head as I lean over and retrieve my dagger, but I must have stepped too hard. 19 level 5, humans defeated. 9,500 XP gained. 1 level 9, mage defeated. 900 XP gained. Chapter 842. Instead of paying attention to the puddle his head turned into, I am looking at his robe. The robe where my dagger stabbed into him has already repaired itself. The robe is heavily enchanted. That is why my firebolt didn't hurt the mage. As I scan his body, I also find a ring and a pouch that are also enchanted. The pouch is a pouch of holding, so I just clip it onto my belt for now. The ring and the robe go into my pouch for now. I will check them out later. Before leaving the area, I burn all the bodies to ashes to make tracking me harder. Hopefully, by the time anyone figures out what happened to the mage, I will be long gone. I only need to buy myself 2 more days, and then the auction will be over. After leaving the area, I circle the city and use a different gate to re-enter the city. Then I make my way back to the manor. Luckily, I don't run into any more trouble. Once I am back in my suite, I open a soulscape, then invite Miria and the kids. Once again, Miria refuses to show up, so I just spend my time with the kids. After the kids are completely worn out, I end the soulscape and go to sleep. When I wake up in the morning, I head down and join Henrietta for breakfast. After we are done eating, we head to the auction along with the 2 merchants. The 4 of us arrive a little early, but that isn't a big deal as we are all excited. Since I have a bit of time to spare, I head down to add the money I got for my items to the paddle. The items I sold yesterday didn't quite cover what I spent, so I have a little less than 7 million now. That is still plenty for me to play around with. And there are a few items for sale today. Although, I will probably spend more than I will make off of those few plants. That isn't a big deal. Once the auction is over, the crystal coins are useless to me. In fact, if I end up with a lot left, I may use them to hire the merchant group to find me more elves. Since they have bases all over, I should be able to arrange to meet them at one of the northern cities. It will depend on how the auction goes, so I will worry about it once the auction is over. For now, I turn my attention to the stage where the auctioneer has just appeared. The auctioneer is the same woman as yesterday, and her dress this time is even more revealing. The common seats are almost completely filled, and every one of them is staring at her intently. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were here just to stare at the auctioneer all day. Not that I can really blame them. She is definitely a world-class beauty. Henrietta, is the auctioneer someone famous or anything? Henrietta says in the Magic Kingdom she is. She is a top mage, but she is famous because she is single. She has turned down practically every mage in the kingdom, including the son of the current ruler. Really? Then how come she is an auctioneer? Henrietta says. She is an independent mage, so she needs funds. Any time an item goes above its value, she gets a percentage. So, she is here to make money to fund her magical research. Oh, I guess that makes sense. How strong of a mage is she? Henrietta says. In her age group, she is the best. If you were talking overall, probably 10th or 11th would be my guess. Why? Are you interested in her? No, not at all. I was just curious after seeing how the crowd below reacted to her. It was a bit much just for her beauty. Henrietta says, true. As a non-mage, you wouldn't have any chance with her anyway. When Henrietta says that, I just smile and turn my attention back to the auction. The first 2 items don't inspire much bidding, but the 3rd item sets off a storm. It is a spell book from some mage I have never heard of, but apparently he was a big deal. At first, there are hundreds of bidders fighting for it, but as the price climbs, a lot of them drop out. The price eventually climbs to over 1 million crystal coins, but there are still a dozen bidders fighting for it. Even though I have no interest in the book, watching this kind of bidding war is very entertaining. It is bad enough that I am tempted to throw out some bids for fun, but I stop myself. After all, I really don't want to accidentally win the book and waste my money. So, I control myself and just settle for enjoying the show until a winner is determined. In the end, someone from one of the boxes above us wins the spellbook. It is surprising that the 3rd item of the 2nd day went for almost 2 million coins. It is also the first time I have seen anyone from the top floor put out a bid. From what Henrietta told me, those above us should all be royalty or similarly powerful people. These are the ones I am most worried about. If I piss them off, they can find me quickly. If something like that is going to happen, it needs to be on the last day of the auction. So, unless it is something that I really need, I should avoid bidding against them. Come to think of it, Seraph is probably in one of those boxes right now. That is even more reason for me to avoid drawing their attention. Seraph already seems to be obsessed with me. I don't want to make it worse. If possible, I would like to avoid her completely, but I doubt I am that lucky, especially since she already knows where I am staying and could show up at any time. In fact, it would be surprising if she doesn't come by the manor looking for me again. I wonder how she would react if she saw what I really look like. Maybe, if she tries to follow me out of the city, I will get the chance to find out. Imagining the look on her face, I almost laugh out loud, but I struggle to hold it in. I really don't want to have to explain to Henrietta what I am laughing about. Luckily, an interesting item comes up in the auction, so I turn my attention to it. Unfortunately, after bidding a few times, I am outbid by someone with a lower number. The item is just slightly interesting, not something that I need, so I let it go. It is not worth drawing attention to myself unless it is an item I really need. The next few items are not anything interesting to me, so I just watch the fun, especially when there is a bidding war over one of the plants I put up for sale. The price going up and up is very satisfying. Not that I care about the money itself. It is just fun to watch people compete over an item of mine, even if it is something I stole. I don't even pay attention to how much the winning bid ends up being. I am much more interested in what other items might show up in the auction. Chapter 843. With how interesting the mid-tier items have been, I really can't wait for tomorrow. Then again, there is still a good chance of an item I can use showing up today. Even if I knew there would be no good items, I still wouldn't leave early. This will probably be the only auction I ever have the chance to attend in this life. I certainly don't want to miss out on any of it. Besides, I don't have anything else I need to do. The current item isn't anything interesting, so I get up, wander to the table, and start snacking. While I am snacking, I keep an ear on the auction so I don't miss out on anything. The auctioneer has a really pleasant voice. Just listening to her is worth the cost of admission. It is no wonder that she has so many men pursuing her, just that she hasn't been caught. It is a testament to her power that no one has managed to force her into a marriage. It makes me a little curious about her story, but not enough to do something stupid. I put such thoughts out of my mind, but then I hear something that catches my attention. Auctioneer says, "Our next item is something of a mystery. It is a stone of unknown origin that has defied all attempts to identify it. The fact that it can't be identified is the only reason it is listed today instead of tomorrow. Who knows how valuable it might be? Bidding will start at 100,000 with increments of 10,000. As soon as I hear that it can't be identified, I become interested and carefully send out my mana. I only use a tiny amount of mana to try and avoid getting noticed, but it is enough. I can't tell everything about the stone, but I can tell it is slowly generating mana. If it just contained mana, it wouldn't be a big deal, but generating mana is different. Normally, only living things can generate mana, so a stone being able to is a big deal. So, I wait until most of the bidders drop out before I place my first bid for the stone. 270,000. Bid 190 reals. 300,000. Biddy 104 reals. 325,000. 350,000. Biddy 104 reals. 400,000. Bid 79 reals. 500,000. Just as I am about to bid again, I realize that the last bidder is from the top floor. That means I should just give up and let them have it, but I really want that stone. I can't be sure, but it is entirely possible that the stone could be very useful. Before I decide what to do, I send out a thread of mana to scan the stone again. However, the second I do, the auctioneer suddenly turns and looks towards my box. Did she actually manage to detect that tiny amount of mana and trace it to me? If so, that would make her far more sensitive and observant than I gave her credit for. She only looks my way for a few seconds before she turns away and continues the auction. Maybe it was just my imagination, and she was looking towards the bidder. Auctioneer says, the bid stands at 500,000. Are there any other bids? 600,000. As soon as my bid is announced, the hall gets noisy. No one expected me to continue the fight. Everyone was expecting the higher number to win, and the bidding to be over. From the look on Henrietta is giving me she was expecting the same thing. Bid 79 reals, 750,000. 10000. Auctioneer says, The bid stands at 1 million. Are there any other bids? 1 million going once, going twice, sold, Henrietta says. Congratulations, Ash. Although this may lead to problems, I am aware. I didn't ignore your warnings, but I really wanted that stone, Henrietta says. All right. Well, just be sure to watch your back. I will. You should probably make sure people know that we are only business partners, Henrietta says. Don't worry. The merchant group has enough power that no one will look for trouble with us lightly. That is good. Just then, the stone is delivered by an attendant, and I am finally able to scan it properly. What I find is that the stone is actually made up of two different elements. It is the hostile reaction between these two elements that is generating mana. Out of curiosity, I use a strand of mana to put some pressure on the two elements. As soon as I do, the mana generation of the stone increases by more than 10 times. What is more surprising is that even though I am putting it under pressure, the stone stays stable. That means that the stone can be safely used as a mana generator, which is great. With this, I am one step closer to actually being able to make the ship into an airship. I still need a lot more of the floating metal, but that isn't too big of an obstacle. Now all that I am really missing is a method of propulsion and altitude control. That is something I might be able to figure out once I improve my knowledge of magic, or I might be able to find something else like the stone to solve the problem. For now, there's no need to rush since I don't have a time limit or anything. After putting the stone into my ring, I turn my attention back to the auction. Getting the stone may end up causing me some problems, but it is worth it. Maybe something else interesting will pop up in the auction today. It is worth paying attention. However, as I watch the auction, I notice something a little disturbing. Every once in a while, I catch the auctioneer looking towards me, or at least my vicinity. It wouldn't bother me, except she keeps doing it when there are no bids near me. Maybe she really did notice my mana when I was sneaking a look at the stone. I am going to have to be careful of her for the rest of the auction. She is too perceptive. She also has a lot of influence due to the number of people who are interested in her. With a word from her, the crowd would tear me apart just to make her happy. She should be comparable to an idol from my world. Her fans are probably just as insane. Luckily, the auction should keep her too busy to worry about me, even if she is curious. By the time the auction is over and she has time to look for me, I will be long gone. At least that is how I am hoping things will play out, but I will have to wait and see. A couple of items catch my eye and I bid a few times, but I end up being outbid. They weren't anything special, so I don't mind losing. Winning them would have drawn more attention. Every time that I make a bid, I swear I can feel the auctioneer's eyes on me. Chapter 8:44. It makes me reluctant to keep bidding. I don't want to draw more of her attention. However, that won't stop me if an item that I really want happens to come up. I will just have to hope that I can escape before the attention gets to the point where it could threaten me. The stone alone is already worth me having come to the auction. Anything else will only be a bonus. Then the next few items come up, except that they aren't items. They are beasts. They are magically controlled beasts that are meant to be used as guard beasts. When I see the first beast appear on the stage, I have to fight the urge to free it. There are absolutely more beasts that will be sold. Freeing them would end the auction. Not to mention, we are in the heart of the capital. The beasts wouldn't escape. To my surprise, Henrietta joins in the bidding for the beast. It is the first time she has bid. When I ask her about it, she tells me this is the main thing she is here for. Her merchant group wants to acquire some beasts to help protect their caravans. That is a good use for them. But I would feel better if the beasts were tamed. Magical control is just another form of slavery. It makes me itch to go on a rampage. However, I manage to calm myself down and not do anything stupid. To avoid paying attention to the auction, I move over to the table to get some food. I focus on eating until the beasts have all been sold, and the auction moves on to other items. The auction tomorrow will probably also sell some beasts, so I need to be prepared. Henrietta won 2 of the auctions, but she will claim the beasts after the auction ends. After all, even controlled beasts are still beasts and have no place in a luxury box. That is a good thing, since I would be even more tempted to free them if they were in the room. The thought of buying them all did cross my mind, but that wouldn't be a good solution. Not only would it draw a lot of attention, it would probably make me some enemies. Going against Henrietta could also ruin the relationship I have built with the merchant group. As soon as the auction is back to other items, I let it draw me out of my thoughts. Even though no more items I want show up, just watching the auction helps my mood. I just enjoy watching people fight over things. That is until the last item of the day comes up. Auctioneer says, "Now for our final item of the day." It is technically a high-tier item, except no one knows how to hatch it. It has been positively identified as a drake egg. The bid will start at 500,000 with increments of 50,000. The auction hall erupts with noise as everyone reacts to seeing the drake egg. But no one bids. 500,000 coins is a lot for an egg that can't be hatched, and is just a display piece. Despite the risk, I send out a thread of mana to check the egg and verify it is still alive. 500,000. Even before I make my bid, the auctioneer is smiling towards my box. She noticed again. I only use the tiniest amount of mana in my scan. She is way too observant. However, I want that egg. I can't let a drake be left in the hands of anyone else. Bid 79 reals, 550,000, 600,000. Bid 79 reals, 650,000, 700,000. Bid 79 reals, 750,000. It is the same bidder from before, the one I won the stone from. But I can't tell the purpose. Either they really want the egg, or they just want to make things harder for me. Whichever it is, there is no way that I am going to give up on the drake egg. 100000. When my new bid is announced by the auctioneer, it is greeted by absolute silence. Bid 79 reals doesn't make another bid, and it seems that no one else is willing to. The silence continues for a full minute, and finally the auctioneer continues. Auctioneer says, "The bid stands at 1 million. Are there any higher bids? 1 million going once? Going twice, sold?" Henrietta says, "I would say congratulations, but isn't the egg worthless?" "Not to me." When the door opens, I jump up and eagerly take the egg from the attendant. As soon as I touch it, I can tell that it is still alive, and I can even feel a pool of heat from the egg. That should mean it is a fire drake, and it will need fire mana to be hatched. However, I don't plan to hatch it here. That would be far too dangerous. In order to check, I feed a small amount of fire mana to the egg, and it eats it greedily. Since it worked, I go ahead and feed the egg about half of my mana to tide it over. It should be more than enough for the egg to stay healthy, for at least a few months. Now I can safely store it in my pouch. I will work on hatching it once I return to the ship. The fact that it is a fire drake makes me extremely happy, and hatching it is really important. I feel that as long as I can help this drake hatch, it will, in part, make up for the drake I killed way back in the trial. I didn't have any choice at the time, but I still regret what I had to do. That is why I wouldn't have stopped bidding until I completely ran out of money. Even if I caused a huge fuss and had to flee immediately, it would have been worth it. Besides, this will mean that Eckhard has someone to play with that is similar to him. Having a younger sibling should also help him to mature a little faster. Henrietta, I am going to head back to the manor on my own. If my actions bring trouble, I don't want it to implicate you. Henrietta says, "That is probably a good idea. I will see you back at the manor. Dinner will be waiting." She gives me a smile and then goes to collect her new beasts while I go collect my money. After spending 2 million today, I was left with just under 4 million. When I collect the money from today's auction, I go back up to just over 4.5 million. That is all I have available to spend at tomorrow's auction, but it isn't too bad. With everything dealt with, I leave the auction house and start making my way back to the manor. As soon as I leave the vicinity of the auction house, I get the feeling that I am being followed. It isn't all that surprising, but I am curious how they plan to deal with me inside the city. I realize something is wrong when I turn onto a street and find it completely deserted. As soon as I enter the street, 10 men in full armor step out and surround me. Chapter 845. Just as I am about to shake my hand and summon the dagger, I suddenly find myself unable to move. My body feels as though it weighs a ton, and it takes all my strength just to stay standing. If I only weighed as much as a human, it wouldn't be a problem, but I am much heavier. Mage says, "At 10 times gravity you can still stand? That is impressive." Oh, a mage too wasn't expecting that. Mage says, "You were expecting to be attacked?" Of course. So tell me, which are you after, the stone or the egg? Mage says the stone, but I will happily take all the other treasures you are carrying. It is too bad that your coins are all in the auction house. I am curious, aren't you worried about the city guards? Mage says, this area's surveillance is currently offline. There will be no one coming to save you. You mean that no matter what I do, it won't be seen? Mage says you are about to die. Why do you care that you can't be seen? Because I don't want the entire Magic Kingdom hunting me after I kill you. Mage says, you can't even move. How do you plan to kill us? Like this. The warriors have all been standing still, waiting for the mage to order them to attack. The entire time I was keeping the mage talking, I have been gathering my mana and shaping it secretly. When I say the last word, I release my attack at all of them at the same time. Dozens of bright blue arrows, made from pure mana, shoot out of my body. The ones fired at the warriors all hit them in the throat where there is a gap in their armor. As for the mage, I targeted him with 10 arrows, but his robe stopped 4 of them. 10 level 8 warriors defeated. 8,000 XP gained. 1 level 12 mage defeated. 1,200 XP gained. As soon as the mage dies, the weight holding me in place vanishes and I can move again. It is a good thing the mage was chatty. Being attacked while trapped would have been bad. Just as I am starting to relax, I hear clapping coming from a shadowy corner. Auctioneer says, that wasn't silent casting. That was pure mana manipulation. No way are you a mage. You are not even human, are you? Ah, Miss Auctioneer, I am sorry, but I have no idea what you are talking about. Auctioneer says, oh, is that so? Then I guess you will have to answer to an Inquisition squad. I would rather not. Auctioneer says, then you only have 2 other choices. Either talk to me or kill me. It would be a shame to kill such a beautiful woman, Miss Auctioneer. Auctioneer says, enough with the Miss Auctioneer. My name is Lynn Apple. You can just call me Lynn. Now, since you don't want to kill me, that means the only option left is to talk to me. I guess so, Lynn. However, this is not a good place to talk, Lynn says. True. Shall we go to the merchant group's manor, or will you come to my mansion? Assuming there are no extra ears at your mansion, it is probably the better option. Lynn says, great, follow me. Before following Lynn, I quickly loot everything from the mage and the 10 warriors. Surprisingly, Lynn uses the back streets and alleys when she is leading me to her mansion. Then again, she has probably had to learn to move this way to avoid her fans. When we reach Lynn's mansion, it is surprisingly nice looking and heavily enchanted. There are no guards, at least not living ones. The gates are guarded by golems. In fact, when she leads me into the mansion, I do not see any living beings at all. It is a little rude, but I still send out my mana to scan the entire mansion. Lynn and I really are the only living beings in the entire mansion, which is odd. Lynn notices my scan, but she just smiles and keeps leading the way until we reach a reception room. As soon as we sit down at a table, a servant golem serves tea and cakes. I can tell from the signature of the mana in the golem that Lynn made it herself. It is the same for all the other golems in the mansion. The enchantments are also made by her. Lynn says, now that you have had a good look, what do you think about my home? It is very nice. Although, I am surprised that you did all the enchanting and made all the golems yourself. Lynn says, I had no choice. When I tried buying golems or having others do the enchantments, they all had holes. Those holes were specifically set to allow spying. Even mages I thought I could trust did the same kinds of things. Ah, that explains it. Being the most beautiful woman in the Magic Kingdom has its downsides, I guess. Lynn says, you have no idea. It is an absolute curse. It doesn't matter if they are mages, nobles, or commoners, men or pigs. If I am being honest, I can't really argue that. Lynn says, oh, an honest man? Then you admit that you are a pig. Absolutely I am. I just try to keep it under control. Lynn says, that puts you several levels above most men, or is that just because you are not human? Do you even find human women attractive? I will not go into detail, but I will say that I was born as a human. As to your other question, Yes, I find human women attractive. Although, if I am being honest, I have to say I have never seen a woman as beautiful as you before. Lynn says, Really? You could have fooled me. You have been meeting my eyes this entire time. You are definitely not like other men. Thank you for the compliment, but I have cheated. After all, I've had the past 2 days to stare all I wanted. Lynn says, That was from quite a distance. How can that count? I think you are underestimating just how good my vision is. Lynn blushes and says, Cough. We got way off topic. You have said you started as a human, but you haven't told me what you are now, or how you manipulate mana the way you do. I am a beast. I use mana to shapeshift. You are right in calling it mana manipulation. I simply shape raw mana into what I want it to be. Of course, if you can't keep this a secret, I am going to have to kill you. Lynn says, A beast who can shapeshift? Can I see what you really look like? At Lynn's request, I get up, move away from the table, and drop shapeshift. At first, she just stares at me in shock. Then after a minute, she lets out a squeal and pounces on me. She then proceeds to rub her entire body against my furry body, which feels quite nice. Lynn blushes and says, Ahem, sorry, I got kind of carried away. You are just so fuzzy. Chapter 846. Once the blushing Lynn backs off, I shapeshift back to human form and sit at the table. It still takes her several minutes to calm down and retake her seat at the table. Luckily, she is flustered and doesn't notice that her dress is askew or me staring at her. Lynn says, Your body seems very similar to a drake. Is that why you were interested in the egg? Number, I was interested in the egg because I can help it hatch. I am a friend to some drakes, so it is only right that I rescue the egg. Lynn says, You can really hatch it. Wait, you are friends with drakes? Yes, I can, but it will take quite some time. Yes, I have made friends with a few drakes. Lynn says, Now I want to go with you even more. Go with me. What are you talking about? Lynn says, I want to learn magic from you, but you will be leaving after the auction, right? That means that I will have to leave with you. I will be leaving, yes? However, I do not use spells. I cannot teach you magic. Lynn says, I will let you in on a secret. I am the strongest mage in this kingdom. There is nothing more I can learn here. I have already gone beyond the limits of magic as we know it. Besides, I absolutely hate this city. While I can understand your desire to get out of this city, surely you could do that at any time, Lynn says. Of course I could. But do you have any idea how much danger I would be in traveling alone? I can defend myself, but only when I have mana. Once my mana runs out, I will not have a good ending. I guess that is true. Don't you know any disguise magic or something like that? Lena says, I do, but it doesn't work against people who know my mana signature, which includes almost every top mage in the kingdom. Either I need a strong protector, or I need to get far enough away that they can't easily follow. With you, I get both options at once. Besides, there is no one else that can help me go further with magic. I am not a human. Having a human following me would be problematic. Lynn says, So teach me to shapeshift? I don't mind being another race. Take me as your disciple. I will even pay you. Or if you won't take me as a disciple, take me as your wife. When Lynn says that all I can do is stare at her with a dumbfounded look on my face. It is apparently really amusing because Lynn instantly starts giggling at me. I know I should instantly reject her, but I can't help but be slightly tempted by the offer. Give me your hand. Let me scan you. Lynn says, You don't need to scan me. I will just tell you my measurements. I am not after your measurements. I want to check your mana and your potential. Lynn says, You can do that. At my nod, Lynn stops playing around and offers me her hand with a strange smile on her face. I do my best to ignore her smile and gently run my mana through her body. I check her physical health and fitness, then I thoroughly scan her mana pool. Lynn says, That felt good. Can you do it again? Stop playing around. Are you really only 26? You are quite strong. You even have more mana than I do. It is too bad that it is full of impurities. You have not reached your maximum potential, but your foundation is really weak. As it stands, you will not be able to go much further. Lynn says, Wait, how did you know my age? What do you mean impurities? My foundation is weak. Can it be fixed? Can you look inside yourself and view your mana pool? Lynn says, I don't know. I've never tried. Then you have a lot to learn. You will basically have to forget everything you know and start over from scratch. Can you stand to do that? Lynn says, Yes, absolutely. I will do whatever it takes. Do you think I would offer to be your wife if I wasn't serious? To be honest, I didn't think you were really serious about that. After all, you are famous for having rejected basically every man in the kingdom. Besides, I am not even a human. Lynn says you can shapeshift into a human. That is good enough. Besides, your real form is fuzzy. The reason I rejected all those men is because they weren't interesting. You, on the other hand, are super interesting. So no, I wasn't joking. I really will be your wife if that is what you want. No, that is not what I want. Lynn smiles and says, Are you sure? Your eyes are telling a different story. Stop teasing me or I will absolutely leave you here, Lynn says. Does that mean you will take me with you? To be honest, I am considering it. You are nice and you have a lot of potential. Besides, I am curious if a human can learn a different kind of magic. However, I am not accepting you as a disciple just yet. That will depend on if you can learn my kind of magic. Lynn kneels and says, I will do my best, master. Her kneeling down suddenly gives me an awesome view, and my mind goes blank for a few seconds. The goddesses are obviously better looking, but they basically cheat. Lynn's beauty is more enticing because she is immortal. She has an aura that the goddesses don't. That same aura is probably why the goddesses find me interesting as well. There were tons of stories in mythology about gods falling for humans. It might be for similar reasons, and that is one reason I keep my distance from the goddesses. Lynn, on the other hand, is completely different, and if she keeps pushing, I will be in trouble. My best bet is going to be to keep her so busy that she doesn't think about other things. If I can keep things strictly to a teacher and student level, that would be for the best. All right, it is getting late. For now, I am going to teach you the basics of meditation. Practice it for tonight. Then tomorrow after the auction we will leave. Lynn says, All right. By the way, do you want some money? I know you aren't taking me as a disciple yet, but you are taking me with you. Besides, I have tons of money and I am making even more off of the auction. Yes, I guess I am taking you with me. This is going to cause all sorts of problems. I still have several million coins to spend, but I have no idea if anything interesting will show up in the auction. Lynn says, I am not sure what you might find interesting, but the auction tomorrow is going to have a lot of interesting items. I will transfer some money to your paddle directly. Use it to have some fun. I really don't need it, so don't worry about it. All right, fine. After that, I spend about an hour teaching her basic meditation, and then I leave. It is late. I don't see anyone at all on my way back to the manor, but I forgot that Henrietta said she would wait up for me. What is worse is when I walk in I find both Henrietta and Seraph waiting. Chapter 847. Henrietta says, Ash. I was getting worried. Did something happen? Yes, I was attacked after I left the auction house. Luckily, they somehow disabled the observation magic, so I was able to deal with them. I was not injured. Henrietta says, disabled the observation? Only mages of high council rank or higher can do that. Just who did you piss off? Seraph says, you were actually attacked within the city. I will file a complaint on behalf of my kingdom? I am not sure who I pissed off. They only sent some minions after me. Seraph, you can't do that, or you will draw my enemies to you. Henrietta says, What happened to the people who attacked you? They are all dead. Henrietta says, Did you just leave the bodies? If so, there is a problem. Yes, I left them, but don't worry. The guard's time magic won't work, Seraph says. How did you manage that? The time spell works by reading the recent history from the mana in an area. Before I left, I removed the mana from the area. The spell won't work at all. Seraph says, Oh, that makes sense. Henrietta says, No, it doesn't. Ash, since when are you a mage? Seraph says. What, you didn't know he was a mage? Henrietta says. No, I thought he was a fighter. He didn't use any magic in the arena. I was trying to keep a low profile. I assumed that foreign mages were heavily monitored. Henrietta says, "Oh, yeah, they are. Now I understand. But I am still surprised. Normally, our merchant group is good at gathering information, but they totally missed this. No, one of the owners knows I am a mage. I made some magic items for him. He probably chose to keep it quiet." Seraph says, "Anyway, Ash, is there anything I can do to help?" "Number, thank you, though. As I told you, I will be leaving tomorrow after the auction, so this will be our last meeting." Seraph says, "No, I don't want you to go. How about I hire you to escort me home?" "You know that isn't going to happen. However, you can have this token. Maybe it will come in handy." Seraph says, "My father's command token? But this was your reward for saving me." "As I said, I will never return to your kingdom, so it is useless to me." Seraph says, "You are so cruel." Then she gets up and runs out of the room, but she takes the token with her. I may have been a little too blunt with her, but it was the only way I could think of. Otherwise, she just wouldn't give up and may have even gotten herself in trouble. Whoever sent the mage after me earlier is probably someone powerful. I doubt they are going to give up, and I don't want Seraph to draw their attention to herself. I didn't save her twice just to let her get herself killed because of me." Henrietta says, "She is right. That was cruel. However, I believe it was necessary and that you did the right thing. Thank you. However, she is the least of my worries right now," Henrietta says. "Oh, what else is bothering you?" "I didn't want to say anything with Seraph around, but there was a witness to my fight," Henrietta says. "Oh, who was it?" "It was Lynn, the auctioneer," Henrietta says. "That is troubling. She isn't someone who can be bribed or convinced, especially by a man. The best I can do is to try and talk to her." "No need. I am fairly sure I convinced her to keep my abilities a secret for now. I just hope she is someone who keeps her promises." Henrietta says, "Well, I don't know her personally, but she has a really good reputation. If she wasn't trustworthy, then the auction house wouldn't hire her to run the auction. That is reassuring." Henrietta says, "Well, since you don't need my help, we may as well eat dinner." "Sure. Oh, would you be interested in buying some magical warrior and mage gear?" Henrietta says, "Huh? Don't tell me you stopped to loot your attackers." "Yeah, I did. It is not anything I need. I just looted them out of habit." Henrietta says, "Sure. I will take a look at them after we eat." We have a very nice meal, and then I show Henrietta all the stuff I looted. In the end, she agrees to buy all of it for just shy of 1,000,000 crystal coins. It is more than I was expecting. But I didn't take a good look at what I looted. I go ahead and agree. It is just some random stuff I picked up and it will give me a little extra money. Lynn said she would give me some coin, but she never said how much she would give me. It doesn't matter much either way. It is just for playing around at the auction after all. Once our business is concluded, I bid Henrietta goodnight and head up to my suite. Once there, I enter my meditation, open a soulscape, and invite the kids to come in. Once they arrive, I put them through their training and then let them play afterwards. Kachera says, "Dad, can you teach me the designs of the training grounds for all of us?" "Sure I can, but why?" Kachera says, "Yui is going to help me build them for real. That way we can train properly." "Oh, that is a great idea. Does Yui have enough resources for that?" Kachera says she should, and if not, we can get more easily enough. "All right. Come, I'll teach you right now." While the other kids play, I teach Kachera the designs for the training courses. It takes a while for her to memorize all of them, but I don't mind at all. In fact, it brings back memories of when she was just a baby, and I was teaching her all sorts of things. Spending the winter with her in that cave was a really peaceful time, but I didn't appreciate it at the time. I really can't wait to get back to the peninsula so that I can see the kids in person. Also, I really want to introduce Albion and Nala to the others for real. Just the thought of all of them playing together for real makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Before I know it, the sun is up and morning has arrived. So, I have some breakfast, and then leave for the auction house to deposit some money. When I get there, the first thing I do is check the current balance of my paddle. However, when I check it, I find an extra digit. Lynn gave me 10 million coins. I knew that she was probably rich, but I didn't think that she was that rich. Chapter 8, 48. Once I deposit what I got from Henrietta last night, my balance is over 15 million. That means I should be able to buy just about anything I want in the auction. Of course, doing so will earn me more enemies, but I am leaving tonight anyway. Besides, if anyone knew that Lynn was leaving with me, I would instantly become public enemy number 1. The entire city would riot, and I would end up being torn apart by an angry mob. However, as long as Lynn keeps quiet about it, there is no way for anyone to find out. The problem is that I don't really know Lynn, although I do have a good impression of her. Other than her amazing beauty, I know she is intelligent, ambitious, and has a great deal of self-respect. Henrietta said that she has a good reputation, but I don't really know for sure if I can trust her. If she does keep quiet, then she will be leaving with me tonight, and I will have plenty of time to get to know her. The elves are probably not going to be happy about me bringing her on the ship. However, they should trust me enough to not make a big deal about her. Her idea of me teaching her shape-shifting isn't bad, but it would take some time to teach her. I don't want to delay my return to the ship until she can learn to shape-shift. So, I will just take her with me and hope the elves don't react too badly. When I head up to the VIP box, I find that Henrietta and her merchant friends have already arrived. Other than Henrietta giving me a quick smile, they ignore me as I take my seat. It is only about a half an hour before the auction begins, so I just wait patiently. When Lynn comes out to begin the last day of the auction, she is obviously a little different. She is smiling more than usual, and she has more energy about her, making her even more attractive. The lower seats are completely packed today, and the crowd also notices the changes. From my elevated position, I can see most of the crowd, and a lot of them are staring at her. There is a lot more conversation going on amongst the crowd, and I can hear some of it. Most of what I can hear is about Lynn, with many people theorizing that she has fallen for someone. It is fairly amusing to listen to the conversations. Those who believe that she has fallen in love seem to be in the majority. For those who think it is true, there is a lot of rage and jealousy directed at the mystery man. It makes me glad that no one has seen me talking with Lynn. Just a hint might get me killed. I am tough and have a strong defense, but that is a chance I wouldn't want to take. I already know that enough numbers could eventually wear me down and kill me. However, since this is the Magic Kingdom, a lot of those attacking me would be mages. While I can counter spells with my mana, I have yet to try countering more than one spell at a time. Against multiple spellcasters, my mana abilities probably wouldn't be fast enough. Countering a spell with mana takes a lot of precision and concentration. It wouldn't work against a lot of spells. I think the most I could do right now is counter 2 spells at the same time. Beyond that, I couldn't be precise enough to counter the spells coming at me. Countering the spell before it is launched, like I did to the Lich, is even harder. Being able to ignore fire and lightning spells would give me an edge, but not enough of one, especially since I wouldn't be able to recognize all the spells that would be used against me. My knowledge of human magic is still too shallow for me to recognize spells easily. To be honest, even though I have the books, I haven't really been interested in studying them. There are always more interesting things to do than sitting and studying dry magic books. Besides, I don't use human magic, so studying it is even more boring for me. All the conversations suddenly come to an end as Lynn begins her opening speech. With it being the last day, her speech is a little more extravagant than the previous ones. However, it still only takes a few minutes before the auction of the first item begins. Lynn says, "Let's get things started, shall we? Our first item today is a pair of swords by Grandmaster Smith, Rolanx himself. They are heavy war swords, yet are perfectly balanced for dual wielding. One is enchanted with fire, while the other is enchanted with ice. We will start the bid at 100,000. I am slightly interested in the swords, especially when I see them on the stage. They are quite beautiful, and I feel like they would suit me well, so I kind of want them. Besides, I have tons of money to play with, so I calmly wait for everyone else to finish bidding." Lynn says, "The bid stands at 370,000. Are there any higher bids? 500,000? When I bid, Lynn turns and flashes a smile towards my box, which makes me slightly nervous. If she keeps acting like that, I might end up facing an angry mob after all. She should know that her every move and action is being observed in detail. If she keeps smiling at me like that, people are going to start thinking I am the one she has fallen for. The fact that she offered and I refused wouldn't be believed by anyone. Even if I tried to convince them, that would be enough for them to kill me anyway. The more I think about it, the more worried I get. But then the swords are delivered. It is the perfect distraction to pull my mind out of its downward spiral of worries. The swords are made from excellent materials and are wonderfully crafted. Whoever made them definitely deserves the title of Grandmaster. But I can't say the same for the enchantments. Whoever did the enchantments would be an apprentice in my opinion. However, that is something that I can easily fix later. For now, I put them in my pouch. Lynn says, now for our third item, which is a little special. Normally, we display the item on the stage for everyone to see. However, this item is far too large to fit, so we will instead display an image. Just after she says that an image of an island appears above the stage, it isn't too large from the look of the image, but it is still an entire island being sold. What grabs my attention is that from the image, it looks like the island is floating. Lynn says, as you can see in the image, this is a small floating island. It is currently a few miles outside the city, waiting for whoever wins it to claim ownership. We will start the bidding at 1 million. Chapter 849. I really wish I could scan the island first, but I am going to work on the assumption that it is floating because of the metal. If it is, then that would be enough metal to float the ship and then some. So far, I have only collected a small amount of the metal, but this island should contain a huge amount. The bidding is fairly intense right now. The bid has already passed 2 million. Some of the people in the higher boxes have already joined in the bidding. If I win the bid for the island, I am probably going to be pissing off more people. 3000000. I am quickly outbid. But that is fine by me. This battle is far from being over. As the price keeps increasing, soon only the VIP boxes are still bidding. The price quickly climbs to 4 million, at which point most of the boxes on the second floor drop out. 5000000. Bid 17 reals. 5500000. Bid 66 reals. 6000000. Bidder 3, 7000000. Lynn says, the bid stands at 7 million. Are there any higher bids? 7500000. Lynn says, the bid stands at 7.5 million. Are there any higher bids? 7.5 million going once, going twice, sold. Henrietta says, congratulations. Ash, you now own an island, but what are you going to do with it? That depends. How did the Magic Kingdom move it here? Henrietta says, I believe it was a combination of magically controlled flying beasts pulling it and mages using spells to move it. Oh, right. It is able to float by itself, so it should be easier to move, Henrietta says. Well, I don't know about easy, but it is possible to move it. It should be floating due to having floating metal inside it, right? Henrietta says, yeah, it should be. At least, that is the only type of floating island I have heard of. So floating islands are common? Henrietta says. Of course not. They are rare, but there are a few around. In that case, I plan to break it apart and remove the metal. Henrietta says, why would you do that? Because I have something else I want to make float. Henrietta and the two merchants just give me incredulous looks and then laugh like I was joking. Luckily, they don't ask anything else because I already said more than I should. It is probably because I was overly excited from winning the bid for the island. Now I should have enough metal to float the ship and I have the stone to be a generator. All I am missing now is to figure out how to move it around and control it. I think I can do both through enchantments, but it would take a lot of mana. Once we leave, I will ask Lynn for her thoughts after all. She is a powerful mage. She should have a lot of ideas, or at least knowledge that would help. I am going to stop worrying about it for now. All that can be dealt with later. Since I still have around 7 million coins left, I turn my attention back to the auction. Although, I should probably tone it down a bit, or I will run out of money before the end of the auction. After all, it is currently only the fourth item, and I have already spent over half my money. The items are only going to get better and more expensive as the auction continues. The fourth item is a suit of armor, so I am not really interested in it. I highly doubt that I am going to find an armor that is better than the angel armor. The next few items are also ones that I am not interested in, but the bidding for them is intense. The bidding for each item is taking considerably longer than the ones from the previous days. It is obvious that the total number of items auctioned will be lower today. However, these items are being sold at much higher prices. People are going crazy with the bidding. Although, since I am also guilty of that, I can't really judge anyone for it. Lynn, down on the stage, certainly looks like she is having a great time. The crowd is now totally absorbed in the auction and has stopped discussing Lynn, for now. My plan to leave as soon as the auction is over isn't going to work since I have an island to claim. That makes it even more important for me not to draw too much attention. Of course, it is probably already too late for that, not after I won the bid for the island. However, having powerful people targeting me is different from having the entire city after my blood. Luckily, I have everything with me, so I don't need to return to the manor. That should keep my problems from spilling over onto Henrietta and the merchant group. That is important to me. Not only have they treated me fairly, but I will probably do business with them again. In fact, if I have any money left at the end of the auction, I plan to hire them. I don't have the time to wander around the continent looking for more elves. The merchant group, on the other hand, should be able to do so fairly easily. It will depend on how much money, if any, I have left at the end of the auction. When the 7th item comes up, it is a controlled beast, so I turn away. Instead of watching and getting frustrated, I walk over to the table and have something to eat. However, the 8th item when it comes up is a complete and total surprise. It is another magically controlled creature, but it isn't a beast. It is a demon. I can tell that the demon is not of a very high rank, but he has at least been able to take a human form. He is only wearing a loincloth, but the rest of his body is completely covered in black tattoos. Those tattoos seem to be the magical method being used to control him. It is my first time seeing a spell tattooed onto someone, so I am somewhat curious. However, the bidding for him is absolutely insane already, and I am not that curious. I know that the demon lands are in contact with 2 empires on the continent. I also know that they are not friends with those empires, but it is still a surprise to see a demon here. For one thing, capturing a demon alive can't have been easy. For another, those empires are a long way from here. Then again, humans will do some pretty insane things in the search for profits. From the way the bidding is going, whoever brought the demon here is going to make a fortune. The bidding has already passed 3 million and is still going strong. It makes sense. A controlled demon would be an extremely powerful tool, especially since a demon can continue to grow stronger as long as the control method holds. I would hope that whoever did the tattoos would have taken that into account. Chapter 850. Henrietta, are tattooed spells like those a common thing? Henrietta says, No, not at all. In fact, this is my first time seeing such a thing. As far as I know, it is not a technique that is known in the Magic Kingdom. Although, after everyone here has seen it, I am sure some people will begin researching it. Yes, it does look like it could be very useful. In the end, the demon is sold for over 7 million, close to what I paid for the island. What is more is the demon was bought by whoever is bidder number 1. That should be the ruler of the Magic Kingdom, unless there is someone here more important than him. It makes me wonder if the demon was bought because he is a demon or because they want to study the tattoos. Considering this is the Magic Kingdom, I actually think the second option is more likely. Knowledge of magical tattoos would definitely be worth more than a single demon. Unfortunately, since I am leaving, I will probably never have a chance to find out which it is. That is unless I somehow hear about an army of magically tattooed warriors. However, as things stand, I doubt I will ever hear anything about the Magic Kingdom once I leave. That is probably for the best considering the amount of enemies I am leaving behind me. Especially once people figure out that Lynn left at the same time as I did. Come to think of it, this auction isn't just for people from the Magic Kingdom. People from other nations are here as well, and they are all fans of Lynn. Just how many enemies am I really going to make if I take her away with me? I could quickly become the most hated man in the history of this entire world. From now on, when I shapeshift into a human, I am going to have to remember to use a different face. Otherwise, I am likely to run into endless trouble no matter where I go. All this just because so many people are beguiled by her beauty? It is terrifying. Come to think of it, I won't be able to take her anywhere. There are people without a disguise. Even if it is somewhere no one has heard of her, her beauty will instantly attract trouble. That brings up another thought. I have never tried it, but I wonder if I can change gender when I shapeshift. It isn't that I want to be a woman, but I can think of a few situations where it could come in handy. It is something I should try at least once just to find out if I can do it or not. If nothing else, it would be extremely useful for playing pranks on people. Just imagining Miria's face if I came back and claimed to be stuck as a woman sets me to giggling. Henrietta gives me a look but apparently decides not to say anything and goes back to watching the auction. I also turn my attention back to the auction and try to stop thinking about random things. Unfortunately, the next few items are spellbooks that don't interest me at all. However, the rest of the auction goes pretty nuts over them, and the bidding is intense. It is not too surprising considering most of the people here are mages. The spellbooks are apparently those of some famous mages, but the names mean nothing to me. Even Henrietta gets excited about one of them and joins in the bidding war. All I do is sit there and enjoy watching the excitement as the crowd goes insane. Even after the bid goes beyond what the normal crowd can afford, they are still going nuts. The higher the bid goes, the more excited they get. Even though it isn't their money, it is probably something like living vicariously through others, I guess. Whatever it is, their level of excitement is fairly contagious, and I find myself just as excited. During the bidding, I noticed that Henrietta has 2 paddles, one for herself and one for the merchant group. Right now, she is using her personal paddle to bid for the spellbook that she wants. Unfortunately for her, someone on the top floor is also interested in the spellbook. She doesn't yield to them, but in the end, they simply bid more than she has. Henrietta looks a little disappointed, but she still watches the rest of the bidding intently. In the end, the spellbook ends up selling for over 10 million crystal coins. It is the highest price so far in the entire auction, and it is all just for a single spellbook. I can't believe that a single book ended up going for more than I spent to buy a floating island. Then again, I guess it makes sense in a way, since spells directly affect the power of a mage. So it makes sense for them to go crazy since it is to increase their power. No matter the reason, it makes for an entertaining show for everyone. After the last of the spell books is sold, the next item comes up, but it is a wand. A wand does me absolutely no good, but again the mages go crazy over it. I didn't think that wands were even a thing. Then again, I still don't know much about mages here. Henrietta, what use is a wand to a mage? Henrietta says, they are used to focus and intensify spells, but they are rare. They are extremely hard to make, so they aren't used to store and release spells. Henrietta says, of course not. How could they even do that? Trying to put a spell into something only leads to explosions. As Henrietta goes back to paying attention to the auction, I think back to the wands I made for the elves. If those ever came to the attention of the Magic Kingdom, it would cause an uproar. The difference in the way the Magic Kingdom makes and uses wands makes me curious. Since I don't have to worry as much about Lynn, I send out some mana to scan the wand. What I find surprises me, the wand is not enchanted at all. It is not even magical, yet somehow, the wood the wand is made of has been rearranged to make it naturally enhance magic. The enhancement isn't huge, but the fact that it is completely natural is amazing to me. Someone basically rearranged the atomic structure so that it resonates with the magic that passes through it. Even I, with my knowledge from my old world, have no idea how they did it. Unfortunately, since the wand is tuned to human magic, it is absolutely worthless to me. However, the possibilities it suggests are very interesting and give me some ideas. Tuning something to pure mana should be easier if I can figure out how it was done. My best guess is that it has something to do with the frequency given off by the energy. Unfortunately, my knowledge ends at the fact that everything has a unique frequency. That kind of science goes way beyond what I learned in school, leaving me at a loss. Chapter 851. Later I will ask Lynn what she knows about it, but for now it is not something I can use. Maybe with more knowledge and some experimentation I can figure it out. That will have to wait until after I return to the ship and have some free time. When the bidding war finally ends, the wand goes for the staggering price of 15 million. I am starting to think that the amount of money I have left is not going to be enough. If the prices keep climbing like this, then the remaining items will be insane. Even if I can't buy anything else at the auction, this trip has still been worth it. Not to mention, the remaining bidding wars should be plenty entertaining. As I have already seen, even the normal rules go out the window for these items. When someone wants an item enough, they stop yielding to the upper boxes. Even Henrietta did the same, and that is when she has to worry about business interests. If she pisses off the wrong people, then the merchant group could suffer as well. However, that isn't my problem. All I need to do is keep my issues from affecting them. Henrietta should know what she is doing. If she messes up, then she will need to deal with it. Besides, if she messes up too bad, then the merchant group can just fire her. Although, if she does get fired, I wonder if she'd be willing to come home with me. She would make an excellent assistant for Poel, especially since he has probably expanded a lot. I might have made a mistake when I gave him his mission in the Free Union. By now, he probably has control of half the country, but I didn't expect to be gone so long. When Mirius stops hiding from me, I need to remember to send him new orders. He needs to turn his focus back to developing the Beastlands into a nation. Then again, I should be back in a couple of months. So it is all right, if it waits until then. Besides, if I am able to make the ship into an airship, we will be able to use it to trade with the main continent. That is one of the reasons that I want to keep good relations with the merchant group. If we have an airship, then I want to open a trade route with the merchant group. I believe that they will trade fairly with us, or at least they won't cheat us outrageously. The airship would be useful in the war, but not all that useful, mainly because of the weapons. Catapults and ballista won't be very effective when fired from an airship. The airship would need cannons to become a true weapon of war, but that is not a good idea. While I could figure out magical cannons fairly easily, it probably is a bad idea. If I create magic cannons, then others will see them and try to duplicate them. Eventually, they will figure out how to make them and wars will become even worse. It won't end there. They will keep making bigger and stronger cannons. Eventually, they will be able to wipe out cities at will, and I don't want to be responsible for that. They have more than enough destructive potential just by having magic. I certainly don't need to make it any worse. It will be bad enough once they see an airship. Luckily, it will be much harder for them to duplicate my airship than some cannons. Although, eventually they will probably figure out how to do it another way. However, airships on their own won't be too huge of a change to the balance. Besides, with as many flying beasts as there are in this world, their airships won't have a good time. Thinking of that, I probably need to improve my airship's weapons as well. It wasn't exactly designed to face enemies while flying, but I can fix that. Catapults will be almost totally useless in air-to-air combat. They are too slow, so I should plan on removing the catapults and replacing them with more ballistas. That will only be good against large targets. I will have to come up with something for smaller enemies. As I am designing the airship in my head, I keep an eye on the auction below. The items are all things for mages that don't really interest me, but the bidding is amusing. Then, as an item is sold, I notice Lynn moving to the very edge of the stage. Lynn says, "Now we come to the second to last item of the auction, a golem made by Master Redcliffe himself. He promises that it can match against a fully equipped army on its own." As Lynn is talking, the golem is teleported onto the stage, and I find out why she moved. The golem is a dragon, and it takes up most of the stage. It stands at least 20 feet tall. Of course, since it is a dragon, I instantly want to buy it, but I doubt I will have enough. Lynn says, this golem is capable of flight, so it can also be used as a battle mount. The starting bid is 10 million with increments of 1 million. Even the starting bid is more than I have left, so all I can do is watch the fun. As soon as the bidding starts, I notice that only those on the top floor are bidding. When I ask Henrietta, she informs me that only kingdoms are allowed to bid on a strategic weapon. This makes me take another look at the golem, but other than its looks, I can't understand the reasoning. Sure, it would be a pain to fight, but I am pretty sure I could defeat it by myself. How is that considered a strategic weapon, or does that mean I count as one? Then, again, to the nations around the Magic Kingdom. Maybe I would be a strategic weapon, especially if they find out that I can counter a mage's spell as it is being cast. I would actually be the perfect weapon against the Magic Kingdom. Luckily, no one knows about my abilities. Otherwise, they would be trying to capture me. That would be almost as bad as if people found out about Lynn leaving with me. I never expected that I would have so many things to worry about just from coming to an auction. Finally, the bidding war ends and the dragon golem is sold for 21 million. From how the bidding went at the end, the two last bidders are definitely enemies. I am fairly sure that the winner bid everything that he had in order to win. That means his kingdom has a new defense, but it also means they are going to suffer a bit. Spending that much money isn't a simple thing, even for a country. It will affect the kingdom's economy, especially if they raise taxes to get it back. Then again, if they use the dragon to go on the offensive, then they could make the money back through conquest. I still find it hard to believe that one golem can make that much difference. However, it also makes me curious as to what the last item is going to be able to top the golem. Chapter 852. Lynn says, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our last item." At her words, a podium rises in the center of the stage and there is a small covered object on top. Lynn doesn't say anything for a couple of minutes, letting the suspense build up. Whatever it is, it has to be amazing to be the final item of the auction. Lynn says, "Now, before I show you our last item, I need to inform you of a few things. What is under the cover is a beast, and it is a baby. However, it is a baby legendary beast. The problem is that it is not magically controlled. All attempts to control it have failed, some fatally." The crowd reacts strangely to that. Some look even more excited while others look scared. Of course, that is just amongst the normal seats. I can't see the reactions in the other boxes. Henrietta looks interested. Her two merchant friends look slightly worried. Lynn says the beast is currently locked in a cage that contains its powers. However, we recommend that whoever buys the beast should make sure to leave it locked. Now, let me present to you the legendary phoenix. Lynn rips the cover off the cage, right as she says the word phoenix, and the crowd goes wild. The baby phoenix doesn't look all that dangerous to me. It looks like a cross between a pheasant and a turkey. The main thing that saves it from looking ridiculous is that its feathers are made out of fire. From here, I can't tell if they are just covered in fire or made from it, but either way it looks cool. It just barely makes up for how stupid its body looks. But it is a baby after all. Once it matures, it will probably look completely different from how it does now, Lynn says. Now that you have seen it, let's start the bidding. Due to the risks involved, we will start the bidding at 5 million with increments of 500,000. The bidding starts off a lot more restrained this time, but it still climbs quickly. I bid a few times, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money left to keep up. However, I really want to find a way to free the poor baby phoenix. "Henrietta, could I borrow some money? I will pay you back." Henrietta says, "I can't loan you the group's money, but I have about 5 million of my own money I can loan you. Hopefully, that will be enough. 120000000. The bid had only barely reached 10 million, so my raising it by 2 million stops the bidding. I am sure if the phoenix was controlled, it would be a different story. However, people are reluctant to spend so much money on something they can't use. Lynn says, the current bid stands at 12 million. Are there any higher bids? 12 million going once, going twice. Sold. That brings us to the end of this year's annual auction. We would like to thank everyone who attended and hope to see you next year. Henrietta says, "Congratulations, Ash." "Thanks, but don't leave just yet." Henrietta says, "Oh?" Before I can explain, the door opens, but instead of an attendant, it is Lynn who enters. She is carrying the caged phoenix and smiles at me once the door is closed. I don't mind Henrietta being here, but the two merchants seeing this worries me. I quickly signal Lynn not to say anything and then turn to look at the two merchants. Luckily, Henrietta catches the hint and quickly convinces the two of them to return to the manor. Once the merchants are gone, I introduce Henrietta and Lynn to each other. Lynn says, "Here is your phoenix, but what are you going to do with it?" I wasn't kidding about how dangerous it is. Once we are away from the city, I plan to free it. After that, I will see what it wants to do, Henrietta says. "You spent 12 million just to free it." "Yes, I did. Speaking of, Lynn, can I borrow some more money from you?" Lynn says, "Sure. How much do you want?" Well, Henrietta loaned me 5 million so I could win the phoenix. But if you have it, I would like to borrow another 10 on top of that. Lynn says, sure, 15 million is easy. Henrietta says, I appreciate you paying me back so soon, but what is the extra 10 million for? I want to hire the merchant group to acquire more elven slaves for me. Henrietta says, okay, we can do that. How are we going to arrange delivery? What city that you have a branch in is the furthest west on the northern coast? Henrietta looks at my map and says, this one. That is right next to the demon territory, isn't it? Henrietta says, yes, it is. It is known as the Demon Hunter City. A lot of hunters have come to specialize in hunting demons because of the bounty on them. That city is the capital of a small independent kingdom that is neutral ground. As such, it has become the base for a majority of the hunters who don't like the strict laws in the two empires. All right, that should work. Can we arrange delivery there in, say, 2 months? Henrietta says. It is doable, but transporting them that far will make it more expensive. That means you will get less slaves due to transport costs. That is fine. I will take whatever you can get me. Henrietta says, all right then, that is what we will do. Is there anything else you need help with? No, that is it. Thank you for all your help. It has been a pleasure doing business with you. Since my paddle is empty of funds, I just toss it on the table as Henrietta leaves. Lynn hands me the cage with the phoenix in it and gets herself some food. The little phoenix is looking at me, but it doesn't seem to realize what I am, Lynn says. So, Master, what is the plan now? Originally, I had escape routes planned out, but they won't work now that I have to go claim the island, Lynn says. I can help with that. The auction house has a teleport formation for moving things around. I already programmed it to teleport us to the island. However, there is a detachment of mages stationed to guard the island, so we will be spotted. Are the mages on the island itself? Lynn says, no, they are on the ground, but they will have spells set to monitor the island. So, they should leave once I claim the island. Lynn says they are supposed to, but I doubt they will. Even if I wasn't with you, they would want to know what you are up to? Information has value. That figures. Well, if they are below the island, they are going to regret it, Lynn says. What do you plan to do? I am going to rip all the metal out of the island and then fly away. Lynn says, in other words, the rest of the island will fall. Yeah, just teleport us to the island and you will see for yourself. Chapter 853. Lynn shrugs, walks over, touches my arm, and crushes a token she takes out. A second later, I feel a massive amount of mana gathering around us. The spell takes a minute to take effect, but then we are instantly teleported to the island. While I am looking around at the island, Lynn tosses a token down to the mages. They don't seem to care at first, but then they recognize Lynn and go a little crazy. A quick scan allows me to find and lock onto all the metal in the island, so I drop shapeshift. Climb on and hold onto the cage, please. Lynn runs over and happily jumps onto my back. She grabs a hold of the cage and then cuddles into my neck. I start flapping my wings so that I am under my own power. Then I summon the metal to me. At first, the entire island gains altitude, but then it starts to break apart. The structure of the island isn't able to handle the extra stress of being lifted. Once part of it breaks free, the rest of the island quickly crumbles. I don't get to see what happens to the mages on the ground, but I doubt they have a good time. Once all the metal breaks free, it gathers into a ball in front of me and I suck it into my ring. Then I fly towards the north, ignoring what damage I might have done. Lynn is surprisingly calm and only seems to care about rubbing against the fur of my neck. The baby phoenix keeps staring at me and occasionally letting out little chirps. Its mood seems to have improved the moment I ended my shapeshift, which makes sense. Then again, it is a bird, and I am a type of cat, so it shouldn't be so relaxed. Lynn says, where are we going? First, we need to get away from the Magic Kingdom. Once I am sure we aren't being followed, we will leave for the ship. Lynn says, I hate to say it, but we are already being followed. What? Where? Lynn points behind us and slightly off to one side. When I look where she is pointing, I see some black dots. Focusing my eyes lets me see that there are 12 of them and they are catching up. They are still too far away for me to tell exactly what they are, but that won't last. Do you know what they are? Lynn says. They should be mages riding griffins. Those are the Magic Kingdom's elite scouts. The Magic Kingdom has griffins. Why would the elite scouts come after us? Lynn says. That might be because of me. Oh, don't tell me you are a princess. Lynn says, no, I am not. The Magic Kingdom doesn't even have a king. It is ruled by a council made up of senior mages and led by a chief magister. Are you his daughter then? Lynn says. No, but his son is the problem. He has declared he will make me his wife no matter what it takes. It doesn't even matter what I want. He has even killed some of my other suitors. So, you think he sent the scouts after us? Is he the real reason you wanted to leave with me? Lynn says, I am fairly sure it is him, and yes, he is a large part of the reason I want to leave. The other reasons I told you are still true, though. Do you think he is here personally? If so, I will turn around and kill them. Lynn says, number he never shows up in person. If he did, I would have killed him and run away already. It would be better if we could just lose them. Can you fly any faster? Sure I can. I am just flying casually right now. In fact, I don't actually know how fast I can fly. So, you'd better hold on tight and don't drop the phoenix. Once I feel Lynn take a better hold on my fur, I start flapping my wings faster. I don't immediately go for my full speed. I slowly increase my speed bit by bit. That way Lynn should be able to hold on, or at least tell me when she can't take any more. Before long, the griffins stop gaining on us. But I am nowhere near my full speed. I didn't lie to Lynn. I really don't know what my top speed is. I haven't tested it. Now is probably not the time to find out. Lynn probably couldn't hand on. How are you doing? Lynn says. If I wasn't holding the cage, I would be fine. But with the cage, you can't go much faster. That is fine. At this speed, the griffins are already falling behind. Are they likely to use tracking magic on us? Lynn says. I doubt it. None of the tracking magic I know can be cast at that range. They never got close enough to cast it on us. That is good. I will maintain this speed, so just hold on for an hour or so. Lynn says no problem. Since there isn't much to do as I fly north, I start telling Lynn my story from the beginning. It will help pass the time, and it is good for Lynn to know my origins at least. After about a half an hour of flying, I lose sight of the pursuing griffins. However, I maintain my speed and keep flying straight north for another hour. Only then do I find a secluded spot to land and let Lynn climb down from my back. Then I take the cage from her, set it down, and open it after Lynn backs off. As soon as the cage door opens, a huge wave of flame comes rushing out. It is a good thing Lynn backed off, or she probably would have died instantly. For me, the flames just feel like sinking into a nice warm bath. It is fairly pleasant. Once the flames die away, the baby phoenix just stares at me with an adorable look of shock. It chirps at me, but it seems that it is too young to be able to communicate yet. Just out of curiosity, I return the favor and throw some fire back at the little bird. To my surprise, the little thing opens its mouth and swallows the flames I threw at it. After eating the flames, it lets out a cute little burp, then waddles over and rubs up against my leg. Up close, I can see that it has actual feathers and they are covered by flames. The flames on the feathers get stronger after the phoenix eats my flames. Out of curiosity, I summon up some more flames and the baby greedily gobbles them down. After eating the second batch of flames, the baby curls up on top of my paw and falls asleep. Lynn says, "That is amazing. It is actually acting friendly with you. That is only because I fed it. Didn't anyone think to feed it?" Lynn says, "The only time the cage was opened was when someone was trying to control it. Most of those mages ended up burned to a crisp. No wonder the poor thing was so hungry. Unfortunately, by being the first one to feed it, I probably just got another kid." Lynn says, "What do you mean, another kid?" "Sorry, I hadn't gotten to that part of the story yet. I have adopted several beasts as my kids." Chapter 854, Lynn says. "Well, I guess that makes sense since you are a beast. So, how many is several?" I sit down and start telling her about all of my kids and how I met each of them. While I am talking, I take some food for the both of us from my food pouch. At this point, I don't see any reason to hide anything from Lynn. I trust her a little. Besides, at this point, if she does something, she doesn't stand much of a chance to escape. Unless she somehow disables me, which I doubt she is strong enough to. Just from how beautiful she is, I believe her stories about the men pursuing her. As one, I am well aware that men are pigs. When you add the arrogance of a noble, you get a monster. If he is a mage, his arrogance will only become worse, a monster in human skin. In Lin's case, death would probably be preferable to falling into his hands. Considering that, I can't really blame her for gambling on running away with a beast like me. As long as she has no ulterior motives, it is a gamble that is going to pay off. I have no problem with teaching her my magic, if she is capable of learning it. First, though, she is going to have to figure out how to get along with the elves. Stillwater and the other leaders don't worry me, but the rest of the elves might be a problem. Considering what they have been through, I really can't blame them for hating humans. Lin says, "How long are we going to stay here?" "Just until I am sure that no one is tracking us. We will be leaving by gate, but I have to be sure none of the mages can learn from it." Lin says, "By gate? Sounds interesting." "Since we need to wait a bit, how did your meditation go last night?" Lin says, "I managed to enter the state you spoke of, but nothing else happened. Although, this morning I was far more rested than normal. That is pretty good for your first attempt, especially since I was rushed in teaching you. Let's fix that first. Having taught Grimgar previously makes teaching Lin much easier for me. It also helps that Lin is extremely intelligent. She only needs to be taught something once. It really isn't fair that she has both beauty and brains, not to mention a good personality. As I am teaching her, I get to learn another side of her personality, a childlike side. She shows it to me when she gets excited about learning something new. Her thirst for knowledge is even stronger than mine, especially about magic. She has endless questions, but they are intelligent and never repeat, so they don't annoy me. In fact, once she learns the basics, some of her questions give me new ideas to explore. I am also learning more about human magic from her as I am teaching her. The entire time we are talking, I scan the area around us with mana, looking for mages. We talk for a few hours, but there is no sign of any mages following us. At this point, I am as sure as I can be that we are safe, so I go ahead and open a gate to the ship. The baby phoenix is still asleep on my paw, so I simply lift it up and walk on the other three. I made the gate big enough that Lin can walk through by my side so I can protect her. When we step through the gate into my cabin, we find it occupied by Stillwater. He is sitting reading a book. Albion is currently acting as his backrest and Nala's head is in his lap. Stillwater looks surprised and embarrassed when he sees me come out of the gate. He then gets dumped onto his back as Albion and Nala rush to greet me. Considering how long I have been gone, their excitement to see me is understandable. I am careful of the baby phoenix, but I still pet the two of them in greeting. Lin stands off to the side and watches us with a bright smile on her face. Stillwater says, "Ash, welcome back. Who is this?" "Hi, Stillwater. This is Lin, a human mage, but she is not an enemy." Stillwater says, "I already guessed that since she came with you. However, some of my people are not going to be happy about this. I already figured that would be the case. However, I am going to be keeping her here and teaching her for a while. I will keep her with me as much as I can, but I will not treat her like a prisoner." Stillwater says, "Actually, you keeping her close might cause even more problems." "What do you mean?" Instead of answering me directly, Stillwater takes out a scroll and lets it unfurl. With Stillwater standing and holding the top of the scroll, the bottom still hits the floor. I notice that the scroll is covered in writing, but each line only contains a word or two. "What is this?" Stillwater says. "This is a petition that I was forced to present to you. This is the name of every woman on this ship that wants to be your partner." "Partner? What is that supposed to mean?" Stillwater says, "You are going to make me spell it out for you? They all want to be your bed partner." While I just stand and stare at Stillwater in shock, Lin busts up laughing at me. Stillwater has a rather disgruntled look on his face. This obviously isn't his idea. The length of the scroll on its own is intimidating, and I don't even want to look at the names. "Just tell them all they are rejected. I don't need a partner like that." Stillwater says, "Oh no, I am not getting any more involved. You can reject them yourself." "I don't want to get torn apart," Lin says. "Do you want to use me as a shield?" They are probably going to hate me anyway. I don't know yet. Maybe. I will deal with it later. For now, we need to get the ship underway. Stillwater says I will go summon everyone back to the ship. All right, let's plan to set sail in the morning. We still have one more city to raid before we reach the northern coast. Stillwater says, you still plan to continue the raids? Yes, I do. Although the last city on the northern coast will be spared, Stillwater says. Why so? Lynn gave me some money to hire a human merchant group. They are going to gather as many elven slaves as they can. They will deliver them to that city in 2 months. Stillwater says, really? That is great. Thank you, Lynn. Lynn says, I just loaned him some money. It was no big deal. While that is true, we should spread the word as Stillwater stated it. It might help you get along with the rest of the elves. Stillwater says, I guarantee it will, Lynn says. If you say so, I will do whatever you want, Master. For now, just go ahead and spread the word about her help. Don't mention anything about the stupid scroll. Stillwater says, sure thing. Chapter 855. Stillwater leaves, and as the door closes behind him, the baby phoenix wakes up. It looks around nervously at first, but it looks at me and then relaxes. Nala comes over to give the baby a sniff and gets a face full of flames. Luckily, Nala is not hurt by the flames, but anyone else would have been. I lift the phoenix up until I can look it in the eye and then try to communicate with it. At least I need to convey to it that it is safe and doesn't need to be scared. The problem is that I don't speak bird. All I can do is try to convey feelings directly. I do this by attaching the feelings to a tiny amount of mana and sending it over. It seems to work. The baby calms down and starts looking around curiously. Of course, I can instantly recognize curiosity, so I walk around the room carrying the baby. I let it get a good look around, and then slowly introduce it to Albion, Nala, and Lynn. After it is comfortable with them, I put it down and let it waddle around on its own. Lynn says, aren't you worried it will set the room on fire? Not really. The ship is enchanted with protection against fire, and I can put out a fire pretty quick if one starts. Besides, the baby should only shoot out flames if it gets scared. Lynn says, aren't people likely to come rushing in once they hear you are back? Oh yeah, that is probably true. Why didn't I think of that? Lynn says, I don't know, but you should probably do something about it. Before I can think of what to do, the door opens, but luckily the one who enters does so calmly. It is Silverleaf who enters, and while the baby runs over to me, it doesn't shoot off any flames. It helps that both Nala and Albion rush over to greet Silverleaf, who starts petting them. The baby is really skittish, but it is understandable considering its life so far. Given a few days here, it should calm down as it gets used to the surroundings. For now, I just let it hide behind my leg and watch Silverleaf interact with Albion and Nala. Hi, Silverleaf. Please keep your movements slow. This little one is a bit nervous right now. Silverleaf says, Ash, it is so good to have you back. Does this little one have a name yet? It's cute? No, I haven't named it yet. It will barbecue if you startle it, so be careful. Luckily, Silverleaf is smart enough to listen to me and kneels down a few steps away. Once she stops moving, the baby phoenix slowly comes out and approaches her. After a minute, it relaxes and moves closer so that Silverleaf is able to pet it. Silverleaf says, it is adorable. What do you plan to do with it? Well, unless it chooses to leave, I will probably adopt it. I also have a drake egg that I plan to help hatch. If I do it soon, then the two of them can grow up together. Silverleaf says, a drake egg? Can I see it? Sure. By the way, this is Lynn. She is my student. Silverleaf was mistreated and abused by humans, but she is polite as she greets Lynn. I wasn't too worried about her reaction, but it'd probably be different if it was a man. Silverleaf has shown herself to be strong yet calm since I met her, but you never know what is under the surface. Out of everyone, other than Stillwater, she is the one I wanted to meet Lynn first. As long as she has a good impression of Lynn, it will go a long way in keeping problems from happening, especially since she is good at getting her sister Silverstream to remain calm. Now, the only one I am really worried about is Brightfire. She is way too impulsive. However, if the three of them, and Stillwater except Lynn, the rest of the elves should behave. Or at least, that is what I am hoping. I will just have to wait and see how it goes. Oh, Silverleaf, that reminds me. Thank you for taking care of Albion and Nala for me. Silverleaf says, "It was my pleasure. We got along really well. Although not as well as Brightfire is getting along with Keeble and Nisha. Oh, to be honest, I had forgotten about those two." Silverleaf says, "You better not say that to Nisha. She will be crushed," Lynn says. "Who are Keeble and Nisha? Why would Nisha be crushed?" "Keeble and Nisha are brother and sister. They are beasts who can take human form. Nisha has a slight crush on me," Silverleaf says. "A slight crush? Are you really that blind? Or are you just stupid?" Lynn says, "I take it this Nisha has a large crush on him." Silverleaf says, "Huge. Ash is practically all she ever talks about." "Wait, don't tell me she is the one behind that stupid list," Silverleaf says. "Oh, you already heard about that. So, who are you going to choose? Please don't pick my sister. I am not going to choose anyone." "Wait, Silverstream put her name on the list?" Silverleaf says. "Yes, she did. So did I, and so did Brightfire." Lynn says, "Well, Master, you certainly seem to be popular. No wonder you turned me down. This has nothing to do with that. Brightfire is no surprise, but you and your sister are truly shocking." Silverleaf yells, "You truly are blind," and rushes out of the room. Lynn says, "That was not a wise thing to say." "Master, I know, but I was too shocked to think straight. I really never imagined that she thought of me that way." Lynn says, "She was right. You really are blind." "It would seem so. Now what do I do?" Lynn says, "Wait until she cools off and then apologize." "Apologize for what?" Lynn says, "For being a blind idiot. Unless you actually want her. In that case, you should chase her down right now." "No, I will wait till she cools off." Lynn says, "If you aren't interested in her, who are you interested in?" "No one." "I can't afford to get entangled with anyone. There is too much depending on me." Lynn says, "What if there are no entanglements? What if it is for pure fun?" "It still isn't possible. I am too strong. I will break anyone I am with." Lynn says, "Then have your fun while shapeshifted." "My stats don't change when I shapeshift, only my appearance." Lynn says, "Have you tried?" "Well, no, I guess I haven't." Lynn says, "It seems to me that you are just hiding behind a bunch of excuses. It seems to me that you should be practicing your meditation." Lynn laughs, but she obediently sits down in a corner and starts meditating. She obviously won that round, but I couldn't really argue with her since she is right. It does not bode well for the immediate future that she can already read me so well, especially since I have absolutely no idea what she is thinking or planning. To avoid thinking about it, I take out some metal and shape it into a huge bowl. Then, I fill it with coal and light it on fire. This immediately attracts the baby phoenix. Chapter 856. The baby climbs up into the fire and happily curls up in the middle of it. It should make a good bed for it, but I also take out the drake egg and put it in the coals. The baby phoenix sniffs at it a bit, but doesn't seem to mind sharing its bed. Once the baby has satisfied its curiosity, I feed it and the egg some magical fire. The baby eats its fill and then quickly falls asleep in the middle of the coals. It looks like this will work as its bed and it should help the drake egg hatch. It also warms the room up nicely. It is still winter after all, and we have moved further north. With the baby asleep, I lay down with Albion and Nala to give them some affection. The peace and quiet doesn't last. The door opens and Silverstream comes in. Silverstream says, "What did you do to my sister?" I was honest, and told her how shocked I was that you and her put your names on that stupid list. Silverstream says, "What is wrong with us being interested in you? Why did you have to hurt her like that? Don't you know what she has been through?" "No, I don't. But I have some guesses, which is part of why I was so surprised. There is no way she can be healed already." Silverstream says, "Of course she isn't. She shouldn't have put her name on the list. But you didn't have to act so shocked. You made things worse." "I couldn't help it. I really was that shocked. I didn't mean to hurt her, and once she cools down, I will apologize." What even possessed the two of you? You should know me well enough to know I would never pay attention to that list. Silverstream says, It isn't like we expected you to actually choose one of us. It was more that we knew you would never even realize our feelings if we didn't do something. Lynn says, It looks like everyone knows how blind you are, Master. You are supposed to be meditating. Since you aren't, come meet Silverstream. She is Silverleaf's older sister. Lynn says, Yes, I gathered that from the conversation, Master. Hello, Silverstream. It is nice to meet you. Silverstream says, Hello, Lynn. Why do you call Ash Master? Are you a slave? Lynn says, No, I am not a slave. From what I have seen, Ash doesn't like slaves. Ash is my teacher. I call him Master out of respect. Silverstream says, No, he doesn't like slavery. But I thought he might make an exception for a beautiful human woman. I would not. Lynn says, Ash is a good man. He has already rejected my offer several times, but I haven't given up yet. Silverstream says, Oh, Brightfire is not going to like you. Nisha may even try to kill you. I doubt it will go that far. Silverstream says, You really underestimate how obsessed Nisha is with you. Don't forget that she is a beast with a beast's instincts to fight for their mate. I am not her mate, Silverstream says. It doesn't matter if you are or not. All that matters is what she thinks. Lynn says, Let her come after me. I can handle myself. In fact, I am fine with being your shield if you want. We should try to avoid fights amongst ourselves. But what do you mean by being my shield? Lynn says, If we tell everyone that I am your lover, then they will target me and leave you alone. That would put you in more danger. It is not a good idea to turn half the people on the ship into your enemies. Lynn says, Are there any powerful mages other than you? Silverstream says, Number all we have are the wands that Ash made for us. Lynn says, Wait, wands? They aren't like the wands you are thinking of. My wands simply store and release a single spell. Lynn says, That is incredible. As long as they can't use the wands, I don't fear anyone who can't use magic. I know plenty of spells to protect against physical attacks. Don't forget, I am a powerful mage. I can protect myself. That is not the point. I am sure you can take care of yourself. The point is that there is no reason for you to be fighting. Silverstream says, Actually, I think her idea is pretty good. You are still underestimating how obsessed some of the women you have saved are about you. Lynn says, It probably doesn't help that he is cute and fuzzy. Silverstream says, That and his elven form is very handsome. My feelings for Ash aren't that strong, but I would still jump in his bed at a word. Silverstream, that is not funny, Lynn says. Master, she wasn't joking. You really don't understand your appeal to women, do you? No, I don't. I do not understand women at all, Lynn says. Not only that, but you don't seem to want to try to understand them. So instead, why don't you just let me deal with it and you can focus on other things? Why are you so eager for this? What is your motivation? Lynn says, I am going to chase away all my competition so that I can seduce you. As I snap my head around to look at her, the look on my face must be a sight, because both Lynn and Silverstream bust up laughing at me to the point they have to hold their sides. They laugh for several minutes before they calm down, but at least they didn't wake the baby. All right, joke's over. Go to bed. Lynn says, Why do you assume I was joking? I meant everything I said. Silverstream says, Ash, you are so smart the rest of the time, so how can you be so dense? Enough of this, I am tired. Oh, Silverstream, please have a couple of male guards put on my door. Silverstream says, How come? Are you worried about being attacked in your sleep? No, I am worried about someone bursting in, startling the baby, and getting barbicked. Silverstream says, Oh, all right. I will arrange it. Silverstream leaves, but when I turn to talk to Lynn, she is already meditating. Or at least she is pretending to be. Either way I decide to drop the issue, it is too complicated for me to think about right now. I go back to lying down with Nala and Albion. Then I open a soulscape. I invite the kids, but not Miria. I have had enough of women for right now. I spend some time playing with the kids and not thinking about anything else. Then, after ending the soulscape, I go to sleep for what is left of the night. Chapter 857. When I wake up, I find a sleeping Lynn snuggled in between Nala and I, but at least she is dressed. However, I have no idea how she managed to get there without waking me up. I don't fully trust her yet, so I should have woken up as soon as she moved near me. At least, I don't think I trust her that much, but maybe that has changed. Now that we are on the ship, she doesn't really have much choice but to stay with me. Besides, some of the things she said yesterday still have me somewhat confused. Just as I am about to get up, I realize there is an extra weight on top of my head. I look around without moving and quickly spot that the baby phoenix isn't in the fire. Probably because the coals have all burnt away. I will have to ask the elves to bring more. The egg is still there, but the lack of fire shouldn't cause any problems for it. With as much as I have been feeding it, it should start to show signs of hatching soon. When I slowly raise my head, I hear a soft chirp, and then the baby phoenix leans over to look me in the eye. I carefully reach up and gently pet it, but as I move, I end up waking up the others. Since everyone is awake anyway, I stop trying to be quiet and just get up. I ask one of the guards outside to fetch more coal from the crafters, and once it arrives, I restart the fire. After I feed it some magical fire, the baby phoenix returns to the fire and goes to sleep. It is sleeping a lot, but I am not too worried. It was starved by the humans, for who knows how long. As a baby, it needs lots of food and sleep, but it should be able to recover. After all, it is the legendary phoenix. It should be able to recover from anything. I need to figure out if it is going to let me adopt it. If so, I need to give it a name. I should also figure out its gender, but I don't know how to tell a bird's gender. Lynn, do you know how to tell what the phoenix's gender is? Lynn says, as far as the legends say, all the phoenix are female. Really? Then how do they reproduce? Lynn says, according to the legend, they don't. There are as many now as there were at the beginning. Then how is this one a baby? Lynn says, it must have been reborn right before it was captured. Oh, I guess that makes sense. So, how come you were sleeping instead of meditating? Lynn says, I achieved what you told me to and didn't know what to do next. Besides, I couldn't resist such a fuzzy and comfortable bed. So you managed to see your mana pool. How did it look to you? Lynn says, yes, I did. Several times, it looks kind of chaotic with different mana types spread out. That is right. Did you also see all the black flecks floating around? Lynn says. Yes, why? Here, take my hand. I am going to show you my mana pool. As I hold out my paw, Lynn places both her hands on it and starts rubbing my fur. Ignoring that, I enter my meditation room and then pull Lynn's consciousness inside. Then I lead her mind into my body to take a look at my mana pool before returning her to her own body. Lynn says, it is all pure mana, no elements at all. How did you do that? By filtering my mana and converting all the elemental mana into pure mana. I will teach you how to do that later. First, you need to remove all the black flecks. Those are impurities that have built up, probably due to the spells you have used. Lynn says, so my goal is to have a mana pool like yours? Yes. The way I manipulate mana only works on pure mana. Before we can see if you can learn my ways of casting spells, you need to purify your mana. Lynn says, all right, let's get started. I spend the next half hour explaining to Lynn how to remove the impurities from her mana. It isn't all that hard. It just takes a lot of time and focus to remove the impurities one by one. With how dedicated Lynn is, I expect her to remove them all in a day or two at most. Once I am done explaining, Lynn moves off to the side to sit down and meditate. I can tell from the motion of the ship that we are still anchored and haven't moved yet. We are probably still waiting for Brightfire and her group to return to the ship. Knowing her, she is dragging things out as long as possible so that she can fight more. She should show up sometime today, and we will set sail once she does. For now, there is nothing important that I need to do, so it is time to face the music. So I open a soulscape. Saronia, Krenosha, I invite you to my soulscape. They don't show up immediately, but that is not too surprising. They are probably busy. While I wait for them, I go over what I need to ask them so I don't forget. Unfortunately, all that I can think of before they arrive is the praying thing and the food pouch. Saronia says, Ash, so you are finally ready to face us? Chronosia says. He probably needs help with something, otherwise he would keep hiding. I haven't been hiding. I was in the human cities and was worried about being caught. I wasn't sure if praying near the churches of another pantheon would be detected, Saronia says. It could be detected, yes, but only if a god happened to be looking at the city at the time. That isn't very likely, though. Chronotia says, with Ash's luck, an entire pantheon would be having a meeting right as he prayed. So I did the right thing, Saronia says. I guess so. If the local pantheons found out about the two of you, would it be bad? Chronotia says yes, it would. They can't attack us directly, but they could send their followers to our lands. Once they did that, they could then attack and kill us, Saronia says. That is unlikely, though. They are too busy to care about us. What about the guy who was corrupting your priests? I think his name was Hollows or something. Chronotia says, that was just a single god and he was acting alone. He was probably trying to increase his power to fight someone else in his pantheon. Doesn't him knowing the location of the peninsula spell trouble for you too? Chronotia says, it could if he spread the word. That hasn't happened yet, so don't worry about it. When the war with the demons happens, word will spread anyway. Hopefully by then the pantheons will be busy dealing with the Maker, Saronia says. Maybe, but we can't count on it. Anyway, that is our problem, not yours. Chronotia says yes, enough about us. Why don't you tell us what you have been up to? Chapter 858. So I tell them about my little side adventure in the human lands and the auction. They both have a good laugh at my problems with the princess trying to chase me. Neither of them is surprised when I tell them about the phoenix and the drake egg. That reminds me, do either of you know what a phoenix eats? Is it going to be okay with just magical fire? Or does it need meat too? Saronia says. It will be good with just fire, but meat can be used too. That is good. Speaking of food, is there a way to add new recipes to the food pouch? Saronia says, no. We didn't think of that. Then can I have permission to see if I can improve the pouch? Chronotia says, I guess so. But if you break it, we won't replace it. That is fine. My skills have improved quite a bit. I shouldn't have any problems, Saronia says. So, is that all that happened on your adventure? Yeah, pretty much, Chronosia says. Then why didn't you mention Lynn at all? Saronia says. Are you trying to keep your new girlfriend a secret from us? First of all, she is not my girlfriend. She might be a student, but I am not sure yet. Honestly, I don't know what to call her right now. The two goddesses give me a look and then start moving towards me. As they move, for the first time ever, I feel my control of the soulscape broken. Not only do the goddesses take control of the soulscape, but they also force me to shapeshift. By the time they reach me, I am in human form and there is a force holding me in place. I might be strong enough to have fought them for control, but I wasn't expecting the attack. A chair appears behind me and they force me to sit down, then they each sit on one of my legs. What is going on? Why did you take over my soulscape? Saronia says. So that you can't escape? Chronotia says, we are tired of the way you always dodge or avoid us. Saronia says, that is right. This time, you can't run away. Tell us the truth. All right, I find her attractive and was tempted for a minute, but I am not getting involved with her. I am just going to teach her, because I am curious if a human can learn to use magic the way I do. Saronia says, if you were tempted, why did you back off? She straight up offered for it to just be fun with no attachments. Just how much have you been watching me? Chronotia says, pretty much constantly since you met her. Now answer the question. I am going to die. I have mostly made peace with that. I am worried if I get attached to someone, it will make it harder. Saronia says, you are afraid that living will make dying harder. I hate to tell you this, Ash, but that is how life works. Chronotia says, if you keep bottling things up and getting frustrated, you may not live to see the demon war. The way you are going to snap and go insane. If that happens, your friends and kids will be the ones that have to put you down. Do you really want to do that to them? Oh, come on. You are exaggerating. It is not that bad. I won't go insane before the war. Saronia says, why take the chance? If you don't want to get involved with a mortal, we can help you relieve your stress. I am a mortal. How am I supposed to wrap my head around sleeping with a goddess, let alone two of you? Krenosha says, then choose a mortal to have fun with. There is a whole list of them just waiting for one word from you. You saw that too, huh? Is that what set all of this off? Saronia says, no, we have been worrying about you for a while. You are under a lot of stress and it will only get worse. If you don't find an outlet, then you could face some serious problems. Krenosia says, of course. We were hoping you would choose us. Just as we hope for you to choose to become a god and take us as your wives. We both genuinely care about what happens to you, and not just because we need you to win the war. I admit that my mental state has changed some since I was summoned. That is only natural considering what I have been through. I don't think I have gone crazy, nor do I think I will. But I promise to think about what you have said. However, I am not promising to do anything more than think about it, Saronia says. I guess that is enough for now. Please stop avoiding us, though. We want to be of help. If nothing else, you can always come to us to talk. We may not always be able to help, but we can listen. Krenosha says, we are also available if you want to do more than talk. Keep in mind, this is a soulscape. There are no consequences here. I have to worry about breaking the mortal girls because of my strength. With the two of you, I am more worried that you will break me. But I will keep that in mind as well. Saronia says that is all we can ask for now. Do you have any other questions for us? Number. Oh, wait. Is it going to be a problem for the world if I build an airship? Krenosha says, an airship? Are you meaning a ship that can fly? Is that even possible? Yes. I have been thinking of ways to make my current ship into an airship. Saronia says that would be an impressive sight to see. It will probably change the world, but progress is progress. It can't be stopped. So, if you can build an airship, then go ahead. I've still got a few things to figure out, but I am pretty sure I can do it. Once I figure things out, it will still take some time to make modifications to the ship. I just wanted to get permission now before I forget to ask. Krenosha says, that is a nice change. Normally you ask after you have already done something. That is because I forget, or because I figure you will say no if I ask first. In my old world, we had a saying, it is easier to beg for forgiveness than to ask for permission. Saronia says, that saying pretty much describes most of our interactions. You have been using that saying to deal with us from the start, haven't you? Maybe, Krenosia says. Are we really that scary? Yes, Saronia says. Why are we scary to you? For one thing, you are goddesses. For another, you control whether I live or die. I have enough problems dealing with beautiful women. When you add godhood on top, it becomes terrifying. No matter how friendly you act, or how much you tease me, I can never forget that you can kill me with a thought. Krenosha says, I would never do that. I didn't say you would, I said you could. Just the fact that you can is scary enough, especially since I seem to be really good at pissing you both off. Saronia says, I always thought you did that on purpose. You seem to enjoy us being mad at you. Chapter 859. I did. You are both even cuter when you are mad. That doesn't mean I wasn't scared of you the entire time, Krenosha says. And here I thought you said you weren't going insane. I am not. I was already like this when you summoned me. Krenosha says, fair enough. Saronia says, so? Now what? Is there a way we can reassure you or ease your mind about us? Not really. I like the both of you and for the most part I trust you. The fact that the two of you are interested in me, while flattering, is also very overwhelming. I have already decided that I will choose to be reborn. If I was willing to become a god, it would be a different story. I would happily take you as my wives, Krenosha says. Then we will wait. Maybe after your next life you will be willing to become a god. We are immortal. We can be patient. Saronia says, that is right. You are worth waiting for, Ash. I didn't even think of that. Right now I can't even think past my death. Saronia says, That is only natural. As long as your soul isn't destroyed, we can easily wait several lifetimes for you. Krenosha says, that is if you stay mortal. You are currently looking more like a strange type of dragon. If you continue on this path, you may stop being immortal. What will you do then? I honestly have no idea. If I stop being immortal, does that mean my time limit will be gone? Krenosha says, I can't be sure. It is not like I've done this before. However, a dragon's life is beyond my ability to affect, so you should live on your own. Well, if it happens, I will figure it out then. For now, I am just going to take things as they come. Saronia says, that is probably for the best, but you should still relieve your stress. If not with us, then Lynn seems like an acceptable choice. If I sleep with Lynn, do you know how many women are going to want to kill her? Or even me? Saronia says. Not exactly, but quite a few. Still, you shouldn't let that stop you from enjoying life. You can rest assured that the two of us will not act out of jealousy against either of you. That is a relief. I still feel that doing something like that would create more problems than it will solve. Krenosha says, it is better to have to deal with a bunch of small problems in order to fix a big problem. That is easy for you to say. You are not the one they will be after, Saronia says. Just let Lynn worry about that. She has already said that she is willing to. She doesn't know what she is getting into. It isn't the girls on the ship that really worry me. It is when we get back to the peninsula and Miria finds out that I am worried about. Krenosia says, that is simple. Just sleep with Miria too. She will be fine with anything as long as she gets to have you. I haven't even agreed to one, and you are already trying to add a second. Krenosia says, I am just suggesting an answer to your worries. Saronia says, my sister has a point. Miria would definitely agree to share you. From what I have seen, Lynn would agree as well. It would solve most of your problems. You should consider it. I can't believe the both of you are discussing this so calmly. Saronia says, why wouldn't we? As gods, we have a completely different perspective than mortals. Yet you are still sitting on my lap. Krenosha says, it is comfortable. Why would we move? Just because we have agreed to wait for you doesn't mean we have to give up on teasing you, does it? I guess not. If you stopped, I would miss it. Saronia says that is good to hear. Krenosha says while we would like to keep teasing you, we should let you think things through. True, you have given me a lot to think about. Although most of it is stuff I prefer to avoid thinking about. Saronia says you need to stop avoiding it. The changes you are worrying about in your mentality are directly related to you bottling everything up. Krenosha says repressing yourself is never a good idea. All right, I get it. I will think about what you have said. Saronia says, then we will leave you alone for now. If you need to talk, just summon us. We won't play any more tricks after this. Krenosha says yes, despite everything. We aren't mad at you. Oh, that reminds me. I have one other idea that I plan to try that might piss you off. Well, I am pretty sure it is going to piss you off. Saronia says, oh, what madness have you thought up now? I want to suck the fire essence out of the god gem and feed it to the phoenix and the drake, Krenosha says. You what? That is insane. Saronia says, sure, go ahead. Krenosha says, sister, what are you thinking? Saronia says, I am thinking that it is Ash and he will do it anyway. This way at least we know and can help him if the gem sucks him in again. Krenosha says, that is true, I guess. Even if we told him not to, he would probably still do it. So, I have permission, Saronia says. Yes, just try to be careful. I will. I don't plan to touch the gem directly. I am fairly confident about handling the gem, but I am not sure what the energy will do. Saronia says, it should work with what you are planning. The phoenix will be able to eat anything related to fire, even a god's fire. The drake would have problems if it ate it directly, but being in the egg should allow it to work. It might affect the drake and make it closer to a dragon, but that is just a guess. What if I eat the energy? Krenosia says, with all the changes you have gone through, there is no way to tell. Even we can't guess at this point what will happen to you. Saronia says, we aren't even sure what you are now. You have altered yourself too many times. I can't argue that. But they weren't all my fault. Krenosha says, most of them were. Saronia says, your curiosity is to blame for most of your actions. That is Krenosha's fault for putting me in a cat. I was never this curious in my past life. Saronia says, I find that hard to believe. Krenosia says, yeah, don't try to blame me. Saronia says, if that is true, do you think removing you from your body would cure your curiosity? I don't know. It might be too late at this point. Besides, can you take me out of this body? Krenosha says, nope, we just wanted to see what you would say. Saronia says, even if we could, would you want to? Probably not, at least not right now. Being human again has its appeal, but this body is more suited for the war. I will be human again in my next life. That is soon enough, Saronia says. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Not for now. I have enough to think about. Chapter 860. First, I feel my control of the soulscape return. Then they take turns to kiss me. Unlike before, the kisses are just simple pecks. It looks like they are going to tease me less. Or at least they are going to wait and let me sort things out before they tease me for real. They say goodbye and then leave the soulscape. But I don't end it right away. I can't help but wonder if they are right and that I should give in to their suggestion. I know that going without sex for long periods of time can cause personality changes. I have been changing, but I can't know for sure if that is the reason for the changes or not. After all, I have been through plenty of things that could change a person. In my last life, I barely even got into a fight. Yet here I have been fighting almost non-stop. Just the amount of people I have killed is reason enough for my personality to change. The fact that killing doesn't bother me is a definite sign that something is wrong with me. I don't want to think about it too much because there is still a lot of fighting and killing ahead. If I lose the ability to kill without regret, it could cripple me and lead to my death. A single second of hesitation in a fight could easily lead to my death. Despite knowing that I am going to die after the war, I am still afraid of death. The goddesses are right. I have been bottling up pretty much all of my feelings. The only time I haven't held anything back is when I am with my kids. I told the goddesses that I was afraid to get attached because it would make dying harder. The problem is that I have already become attached to my kids and am afraid of leaving them. Yet, despite that, I just keep collecting more kids that I won't be around to raise. It makes me feel bad for them, but I can't bring myself to distance myself from them. Hopefully, Kachara and Asuna will be old enough to understand and be there for the others. Although, I should really try to stop adopting more kids from now on. Once the drake egg hatches, it will bring the total up to 8. That is more than enough. Come to think of it, I am going to need to think of names for the phoenix and the drake. Coming up with names is the hardest part for me. All I can really do is steal them. However, that can wait for later. Right now, I need to decide what I am going to do about Lynn. Considering I am attached to the kids, I can't really use that as an excuse. I have been avoiding the issue and making excuses pretty much since I came to this world. How different would things be by now if I had accepted Ruby's advances? For one thing, she would probably still be by my side instead of running around with Isabella. While Ruby is beautiful, her intensity was scary. She wasn't in love with me. She was obsessed. That is not healthy for either of us. Getting together with her would have been a mistake. Miria is a different story. In the beginning, her feelings were mainly based on gratitude. Over time, I feel like things changed, and that now she might actually love me. The problem is I don't love her, although that is because I have tried to avoid her. If I let myself get close to her, who can say what will happen between us? Miria has done a lot for me and definitely deserves to be given a chance. However, I won't see her for months yet. If I wait that long, I will go back to making excuses. Lynn, on the other hand, is right here in the room with me and has offered several times. The problem is that she is human. If I take her as a lover, the elves are not going to be happy. The more I think about it, the more complicated it gets, and it is only going to get worse. At this rate, I am going to end up building a harem, and that is something I don't want to do. Sure, in my old life I fantasized about having a harem, but I don't actually want to do that. Trying to keep up with the thoughts of one woman is hard enough. Multiple women is impossible. Not to mention the drama if the women don't get along. I don't even want to imagine the arguments. If I had a harem, there would be no avoiding the fights. I would be in the middle of them. I really don't want to have a harem, but there are too many women who want to be with me. Most of them I can just ignore, but there are a few that deserve more from me. Lynn hasn't made it onto that list yet, but she is the one I am the most attracted to. She is also the one that I feel will create the least drama and will even help reduce the drama. She has already offered to be my shield against the other women on the ship. That was very brave of her when she doesn't know the women involved. I still want to get to know her better, but I am seriously considering it. I guess the first thing I need to do is see if I can lower my strength by shapeshifting. If not, then all this thinking is pointless since I won't be able to do anything. With that in mind, I decide to end the soulscape and experiment with it. However, when I end the soulscape and open my eyes, I find things have changed. Brightfire and Nisha are currently spread eagled on the ceiling of the cabin. Keeble is currently rolling back and forth on the floor laughing, so it can't be too serious. Lynn says, "Master, you are awake. These two wanted to disturb you, so I restrained them." Brightfire says, "I wasn't trying to disturb you. I know better. I was trying to hold Nisha back. Can you tell whoever this is to put me down?" "Thank you, Lynn. You can put them down now." Lynn lets the two of them down, but as soon as she does, Nisha screams my name and pounces at me. However, Lynn is faster and Nisha finds herself right back on the ceiling. This sets Keeble off again, and even Brightfire starts laughing at her. Nisha says, "Let me down." "Ash is mine," Lynn says. "Oh, is he? Have you slept with him?" "Because I have." Nisha and Brightfire say, "What?" They both turn to stare at Lynn, although Nisha can only turn her head. Lynn just responds with a small smile and doesn't say anything despite being the center of attention. Even Keeble has stopped laughing and is staring at her in shock. I hadn't even decided if I was going to let her be my shield yet, and now the choice is out of my hands. However, Nisha is not going to back off easily, so it might be better to let Lynn handle it. I am not good at talking to women. I wouldn't be able to convince Nisha to give up, Nisha says. "I don't believe you. Ash is mine. I will sleep with him right here and now." Chapter 861. Lynn says, "No, you won't." Nisha descends from the ceiling, but instead of landing on the floor, she floats out of the room. Keeble quickly gets up and follows his floating sister. He is probably worried she will float overboard. I know that Lynn won't take things that far, at least not the first time. Brightfire says, "I can't believe it, but you didn't deny it. Ash, so it must be true. You really slept with her." As soon as she finishes speaking, Brightfire storms out of the cabin and slams the door behind her. This wakes up the baby. But luckily, it only looks around to locate me and then goes back to sleep. She reacted a lot calmer than I was expecting. There was no fire at all. I was sure that being startled awake would have led to at least a fireball. Instead, her first response was to find me. It looks like she is going to be one of my kids for sure. That still leaves me with the problem of thinking of a name for her. Lynn says, "I am sorry for acting without your permission, but that was the perfect opportunity. I hope you are not mad at me." "No, I am not mad. I hadn't decided yet, but I was leaning this way. I am not worried about Nisha, but Brightfire deserves an explanation. We have been through quite a lot together. If you weren't around, she would be at the top of the list." Lynn says, "Then that means I am at the top of the list. So you do like me. I like what I know of you so far, but I plan to learn more about you before I make a decision." Lynn says, "That is fine. I can be patient. Have you tested the shapeshift yet?" "No, not yet. I was planning to do that next, but then this happened." Lynn says, "What were you doing anyway?" From the fact that you didn't react when they barged in, I figured it was important. "I was in a soulscape talking to someone." Lynn says, "What is a soulscape?" Since the knowledge won't hurt anything, I take a few minutes to explain it to Lynn. Once I have explained it, I create another soulscape and invite her to see it for herself. The problem is that when she appears, she is completely naked and I just freeze. It turns out, to my shock, that she has been using some tricks with her clothes to hide her figure. She is even more amazing naked than when she is dressed, and I can't help but stare. Only when she realizes why I am staring and tries to cover up do I turn my back. "Sorry. You can create clothes just by imagining them. From now on, just imagine being dressed when you arrive and it will happen. Lynn says, "All right, you can turn around now. I noticed you got a good eyeful. Did you enjoy it?" I would be lying if I said I didn't. "So, you have been hiding your figure all this time." Lynn says, "Yes, I have. I had enough trouble with being chased. If I didn't hide my figure, it would only get worse." That makes sense. You've told me plenty about the pigs chasing you. You are safe now. The elves won't act that way. Lynn says, "Now that word has spread that I am yours, I doubt anyone will bother me. I was just hoping to find out if you liked me before you saw my body." "Are you worried that I am only after you for your body?" Lynn says, "Now that you have seen me naked?" "Yes. If that were the case, would I have rejected you several times?" Lynn says, "Maybe you were just playing hard to get." "Has any man ever played hard to get with you?" Lynn says, "Well, no. However, you are not like any man I have ever met before, so who knows?" "Thank you for the compliment yet. I meant what I said. I won't decide until I know you better." Lynn says, "Are you saying if I was naked right now and offered myself to you, you would still say no?" "Yes, I would. I am not saying it would be easy, but I would still say no." Lynn says, "Why fight it? It is just some fun." "Not to me, it isn't. If I sleep with you, I will develop feelings for you. That is just the way I am wired. It won't be casual to me." Lynn says, "That is actually reassuring to hear. If you sleep with me and then toss me aside, I will have nowhere else to go." "Then why do you keep insisting it is just some fun?" Lynn says. "Isn't that what men want to hear? That there are no consequences? I guess it depends on the man." "That isn't what I want to hear," Lynn says. "Good to know. The more I learn about you, the more interesting you become. I am really starting to hope that you decide in my favor. We will see. For now, let me explain the Soulscape and how it works. Then we can have lunch." For the next couple of hours, I teach Lynn how the Soulscape works and let her experiment. Once she gets the hang of it, she has a lot of fun playing around with her imagination. I sit back and enjoy watching her play until she tires herself out, and then I end the Soulscape. Lynn says, "That was fun, but why am I so tired?" "The Soulscape is controlled by imagination, but it still takes mental strength." "You overdid it. That is why you feel tired. You will be fine once you relax for a while and have some food." As soon as I mention food, both Nala and Albion's heads pop up and turn to me. It seems that they are hungry already, even though it has only been a few hours since breakfast. However, that doesn't stop me from taking out food for all of us and passing it around. Once we have eaten, I shapeshift into a human and try to pick up Albion. It doesn't work. I can't even move him, which means the shapeshift limited my strength. When she sees me fail at lifting Albion, Lynn doesn't say anything. She just smiles. She obviously knows what I just did and what failing means, but she keeps quiet. It is a good thing, because right now I am more confused about what to do than before. My favorite excuse is now null and void, which means I have no real excuse to stay alone anymore. If I am being honest with myself, I have been using that excuse to keep myself in check. How could I not have lustful thoughts when I am surrounded by so many beautiful women? My excuse was my armor against them, and also a chain on my mind. Without it, I feel naked, and at the same time I want to jump into bed with Lynn. In my old life, a woman as beautiful as her wouldn't even have looked at someone like me. Saying no to her offers is probably the hardest thing I have done in this world. Even now, a part of me wants to accept her offer, and that part is getting louder. Especially after seeing her naked, the image of her body is firmly burned into my mind. I have to focus and try really hard to make that part of my brain shut up, but it won't last unless I distract myself. Chapter 862. Lynn, did you manage to remove any impurities before you were interrupted? Lynn says yes, but only 2? They are really hard to move. Don't worry, it gets easier with practice. Do you want to work on it more, or come with me and see the ship? Lynn says, I will work on my mana. It probably isn't a good time for me to leave the cabin. What do you mean? Lynn says, by now word about us will have spread and the women on the ship will be very hostile. It is better to let things cool off before I go parading around the ship with you. Oh, I see. You are probably right. The first thing I do is drop my shapeshift. Walking around as a human will just antagonize the elves. As soon as I do, it becomes easier for me to control my lustful urges. Being in a human body again made it easier for my urges to act up and cause me problems. Once my mind is calmer, I check on the phoenix and add some coal to the fire. Hopefully she won't wake up while I am gone. But if she does, Lynn should be able to keep her calm. If not, I can certainly get back to the cabin quickly if there is a problem. After that, I head out of the cabin and immediately I feel hostile gazes coming at me. It looks like Lynn was right to stay inside and maybe I should have done the same. It is too late now, so I ignore the gazes and head up to the bridge to see why we aren't moving. However, when I reach the bridge, I find Stillwater and he is holding a crying Brightfire. Unfortunately, due to my size, I can't just turn around and pretend I didn't see anything. I knew that Brightfire liked me, but I didn't think it was to the point that she would cry over it. Once again, it seems I have underestimated a woman's feelings. I am an idiot. The problem is I don't know how to fix this, other than telling her the truth. That would create even more problems and undo what Lynn has done, which was for my sake. Brightfire deserves the truth, but I would need to tell her in private so the rumor keeps spreading. I can't do that right now, but I also can't run away and avoid talking to her. So despite wanting to run away, I take a deep breath and walk over to the two of them. Brightfire, I am sorry. Brightfire says, "Why? Ash, just tell me why. Why her and not me? It sort of just happened. Lynn figured out a way for me to restrain my strength so that I wouldn't hurt her. Then it was just the fact that she was there and willing." Brightfire says, "You are saying if I had been the one to give you away, then you would have slept with me." What did she figure out? She had the idea that if I can shapeshift into a form, then I should be able to limit myself through shapeshifting. Brightfire says, "That is all. Is it that simple? Why didn't I think of it?" Don't feel bad. I didn't think of it either. It is even worse for me since it is my ability. Stillwater starts to slowly move away. He obviously doesn't want any part of this conversation. However, before he can escape, Nisha comes running onto the bridge screaming my name. Just as I felt I was making some progress in the conversation with Brightfire. I only ever exchanged a few words with Nisha, so I can't understand her. My current mood isn't the best, so when she runs towards me, I turn and growl at her. As a beast, when she hears the growl, she instantly stops and cowers back away from me. Even in her beast form, Nisha is smaller than me, so her instincts are to submit. Keeble, who was running up to the bridge, stops and crawls the rest of the way after hearing my growl. He crawls to his sister and then pulls her behind himself, all without raising his head. Keeble says, "Ash, please forgive my sister and don't hurt her. You are both guests on my ship. You should remember that and stop stirring up trouble." Nisha says, "I am not stirring up trouble. I am just fighting for what is mine. I am not yours. No one owns me. I don't even know you." Nisha says, "That is not true. You became mine when you saved me. I only saved you because of your brother. If he hadn't told me there were elves in the fortress, you would still be there. The only reason you are on this ship is because I like your brother. He has guts." Nisha says, You don't like me? That doesn't matter. You are my mate." Keeble says, "Sister, shut up." Nisha just stares at Keeble in shock. This is probably the first time he has ever yelled at her. However, it works. She doesn't make a sound as he drags her away from the bridge. Hopefully she gets the hint. Otherwise, I am going to have to be really mean to her. When I turn back, Brightfire has wiped her face and looks more like she normally does. Stillwater is still standing next to her, but he looks really uncomfortable. Considering what we have been discussing, I can't really blame him. Brightfire, we should go somewhere else to discuss this. Stillwater, how about we get the ship moving? Stillwater says yes happily. He then runs off and starts yelling at the sailors, obviously happy to escape. Brightfire doesn't say anything. She just walks down the stairs and I follow her. She heads back to my cabin, which is a surprise, since it means that Lynn will be part of the conversation. Brightfire walks straight into the cabin, but I stop and tell the guards not to let anyone disturb us. Then I enter the cabin, closing the door behind me, but I check on the phoenix first. When I don't spot it in the fire, I panic a little until I spot it lying in Lynn's lap. "Brightfire, before you start, Lynn and I haven't slept together yet?" She said that to act as a shield for me against the rest of the women on the ship. Brightfire says, "Yet, you haven't slept with her yet. But you are planning to. I haven't decided yet. However, what I said about her coming up with the idea that allows me to was true. Brightfire says, that doesn't matter. She is basically a stranger. You don't need to sleep with her. You can sleep with me instead. It is not so simple, especially with you. You are a young elf. You will live for hundreds of years, right?" Brightfire says, "Yeah, so what? So I will only live a couple of years at most. How could that possibly be fair to you?" Chapter 863. Brightfire says, "Do you think that pushing me away will make me mourn you any less? Do you think the elves won't mourn you for centuries after you die? It is a completely different thing to mourn a lover than to mourn a hero." Lynn says, "I am sorry to butt in, but why are you going to die in 2 years?" Even though Brightfire's standing there glaring at me, I take the time to explain to Lynn. I had told her I was summoned, but not the details of how and why I was summoned. Since she is likely to become someone important to me, I tell her everything. Lynn says, "All right, I understand now. That seems like a fairly harsh deal, but it is hard to argue with a goddess. However, I think your reason for pushing Brightfire away is completely wrong. It is easier to mourn someone when you have many fond memories to comfort you." Brightfire says, "Does that mean you are giving up on Ash?" Lynn says, "Of course not, but I am willing to share him." Brightfire says, "Share him? I suppose I could consider that." "Hey, hold your horses, you two. Don't go trying to decide anything for me. I still haven't said I was going to sleep with anyone." Lynn says, "True, but if we agree to work together and team up to seduce you, we have better odds." Brightfire says, "I hadn't even thought of that. You are really smart. Enough. There will be no seduction or any other means of influencing me. This is a decision I need to make for myself." Lynn says, "If that is your wish, then so be it. I just hope you won't take too long to decide." Brightfire says, "That is it. You are giving up so easily." Lynn says, "I thought you claimed you knew Ash. How can you not know that arguing with him will only make him more stubborn?" Brightfire says, "That is true, but can we really trust him to make a decision? How do we stop him from running away or making more excuses? You do remember that I am right here, right?" Lynn says, "We know. Is anything we have said untrue?" Well, no. I guess I can't really argue against anything that you have said. You still should be having this conversation privately. Lynn says, "Wouldn't you feel worse if the two of us were in the corner whispering to each other?" "Yeah, probably." Brightfire says, "Don't worry, Ash. We will only plot against you for your own good." That is not reassuring. That makes the two of them giggle, but then they go over to a corner and start whispering. Lynn uses a spell to keep me from overhearing them, which makes me nervous. Then again, even if they are plotting against me, it is good that they are getting along. Although, I have to admit that the thought of watching the two of them fight does appeal to me. I doubt there are many men who wouldn't want to watch two beauties fighting over them. For a second, my control of my mind slips, and I find myself wondering if I can make Jell-O. Since Lynn moved the baby, Phoenix has been clumsily wandering around the cabin. She is poking her head into basically everything in order to satisfy her curiosity. To take my mind off the girls, I start trying to think of a good name for her. After thinking for a bit, I come up with an idea. I will name the Phoenix Mulan and the Drake Mushu. I think that should work well enough even if the Drake ends up being female. Besides, I can't think of a single Phoenix that has a name in any of the anime I can remember. I think about it for a while longer, but I can't come up with anything better. When I think about it, the name Mulan really is suitable for a phoenix. Since I have full energy right now, I go ahead and call the little phoenix over to me. "Little one, from now on your name is Mulan." There is a crack of thunder in the cabin as all of my mana pours out of me at once. This is a much more violent reaction than I have seen before when naming a kid. My best guess is that it has something to do with the phoenix being a legendary beast. It could also have something to do with the fact that the phoenix isn't a newborn, but a rebirth. In fact, it is entirely possible that the phoenix is the oldest creature I have met. Only the dragon and the goddesses could possibly be comparable in age. Lynn says, "Ash, Just what was that? I felt as much mana as a greater spell would use. It was me naming the phoenix. Brightfire says, "Oh, what did you name her?" Lynn says, "What does naming have to do with mana? Her name is Mulan." Despite feeling tired and drained from using all my mana, I do my best to explain naming to Lynn. I thought for sure that the mages of the Magic Kingdom would have known about naming. Then again, since they control beasts through magic, they probably didn't bother studying them. Once I satisfy Lynn's curiosity, I meditate for a while to recover some mana. While I am meditating, the girls finish their conversation, and when I open my eyes, Brightfire is gone. Lynn is meditating again, and Mulan is currently napping on top of my head. When I check, the fire has gone out again, which is why Mulan is sleeping on me. Getting up, I take the drake egg out, clean out the ashes, and then refill the coal. Once the fire is going again, I put the drake egg back in and Mulan as well. Mulan wakes up when I move her, so I create some magical fire and feed her. I also feed the drake egg while I am at it, and then take out food for Nala and Albion. I make sure to give them some affection. I don't want to ignore them because I have a new kid. Lynn, dinner time. Lynn says, "All right, thank you. How is the purification going?" Lynn says, "It has gotten much easier. Currently, I am about halfway done. I think I will be finished in another hour or two." "That is good. You can finish after you eat, and then I will teach you the next step." "Oh, how did your chat with Brightfire go?" Lynn says, "Better than I expected. Honestly, if she didn't care so much about you, it would have been a lot harder to convince her." "Convince her of what?" Lynn says, "That even without me, she would end up having to share you. Once she gets used to the idea of sharing you, everything else will be easier." "Is that all you talked about?" Chapter 864. Lynn says, "Of course not, but that is all I am telling you." "Wait, just whose side are you on?" Lynn says, "My own side, of course." "Don't worry, I am not going to do anything that will harm you. Brightfire has agreed to help convince everyone that you and I are lovers, so you have your shield now." "You know, I never actually agreed to you acting as my shield." Lynn says, "I know, and you probably wouldn't have. You don't want anyone getting hurt or suffering for your sake. That is why I took things into my own hands." "Why would you do that?" "This isn't a joke. You could get hurt." Lynn says, "Because you are teaching me things and because I like you." "That is still no reason to risk yourself. No one on this ship would actually hurt me, but you are a different story." Lynn says, "You are worried about me. That makes me so happy." "Yes, I guess I am. Why would that make you so happy?" Lynn says, "That is because it means you are starting to care for me. Even if you decide to run away from this decision, I still want you to like me. If I didn't have a good opinion of you, I never would have brought you here." Lynn says, "That isn't what I am talking about, and you know it. Why do you always try to avoid everything?" "Probably because it makes it easier to avoid drama." "My old life left me with a hatred of drama." Lynn says, "How is saying you like me going to lead to drama? No one else is around. I just think you avoid anything that makes you uncomfortable." "You don't know me well enough to call me out like that." Lynn says, "Maybe not, but you are pretty easy to read, Ash." Just as I am trying to think of what to say in answer to Lynn, the ship's alarm goes off. As I get up and head outside to see what is going on, all I can think is, "Saved by the bell." When I reach the bridge, I find Stillwater, Silverstream, and Silverleaf all staring behind the ship. When I move up behind them and look towards our wake, I see what they are staring at. There are two small dots just barely visible on the horizon behind us. As I watch, the tiny dots get just a little bigger over the next few minutes. "Human ships," Stillwater says. "That is what I am guessing." Silverstream says, "They are gaining on us. Not very fast, though. It will take hours to catch up to us." Stillwater says, "True, but they will eventually catch us. The question is, what do we do about it?" Running is out of the question. That leaves either fighting or hiding. Silverstream says, "How would we hide a ship this big? Did you forget the horn I made to summon fog?" Silverstream says, "Oh, yeah, I did." Stillwater says, "I doubt hiding will work if they are specifically hunting us. Want me to fly back and see who they are?" Stillwater says, "Yes, please. We can make a better decision once we know more." So, I take off and start flying south towards the two ships to see who they are. I am already pretty sure they are two of the smaller warships from the kingdom that invaded the island. They have the most reasons to try and hunt us down, and are the closest to us currently. Of course, I could be wrong. They could be just two merchant ships heading north. However, merchants normally move alone, or in convoys, at least from what we have seen. Then again, just two ships isn't really enough to tackle us. So maybe I am wrong. Even flying it will take a while to reach the ships. So once I reach a decent altitude, my mind begins to wander. I am glad the alarm rang when it did because Lynn was absolutely right about me. I was raised to believe that real men do not cry or show their emotions. Later in life, I realized that was a load of crap, but it still stuck with me up till now. That is why I always avoid anything having to do with feelings as much as I can. It is a hindrance when dealing with women, but it has also helped me survive until this point. It served me well when I first was summoned to this world and thrown into the pit. Now, however, it is causing me problems and worse. Lynn saw right through it. She is far too intelligent. I am not going to be able to pull a fast one with her. Part of me regrets bringing her here, but her intelligence also makes me more attracted to her. She is not going to let this go. She is going to make me face my issues. While I admit that I actually need that, it is also something I would prefer to avoid. However, Lynn isn't about to let me get away with that. She is far too tenacious. This whole thing with the ships hasn't actually saved me. It has only delayed things. I should just admit that I like her instead of making such a big deal out of this. Before I even realize it, I am already above the two ships, and it looks like I was right. They are wearing the same uniforms as the soldiers that were on the island. I didn't bother to shapeshift, so they have seen me as well, and the sailors are panicking. However, the two ships below me are not that big of a deal. We can handle them easily. The problem is that from here I can see another 3 ships in the distance. These are the large warships, and they can certainly cause us some serious problems. The 2 faster ships are probably meant to catch us and slow us down enough for these 3 to catch up. Then they will try to either capture us or sink us. My money is on sinking us. After all, I have done more than enough to completely infuriate them. Considering that they sent an entire fleet after us, I would say, my guess is correct. It's also my fault that they have caught up to us. I delayed us too much, so I could go to the auction. Otherwise, we would have been long gone before the fleet got near us. Once I spot the 3 large warships, I turn around and fly back towards the ship. I need to inform Stillwater and the others so that they can decide what they want to do. My vote is to avoid fighting them, but I can also destroy them if that is what Stillwater decides. Then again, I could also let Lynn destroy them. She should know some powerful spells. If she does it, that should help improve her reputation with the elves. It will also help settle any doubts they have about whose side she is on. Chapter 865. Of course, that also means that I won't be able to avoid talking to her and finishing the conversation. Logically, I feel that I should just tell her that I like her, but that will lead to other things. I am not sure I am mentally prepared to open that door, but that is just another excuse. I know it is an excuse, yet I can't seem to convince myself that telling her I like her is a good idea. At least not before I have made up my mind about sleeping with her. If I am not going to sleep with her, then it is a better idea to keep her at a distance. If I go that route, then both Lynn and Brightfire are going to be furious. With good reason. The more I think about it, the more I feel like a coward for thinking that way. The truth is, when it comes to dealing with feelings, I really am a coward. What is worse is I always have been. I just couldn't admit it to myself before. Now that I have, I really can't stand to keep being a coward and hiding behind excuses. The only way to stop is to actively do what I am scared of, which means acknowledging my emotions. Just thinking of doing so is terrifying to me. But if I want to change, I have to do it. This is probably the result that the goddesses were aiming for when they started this series of events. It is also going to make Lynn and Brightfire happy, but I am not sure how Miria is going to react. She definitely won't like the fact that I have slept with others before her. However, I think the fact that she finally gets to sleep with me will make up for that. I am scared of her reaction, but I can't let that stop me. I need to move forward. These thoughts occupy my mind all the way back to the ship, but my mind is made up. I have made my decision, and now all I need to do is force myself to carry through with it. Not chickening out is going to be the hardest part, and the longer I wait, the harder it will be. I land on the bridge and describe the situation to Stillwater and the others. Brightfire has joined them, but Lynn is not there, which is probably a good thing. I need to figure out what we are going to do about the ships before I talk to her. So, Stillwater, what do you think? Stillwater says, if it was just the 2 fast ships, I would say we fight. The 3 large ships are a different matter. Brightfire says, fighting them, we would definitely take losses, but we can't outrun the small ships. Silverstream says, besides, running would mean skipping the next port city. We can't do that. We need charts of the northern waters. Brightfire says, we also can't pass by without checking for enslaved elves. Stillwater says agreed, which leaves either fighting or hiding. Silverstream says, they already have us in their sights. Would hiding even work at this point? With just the fog, probably not. But there might be another option. Stillwater says, what option? I am not sure yet. I need to consult with Lynn and see what spells she knows. Silverleaf says, aren't you just looking for a chance for your girlfriend to show off? No, I am not. Lynn is a very powerful mage in her own right, and she knows way more spells than I do. Stillwater says, all right, we still have some time. Go speak with her and see if any of her spells can help us. Brightfire says, I am coming too. So Brightfire and I head down to my cabin to find Lynn, who is currently meditating. Mulan is still sleeping right where I left her, but Nala and Albion are gone. They are probably wandering around the ship getting pets from the elves. Lynn says, Ash, you are back already. I expected you to avoid me for a lot longer. We can discuss that later. We have a problem. There is a fleet of human ships chasing us. 2 small ships and 3 large ones. The small ships will catch up within a few hours. Lynn says, oh, what can I do to help? I was hoping you might know some spells that could help. Lynn says, that depends. I know plenty of spells to help in battle, but that doesn't feel like what you are asking. If it was just the 2 small warships, we would fight them, but we can't take on the 3 large ones. I was more looking for a spell that would stop their pursuit. Brightfire says, sinking them all would work too. Lynn says, what is the weather like? Mostly clear, just a few clouds here and there. Why? Lynn says, I know a spell to summon a storm, but it isn't powerful enough to create one out of nothing. Weather at sea can be quite unpredictable. I think it could work. I should be able to boost the spell as you cast it, especially since it involves wind magic. Lynn says, you can boost a spell as it is being cast. How? By watching you form the shape of the spell and adding in pure mana at the right points. Lynn says, that sounds dangerous. Are you sure you can do it? Pretty sure. Besides, if I mess up, it is most likely to create a bigger storm. Brightfire says, keep in mind we have to be able to sail through the storm you create. Relax. I built this ship to handle anything that gets thrown at it. Even if it gets damaged, it will repair itself. That includes the sails. Lynn says, are you saying this ship is unsinkable? No, I am not claiming that. However, I trust it to handle any storm short of a hurricane. Lynn says, well, if we try this, we may find out if that is true. I can't think of any other spell I know that will work in this situation. If this is our only choice, then I say we go for it. However, it will be Stillwater who makes the final choice. Let's go ask him. Brightfire says, why do you always make my dad make the decisions? Because I am not an elf. I shouldn't be making the decisions for the elves. Brightfire says, your race doesn't matter. Every elf on this ship would follow you without question. Yes, but once we reach the peninsula, I won't be around. That is why I want everyone to get used to following Stillwater. It will make it easier for him later, Brightfire says. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. Come on, let's go talk to Stillwater. The 3 of us head up to the bridge and fill Stillwater in on the storm option. It doesn't take him long to decide to let us go through with it and see what happens. Silverstream also agrees with the plan. Only Silverleaf doesn't say anything. Do you need anything for casting the spell? Lynn says, number I can begin any time. Chapter 866. All right, go ahead then. Lynn says, "Do you need to know anything about the spell to help boost it?" "Nope. I will simply watch you form it and figure it out from there." With a nod to me, Lynn immediately starts chanting the beginning of her spell. I immediately switch to Mana Sight to watch the spell being formed. The first stage of the spell reaches out to gather the existing weather available. However, its range is fairly poor, and it only gathers visible weather formations. Whoever designed this spell obviously didn't understand how clouds are formed. Unfortunately, since I am not the caster, I cannot alter the spell's properties. All I can do is apply some pure mana to boost the range of the spell by 3 times. Once the net cast by the spell is fully extended, the spell moves into its second stage. The second stage is gathering all of the collected weather to a single point. Boosting this part of the spell will make the weather gather faster, but also more violent. The faster the spell moves the weather, the more storm winds will be generated. Boosting this part is a bit on the dangerous side, but I go ahead and do it anyway. As soon as I do, I can feel the winds picking up, but the spell isn't finished yet. After a couple of more minutes of Lynn chanting, the winds have really picked up. The sky is already covered by clouds and the waves are getting bigger and more violent. The third stage of the spell is simple. It is feeding enough energy into the storm so it doesn't dissipate quickly. I decide not to boost this part of the spell. The storm is going to be bad enough as is. If I boost it, then the storm will last for days or more, and that would be bad. A storm this strong, lasting that long, would affect the local weather patterns. It could destroy crops and cause a famine or even change the climate permanently. Weather is something that is very dangerous to play around with without enough knowledge. Creating this storm is already dangerous enough without having it last for days. So instead of boosting the spell, I just wait and let Lynn finish casting the spell. By the time she is done chanting, the sky is going nuts. There is thunder and lightning everywhere. Lynn says, "This is crazy." "Just how much did you boost my spell?" "It should have been boosted by about 3 times." Lynn says, "This looks like more than that. This is going to be bad." Stillwater, better get everyone but the sailors below deck and make sure everything is secured." Stillwater starts barking orders, and Silverstream, Silverleaf, and Brightfire go running off due to the wind. The ship has picked up speed and is slamming through the waves. It has also started raining, but it is half rain and half sleet, and the temperature is dropping. The center of the storm is located where Lynn started casting the spell, so we are already north of it. We are moving away from the center, but it will be a while before we are clear of the storm. The waves are continuing to grow in size, and soon the ship is going over them instead of through them. Lynn says, "I am going back to the cabin before I get blown away." Stillwater says, "Should we lower the sails?" "No, that would only slow us down. It is better if we get out of the storm as fast as we can. Don't worry, the ship can handle it." Stillwater says, "All right, then that is what we will do." Lynn quickly leaves the bridge and heads down to my cabin, leaving just me and Stillwater. Stillwater is manning the wheel while I keep an eye on the sailors in case any go overboard. Luckily, they don't have to climb the masts to bring the sails down, so they are fairly safe. However, the waves are now big enough to come up over the deck from time to time. There are only a few sailors still on deck, but there is still a chance one might be washed away. If that happens, I am the only one with any chance at all of rescuing them. Although, I would imagine that being rescued by a Meg would be fairly traumatic. Hopefully, no one will go overboard and we won't have to find out. So far, all the sailors have managed to hang on, but the storm is still getting more intense. The waves keep getting higher, and now the ship is climbing each wave like a hill. The scariest part is when the ship crests the wave and drops down the back of it. Tons of water washes over the deck as the bow of the ship actually goes underwater. Then after a few terrifying seconds, the bow pops back up above the water. Then it is peaceful for a few seconds before the process starts all over again. I told the others that I was really confident in the ship, but I underestimated the power of the waves. Every time the bow goes underwater, I am worried that the ship is going to snap in half. When I built the ship, I didn't account for this kind of pressure being put on the frame. The only thing that is saving the ship is that any damage to the frame is getting repaired. As long as the damage doesn't build up faster than it is repaired, we should be all right. Luckily, we are moving away from the worst of the storm. If not, I would be really worried. If the human ships didn't turn and run, then they are probably doomed. Unfortunately, due to the low visibility, I will probably never know what happens to them. As long as they are no longer after us, it doesn't really matter if they sink or not. The sailors have all given up and headed below deck. Stillwater and I are the only ones left. It is a good thing that we are running under full sail, and nothing needs adjusting. Even better, I can tell that the waves have stopped getting bigger, but the storm is still raging. A few minutes later, the waves start getting weaker. We are going to make it. I am sure that if the ship wasn't made from living wood, that it wouldn't have held together. Even now, it is still creaking, and there are other disturbing sounds coming from the ship. I notice that the ship seems to be riding lower in the water just as Brightfire runs up. Brightfire says, "The bottom deck is flooded." Stillwater says, "How did that happen?" Brightfire says, "Some boards of the hull cracked and let the water in. The boards repaired themselves, but the water is still there." "All right, stay and help your father. I will go deal with the water." Chapter 867. As I head down into the ship, I try to think of a way to make pumps using magic. That is something else I didn't think about when I was designing the ship. Then again, I didn't expect to ever have to deal with water inside the ship. That just goes to show how little I actually know about ships, but at least it didn't sink. However, moving through the ship when it keeps changing orientation is not easy. That is another thing I didn't think about when designing it, but not as big of a problem. When I reach the lower deck, I find it almost completely filled with water. Using mana, it is a simple matter to gather all of the water in the ship and control it. Then I simply float it out of the ship through the stairs and dump it back in the ocean. There may still be a little water left, but not enough to endanger the ship. As soon as I am done with the water, I turn around and head back up to the bridge. In the few minutes, I was gone. The storm has visibly calmed down a lot. It looks like we have made it through the worst of the storm with only a few problems. The sailors come back on deck once they notice things calming down. After about 10 more minutes, the waves have calmed down enough for the ship to cut through them. The strange noises from the ship have also gone away thanks to the repair and chance. While the skies aren't clear yet, it is obvious that we are now on the edge of the storm. Everything is calming down, so I leave the bridge to Stillwater and return to my cabin. As soon as I walk in, Nala and Albion rush over to me. It seems they were scared. Mulan is in Lin's lap, and I can see a spell around them holding them in place. I spend some time petting and calming Nala and Albion before I turn to Lin. "Are you all right?" Lin says. "Mulan and I are," but Nala and Albion slid around a lot. After the weather spell, I didn't have enough mana to help them too. "It is all right. It is my fault for not thinking of rough weather when I furnished the cabin," Lin says. "Things seem to have calmed down. Yes, we are past the worst of it. We should be out of the storm soon," Lin says. "That is good. So the crisis is over?" "Yes, it is. To continue our conversation, yes, I like you," Lin says. "Good. You thought about it the entire time, didn't you?" "Yes, I did," Lin says. "Did you come to some realizations?" "Yes, and they were not very pleasant," Lin says. "They rarely are, but growing is supposed to hurt." "Aren't you a little young to be so wise?" Lin says. "What does age have to do with wisdom? I know plenty of old idiots." "I guess that is true. Age hasn't made me very wise," Lin says. "Knowing that is the first step towards wisdom. Now you sound like a fortune cookie," Lin says. "A what?" Realizing my mistake, I explain what a fortune cookie is, which makes Lin laugh. This leads into a discussion about my old world and some of my experiences there. In order for Lin to somewhat understand, I have to try and explain a lot of foreign concepts. Lin says, "The humans of your world sound absolutely terrifying. They are no different from the humans here, just with no magic. They focused on developing technology." Lin says, "You think we would destroy this world like your humans did theirs?" "Eventually, yes. It is unlikely, though, not with all the monsters in the world. Who knows what the future might bring?" Lin says. "I get what you mean. I read in a history book that where the Magic Kingdom's capital stands now used to be a huge forest. Cutting down trees, digging up metals, enslaving others. These things all come from the greed of humans. If left unchecked, this world would become just like my old one." Lynn says, "This world has magic and monsters, so things should be different. Even if they aren't, it won't happen in our lifetimes, so we don't need to worry about it." True. I got sidetracked. Sorry. Lynn says, "It is fine. I got to learn more about you and why you think the way you do. Now I understand why you have such mixed feelings about humans. Don't worry. I understand the difference between groups and individuals." Lynn says, "What do you mean?" "I can dislike humans as a group while still liking individuals. Not all humans are bad, but it only takes a few bad ones to ruin everything." Lynn says, "So me being a human won't stop you from accepting me?" "No, it won't. Even if I was that prejudiced, I think you could overcome it." Lynn says, "Thank you. Where do we go from here?" "Did you finish removing the impurities from your mana pool?" Lynn says. "That isn't what I was talking about." "But no, not quite." "Go ahead and finish then." "I've got to examine the ship and make sure no damage remains. I also need to take care of a few other things." Lynn says, "All right." So that Lynn can focus, I take Mulan from her lap and put her on top of my head. Mulan wakes up, but is completely content when she sees where she is. That is good, because the fire pit slid all over the room during the storm and isn't usable currently. Luckily, the drake egg doesn't seem to have suffered any damage from being bounced around. I doubt we will encounter another storm that's strong, but I decide to make some changes anyway. I send my will into the wood of the floor and modify it to make a permanent place for it. I don't need to worry about a chimney since the enchantments for the room deal with the smoke. I put those in just in case of explosions when I was experimenting. Once the brazier is secure, I refill the coal, light the fire, and put the drake egg in it. Even though the fire is lit again, Mulan shows no inclination to give up her spot on my head. That is fine with me, so I leave her there as I continue modifying the room. Next, I make a depression off to the side to act as a nest area for Nala and Albion. Up until now, the room has just been plain and empty. I didn't bother decorating. After all, as a beast, there isn't really anything I need in the way of furniture. However, now that I am not the only one living here, it is time to change things. The biggest change I make is putting an actual bed in the back corner of the room. Then I surround it with privacy screens and add a wardrobe for Lynn to use. She won't be able to meditate all the time and will need a place to sleep and get changed. Chapter 8, 68. I will also need a proper place to use. If I do decide to start having sex with her and Brightfire, that is not the main reason, but it is something I can't get out of my mind. The privacy screens are definitely for my sake. Watching Lynn change would drive me crazy. I want to make a decision based on careful thought, not raging hormones. Considering I am currently celibate and how beautiful Lynn is, that is a tall order. Even as I am working, her scent is distracting, and I find myself pausing without meaning to. While I am at it, I also create a seating area with a couple of couches. Then I go looking for the crafters. I need them to make a mattress for the bed and comfy cushions for the couches. Luckily, I picked up silk and other fabrics while I was wandering around. Mulan thoroughly enjoys riding around the ship on my head and seeing new sights. She is chirping happily as I walk through the ship, causing a lot of the elves to give me weird looks. I see Nisha and Keeble, but as soon as they see me, they head in a different direction. That doesn't surprise me too much, but it does when Silverleaf does the same. It is only then that I remember that she is mad at me, but I don't have time for her right now. If she wants to avoid me and sulk about it, there isn't much I can do anyway. As I am looking for the crafters, I am also mentally scanning the ship looking for problems. Happily, I don't find any areas that didn't repair themselves properly. It looks like I was right about the ship being able to take a beating. It makes me somewhat proud. All in all, it turns out that I did an excellent job with the ship considering my lack of knowledge. Of course, there are several improvements I would make if I were to build another ship. The problem is that it would be extremely hard to modify the ship while it is in the water. If I manage to turn this into an airship, it will be easy to fix them, then, but also less necessary. Although, making it into an airship is bound to make all sorts of other problems. The main problem I foresee is if the frame can handle the weight out of the water. All of that is going to have to wait. I still have a few things to figure out before then. That reminds me. I need to ask Lynn about the spells she knows that might be of use to me. The weather control spell she used has already given me a few ideas. When I find a group of crafters and tell them what I want, they immediately get to work. They look happy to have something to do, and a couple immediately run off. They are heading to my cabin to take measurements for what they need to make. I have confidence that they will do a good job, so I leave them to it and walk away. Just to be sure, I wander around the rest of the ship, checking for damage. While I am at it, I give Mulan the full tour, but I can't tell if she understands me. I was planning to head up to the bridge to check on Stillwater, but Mulan doesn't like the cold wind. For her sake, I head back to the cabin, where I find Lin has changed into a different dress. The new dress is red, but like the old one, it hugs all her curves in the right way. The main difference is that the new dress stops well above her knees. I can't help but to keep glancing at her legs as I take Mulan and put her in the fire. Then I summon some magical fire and feed Mulan and the drake egg. Lin says, "You keep glancing at me. Is something wrong?" "No, I was just admiring your dress and your legs." Lin says, "Thank you. Did you make all these changes for me?" "Most of them. If you prefer, I could arrange for you to have your own cabin." Lin says, "No, absolutely not. You are not getting rid of me that easily. I wasn't trying to get rid of you. I have already admitted that I like you. The offer was only in regards to your comfort. Living in the same room before we are lovers could be a little awkward." Lin says, "No, not at all. I feel perfectly comfortable here with you." "Well, as long as you are sure." Lin says, "Trust me, I know exactly what I am doing." "All right. Were you able to finish removing the impurities?" Lin says. "Yes, I was. What is next?" In answer to Lin's question, I start talking to her about the various types of mana. First, I find out what she knows. Then I correct her knowledge based on my experience. Then I teach her how to convert other mana types back into pure mana, because pure mana is more concentrated. As you convert mana, your mana pool will empty a bit. Once you have converted all the mana in your mana pool, you will have to refill it. The mana you bring in will be impure, so you will have to repeat the previous steps. Lin says, "Doesn't that mean that this task will be never-ending?" "No, because as you get more practice, you will be able to purify the mana as you bring it in. Once your mana pool is full of pure mana, you will be done, and we can move on to the next part." Lin says, "What is the next part?" "Teaching you how to manipulate pure mana to do what you want it to without a spell form as the base." Lin says, "That is the part you aren't sure a human can do, right?" "Theoretically, you should be able to. However, pure mana is powerful. It might hurt you when you try to use it. A human body is really frail when compared to mine," Lin says. "If it doesn't kill me, then I should be able to adapt to it, right?" "Maybe, but it won't be easy. My best guess is that the pure mana will burn your mana channels. It will feel like you are being burned from the inside out. It will basically be torture." Lin says, "That sounds unpleasant. Is there any way to improve my mana channels so it isn't so bad?" "Maybe. Honestly, I don't know. I've never tried altering someone else's mana channels. While you work on converting your mana, I will think about it. It may require some experimentation, though." Lin says, "For some reason, the idea of you experimenting on my body is exciting." "Ahem, give me your hand. I need to see if it is even possible." Lin says, "I love that look on your face. Here." Lin holds out her hand with a smile on her face, and her smile makes me nervous. I gently touch her hand with my paw and send my mana sense into her body. Once I concentrate on the inside of her body, my nervousness fades away. I am going to try a few things. "Don't resist, but tell me if it hurts," Lin says. "Okay." Chapter 869. Very carefully, I focus on a section of Lin's mana channels and try to enhance it. Not only do I widen the channel, but I build up and strengthen the channel itself. It all goes smoothly, so I continue enhancing the rest of the mana channels. My mana is guiding the changes, but the energy for the actual changes is coming from Lin. Thinking of that, I don't want to make too many changes at once, but I think I can do one more. So I turn my attention to Lin's mana pool and start enhancing it. To my surprise, Lin's mana pool expands easily under my manipulation. That means that her potential as a mage hasn't been expended yet. With how powerful she already is, that is really impressive. She already has more mana than I do. She is going to have even more now that her mana pool has been enhanced. Once the mana pool won't grow anymore, I turn my attention to strengthening it. With the mana pool strengthened, it should still be able to grow more in the future. Does anything hurt? How do you feel? Lynn says, No, nothing hurts. In fact, it felt really good, although I am really hungry. That is no surprise. Your body used a lot of energy. I start taking food out of my pouch, which summons Nala and Albion over. As soon as I put out the first dish, Lynn attacks it and starts stuffing food into her mouth. Even Nala and Albion look surprised when Lynn gets to the food faster than them, considering how quickly she is eating. I keep pulling out more and more dishes. Soon the entire area of the floor around us is covered in food of all types. The four of us eat enough food to feed 10 people or more, but it is mostly Lynn and I. Nala and Albion are eating normally. Lynn, on the other hand, is eating like she is starving. What is most surprising is that she eats almost as much as I do before she stops. Only after she finishes eating does she seem to realize what she did, and she blushes. Lynn says, I apologize for my lack of manners. Does this look like a banquet hall? You are eating with 3 beasts. You don't need to apologize. Do you at least feel better now? Lynn says. I feel full, but I also feel really tired. That is no surprise. I have no idea what time it is, but you should go ahead and get some sleep. Unfortunately, I doubt the crafters have had enough time to make the mattress for the bed. Lynn says, I am not sure what time it is either. The storm made it hard to keep track of the time. I will be fine. I will just cuddle with Nala and Albion. All right. Without another word, Lynn curls up between Nala and Albion. She falls asleep almost instantly. However, her short dress isn't meant to be slept in. I get a great view. I also find out that the human kingdoms are advanced enough to have come up with underwear. To avoid the temptation, I quietly get up and leave the cabin, but I get blinded. The sky is clear and the sun is up. It looks to be about 11 in the morning. The deck of the ship is crowded with elves. They probably wanted some fresh air after the storm. I look around the deck, then give a nod to the guards, and head up the stairs to the bridge. When I get to the bridge, I find a sailor steering and Brightfire is the one in charge. Stillwater is probably resting. Dealing with the storm must have been exhausted for him. Brightfire, have you already figured out where we are? Brightfire says yes, roughly. The storm blew us off course. We are about a day from the port city. That is not bad considering how fierce the storm was. Brightfire says, yeah, that was a wild ride. Let's not do it again, though. Agreed. The ship almost didn't make it. Any sign of the human ships? Brightfire says, none. Do you think they could even survive the storm? Probably not, but better safe than sorry. Brightfire says, I will keep my eyes open. Good. Any issues I need to deal with? Brightfire says, not that I know of. Since we escaped the storm, everything has been quiet. All right. Let me know if anything comes up. Brightfire says, will do. With nothing else to do, I head back to the cabin. But I enter quietly so I don't wake Lynn. However, I can't stop myself from taking a look at her when I enter the room. I mean for it to be just a glance, but the view is so good that I stop and stare for a few minutes. Luckily, she is sound asleep and doesn't wake up before I regain control of myself. I move over to the fire to check on Milan. She is asleep still. But the fire is a little low. After adding some coal, I sit down and try to think of something to do to keep myself busy. That is when I remember that I have some experiments I have been wanting to do. The best part is that I actually got permission and don't have to worry about getting in trouble. So, I use my mana to take the god gem out of my pouch and put it in front of me. Then with the boost from the ring, I use Drain Touch without touching the gem. Surprisingly, I can feel the energy inside moving. But the gem is fighting against me. It doesn't cost me anything other than concentration, so I just keep working at it. After about 5 minutes, I am finally able to drag a small orb of energy out of the gem. The orb is about the size of a golf ball. It is red and orange and looks like a small sun. As soon as I pull it out of the orb, Mulan wakes up and looks over at it. She then gets up and moves closer while making a cute chirping sound. It is obvious that she wants the orb, but I am worried about her being able to absorb all of it. So I grab hold of the orb with my mana and try to cut it in half, which works. As soon as the orb is split, it starts looking unstable, like it is going to explode. Mulan is right there, so I direct half of the orb to her and the other half to the drake egg. Mulan happily gobbles down her half of the orb and almost instantly falls back asleep. The other half is absorbed by the drake egg, but nothing happens that I can see. I check Mulan, but she is sound asleep, and other than that, she seems to be fine. Since that seems to have worked, I go ahead and pull another orb out, then I use Absorb on it. Chapter 870. Other than feeling a rush of energy and heat travel up my arm, nothing happens. Maybe it is because my fire resist cannot go any higher. But it is a waste of an orb. Again, I take the time to draw out another orb of energy, but this time I directly swallow it. Dining Core upgrade process complete. Rank 5, HP plus 500. MP plus 300, stat points plus 10. Ding, congratulations. Skill Fire and Lightning Mastery has progressed to level 3. Fire and Lightning Mastery level 3. All fire and lightning spells have an extra 30% effect. While that is not what I was expecting, at least the orb wasn't wasted this time. The gem only has a limited amount of energy for me to steal from it. For now, I think it is a better idea for me to save the energy for feeding Mulan and the egg. After putting the gem away, just as I am about to meditate, I hear a cracking sound. When I look over at the drake egg, I see a small crack on the top of it. A second later, the egg rocks, and with a loud sound, the crack grows much larger. A minute later, a chunk of the egg breaks free, and a little red head pokes out. The drake looks around, then looks up at me and lets out a little burp of fire. It looks at me for a minute, and then goes back to struggling to break out of the egg. With a few careful taps of my claw, I help the little drake break the rest of the egg. As soon as it is free, it turns around and starts eating the shell of the egg. I am glad to see that it is a female drake. A male would have made Eckhard really jealous. A female, on the other hand, could end up being really beneficial for Eckhard. If nothing else, someone else who grows as slowly as he does should cheer him up. She finishes eating all of her eggshell and then looks around as if looking for more. To see which she prefers, I offer her both raw meat and magical fire. She goes for the meat. So, for the next few minutes, I feed her small pieces of raw meat until she is full. By then, her stomach looks like it is half her body, and she curls up and goes to sleep. It will be interesting to see what Mulan makes of her when she wakes up. Hopefully, the two of them will get along otherwise. I might have to think of a new name for the drake. I will just have to wait and see how things go. For now, I will move on to my other experiment. Taking the food pouch of my belt, I start scanning it with my mana to study the enchantments. The enchantments are made of divine power, but I can still see them using mana. Despite the differences between the powers, the enchantments still follow the same rules. Or at least that is what I thought. But looking at these enchants changes my mind. It is so different that it takes me a few minutes just to figure out what I am looking at. The enchantments are the same, yet the way they are arranged is completely new to me. It is elegant and efficient in a way that I didn't know enchantments could be. Compared to this, the other enchants I have seen were just a mess of spaghetti. I get completely lost in studying the enchantments, and a couple of hours pass. Lynn says, "Ash, why are you just staring at your pouch?" "Oh, the egg hatched." "Ah, you are awake." I was studying the enchantments of the pouch. "Yes, she hatched not long after you went to sleep." Lynn says, "She is so cute. Can I pet her?" Ladder, "Wait till she wakes up. She was only awake for a few minutes after hatching. It wouldn't be a good idea to startle her." Lynn says, "All right, that makes sense. I still can't believe you were able to get that egg to hatch. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have bought the egg." Lynn says, "Did you name her? I didn't hear any thunder. Not yet. My mana isn't full, and I wasn't sure naming her right away would be a good idea." Lynn says, "That is understandable. So, what was so interesting about the enchantments on the pouch? They are done in a way I have never seen before. Not to mention they were done by goddesses." Lynn says, "What? Really? Would it be all right if I take a look?" "Sure, go ahead." Lynn sits down next to me and we both study the food pouch for a while. I am not sure how much Lynn knows about enchanting. We haven't really talked about it. I continue to study the enchantments until I hear a chirping sound from the fire. Mulan has woken up and is looking at the baby drake and chirping at her. This wakes up the baby drake, who yawns and then looks around curiously. The drake looks at Mulan, then at Lin, then at me, and then starts moving towards me. I move my head, which is bigger than the drake, close to the fire where she can reach me. She moves up to me and rubs her head against the side of my face while making a noise. This noise is half growl and half purr, but it is absolutely adorable. She is so cute. Mulan comes over and also starts rubbing against my face while chirping. I let them rub against my face for a bit, and then I start licking the two of them. It isn't exactly pleasant, but it is what my instincts are telling me to do, Lin says. This is so cute I could die. This is so unfair. How is it unfair? Lin says. Do you not know how cuteness of this level can melt a woman's heart? How would I possibly know that? Taking out some more raw meat, I tear it into tiny pieces to feed to the two of them. The drake only eats a few pieces before losing interest and approaching Lin. Mulan, however, keeps eating while the drake is getting petted by Lin. This is the first time she has had real food, and Mulan seems to be really enjoying it. The drake lets Lin pet her for a while and then climbs out of the fire to explore the room. She may be small, but she is moving around quite easily as she explores. She goes all the way around the room and only stops when she reaches Nala and Albion. She sniffs at them and then quickly runs back to where I am feeding Mulan. She makes a little meep sound at me, so I gently lift her back into the fire and offer her some meat. Both Mulan and the drake eat until their stomachs are bulging and then curl up together. They quickly fall asleep, but the fact that they curled up together is encouraging. They also didn't fight or complain when I was feeding them one by one. Chapter 871. Lin says, "They are so cute, it is hard to believe they will grow up to be able to level a city." That is true, but it will be a long time before they grow up. Lin says, "I feel that that is a good thing. It means that they will stay cute for longer." Yeah, but I would like to be able to see them grow up. Lin says, "If you can't, I promise to do my best for them after you are gone." You should probably wait until you have met all of my kids before you make that kind of promise. Lin says, "You may be right, but I have already made it, and I will keep it. I am not saying I will try to be their mother, but I will do my best for them." I appreciate that. I guess tonight I can invite you to the Soulscape and introduce you to the rest of them. That way you at least know what you are getting into. Lin says, "I look forward to it. What should we do now?" "That depends. How are you feeling? You only slept for a couple of hours." Lin says, "I feel fantastic. In fact, I can't remember the last time I felt this good. Whatever you did to me is amazing." "How is your mana?" Lin says, I forgot to check. You should probably do that first. Your mana capacity should be higher." Lin says, "My mana also moves easier." "Good. You should fill your mana and then work on purifying and removing impurities." Lin says, "All right." Lin starts meditating and I hear a soft knock on the door. When I open it, some crafters are outside. I let them in. They are carrying the mattress, cushions, pillows, and sheets I asked for. A few minutes later they leave, and now the room looks more complete. The crafters even made a mattress that will fit the depression I made for Nala and Albion. I didn't ask them to, but it is a nice gesture and something I should have thought of. The two of them had to wake up and move so that it could be put into place. However, now that it is, they have moved back and they seem to really like it. The cabin feels much more like a home now. I should have thought of this earlier. Although, to be fair, it isn't like I have spent all that much time on the ship. Most of the time I am finding reasons to leave the ship because I am bored. That probably won't change, but at least now, when I am gone, the kids will be more comfortable. Once everything quiets down, I go back to studying the enchantments of the food pouch. I have already figured out how to modify the pouch, but I am not done learning. The only rough part of the enchantments is the part that creates the food. That is probably because the goddesses didn't know a similar spell and had to make one up. Luckily, they added the recipes for the food to the pouch by putting the food into it. It is a simple modification to allow more recipes to be added to the pouch the same way. I am far more interested in learning from how the pouch was enchanted. It is not just because the enchantments are elegant, but because my own technique is so rough. From studying them, I already have several ideas to improve the enchantments of the ship. By improving them and making them more efficient, I should make room to add more. If I am able to do that, it will make it a lot easier when it comes to turning the ship into an airship. I really want to make this work. I have wanted an airship ever since I first played Final Fantasy. Now that I have a chance to actually make one, I don't plan to give up. There are still a few things for me to figure out. But it is looking better and better. Thinking of that, I take a small piece of the floating metal out of my ring and release it. Once it floats up and stabilizes itself, I push a small amount of mana into it. When I add mana, the piece of metal floats higher for a few minutes until the mana is used up. This means I can partially control the altitude of the metal by adding or removing mana. Unfortunately, this also means that the metal will not hold any enchantments. The mana from the enchantments would just be used by the metal to float higher, which means I will need to find other ways to increase the amount of enchants on the ship. Redoing the current enchants will give me some room, but nowhere near enough. In order for me to redo the enchants, the ship will have to be sitting still with no one on board. With how many elves we have on board, that is no longer a simple thing to do. However, I don't need to worry about that until I figure some other things out. After a while, I wake Lynn from her meditation, and while we eat lunch, I pick her brain. She knows a lot of spells, but she also knows a lot about what materials exist in this world. We finish eating quickly, but the conversation goes on for hours more. Lynn knows about several materials that could be useful for what I need to do. The problem is that those materials are extremely rare and hard to find. However, with Lynn's description of them, I now at least know what to look out for. Oh, by the way, I will be visiting a human port city tomorrow. Do you want to go along? Lynn says, Sure. What are you looking for? I need to get charts of the northern coast and check for elven slaves to rescue. Lynn says, I can help with that, but won't taking me 'cause you problems. Why would it? Lynn says, Well, I kind of stand out. I always seem to attract troublesome men when I go out. Am I included in those troublesome men? Lynn says yes. Absolutely. You are just troublesome in different ways. Good ways. Anyway, you can come if you want. I will deal with any trouble that comes up. Lynn says, By deal with, do you mean you are going to kill them? Anyon that sees you with me and still won't take no for an answer. Yes. Lynn says, You will be in your human form, right? Of course. I can't exactly go in my true form, can I? Lynn says, Well, if you did, no one would bother me. That is because the entire city would be trying to kill or capture me. Lynn says, True. Are you still sure you want me to go with you? Yeah, I am sure it will be fine. Lynn says, All right. Then I will go with you. I just hope the city can survive our visit. That will depend on how many elven slaves there are and how they have been treated. If the elven warriors that are on the rescue team become enraged, I can't promise anything. Lynn says, That is fine. I am just going with you to scout, right? Yeah, we shouldn't be doing anything else. Chapter 872. Lynn says, All right, then it should be fine. Thank you for inviting me. Once that is decided, we go back to talking about magic and enchantments. She teaches me what she knows about them, and then I teach her what I have learned. When we put our knowledge together, we actually have a lot of information. As we are talking, Nala and Albion come over to us and start begging for attention. Of course, we give them pets while we continue talking about enchantments. Then, I use mana to create a model of the ship and show Lynn the enchantments I did on it. Lynn says, How do you have this many enchantments without having a matrix? A what? Lynn says, A spell matrix. It is a node that connects all the enchantments and allows them to be controlled. Oh, I've seen one of those once, but I have no idea how they are made. Lynn says, It is amazing that this many enchantments are working without one. Why wouldn't they? Lynn says, When enchantments are created with spells, they tend to interact negatively with each other. That implies that the enchantments bleed energy, and that is how they interact. My enchantments don't have that problem. Would a matrix improve the efficiency? Lynn says, If your enchantments don't bleed energy, then maybe not. But it would allow them to be turned on and off as needed, instead of always being on. Do you know how to make one? Lynn says, Yes, but it may not work if you plan to add a lot more enchants. Why is that? Lynn says, Because a matrix has a limit to the number of spells it can control? Really? The one I saw had thousands of spells. Lynn says, What? If so, then whoever made it is way more advanced in magic than we are. To answer her, I tell Lynn about the tower and what I know about the mages who built it. Lynn gets excited and starts asking a whole bunch of questions that I can't answer. The more questions that I can't answer, the more disappointed that Lynn looks. Don't worry. When we reach the peninsula, I will take you to the tower. If you can pass the trials, you could even become the owner of the tower. Lynn says, What trials? I will do anything for knowledge. Anything, Lynn says. Well, no, not anything, but there is a lot I would do for it. To pass all of the trials, you would have to risk your life. Lynn says, That is fine by me. As long as it is by my own choice, I will have no regrets if I die. Well, I won't force you, so it will definitely be your choice. Lynn says, That is all I can ask. The greatest fear in my life has been being controlled by someone. I can understand that. My freedom is also important to me. Maybe not to the same degree, but I can understand a little at least. Lynn says, Just trying to understand is enough. A little embarrassed by the conversation, I turn the talk back to enchantments. I turn to talking about my ideas for making the ship fly and the problems I need to solve. Some of the spells Lynn knows have given me some ideas on how to solve some of them. For example, one of the wind spells she knows would work really well as an enchant on a propeller. I figure if I can make some propellers, between them and the sails our propulsion should be good. Or, if they are vertical, it could help with the altitude control for the airship. The main thought behind that is the original airships from the early Final Fantasy games. The problem with that is that I would have to remove the sails to make room for propellers. The more I figure out, the more options I have to choose from. Too many options. Lynn tries to help me out, but too many of my ideas require a lot of explanation. Before I realize it, we have been talking for hours and would have probably talked all night. However, Mulan and the Drake wake up and start making noise, putting a stop to our talk. The noises stop as soon as I move into their line of sight, and they both look at me. They both calm down, and when I move close enough, they start rubbing against my face. I offer them food, but they aren't interested, so I give them some attention instead. As I am petting them, they are moving around quite a bit, and after a few minutes, Mulan jumps down. She then goes over to greet Lynn, Nala, and Albion, but the Drake stays near me. A quick check shows that my mana is full, so I hold out my paw and let the Drake climb onto it. Little one, from now on your name shall be Mushu. Lynn hears what I am saying, and quickly covers her ears against the crack of thunder. Nala and Albion don't have that option. They just give me grumpy looks. Mulan gets scared by the sudden noise and runs to hide in Lynn's arms. Surprisingly, Mushu isn't scared at all by the thunder. If anything, she looks happy. As I name her, her body glows red for a second and then erupts in flames. The flames dance across her body for a few seconds before they disappear. Once the flames are gone, I notice that the color of her body has changed a bit. Before I would have described it as a normal deep red. Now her scales look like tiny rubies. It isn't that the color has changed all that much, but the look is a large difference. Mushu says, Daddy, for all intents and purposes, yes. Mushu looks a little puzzled, but still lets out a happy sound and rubs against my face. At least, she isn't calling me Mama like Eckhard did. It took forever for him to stop. He now calls me Dad just like the others, which is a lot less embarrassing for me. Mushu cuddles against my face for a few minutes before climbing down to wander around. Soon Mulan and Mushu are running around and playing together while we watch. The two of them are absolutely adorable, but they soon run out of energy. Once I see them slowly down, I refill the coal for the fire and build it back up. Then I move the two of them to the fire, feed them, and then pet them until they fall asleep. Then I take out a bunch of dishes for dinner for the four of us, and we eat together. After we are done eating, Lynn asks me about Mulan and Mushu's names. So I end up telling the three of them the story of Mulan from the animated movie. Just for entertainment's sake, I even sing the songs from the animated movie. Mulan and Lion King, the songs from both, are permanently etched into my memory. Surprisingly, the three of them are highly entertained by my bad singing. Next, I tell the plot of Lion King and some of the best lines so that Nala knows the origin of her name. Chapter 873. Then once I am done telling stories, I create a soulscape and invite all the kids. Then once all the kids arrive, I invite Lin, Mulan, and Mushu to join us in the soulscape. Lin joins immediately, but the two babies take some time before they arrive. Once I have made introductions all around, I spend some time and teach the babies about the soulscape. As I had hoped, Eckhard responds positively to his new little sister Mushu, especially once I explain to him that she is a newborn and doesn't know anything about being a drake. Eckhard takes it upon himself to start teaching her how to be a drake, not that he knows much. However, it is good to see them getting along. It should be good for both of them. When I look around for Milan, I find her in Lin's lap. But that isn't what worries me. Lin is currently having a serious-looking conversation with Kachara and Asuna. Kachara and Asuna, as my first two kids, know more about me than anyone else. I hope Lin is just getting to know them and not fishing for information about me. She probably isn't. After all, I have answered pretty much anything she asked me. She is probably just getting to know them, and I am just being paranoid. Besides, my kids would never turn against me, especially for someone they just met. I decide to trust them and not intrude. Instead, I play with Eckhard and Mushu. Once Mushu is used to the soulscape, I create some mice for the two of them to chase around. This really helps Mushu learn how to move her body better, at least in theory. She will need to practice outside of the soulscape, but this will make it easier for her. With Eckhard helping her learn, she is able to avoid a lot of the mistakes he made. More importantly, she is having tons of fun chasing and eating the mice. Of course, I cheated a little. The mice taste like chocolate and are slower than real mice. Seeing Nala and Haku staring at the mice, I create some bigger ones for them to chase. They are about the size of house cats, but they still taste like chocolate. I also didn't slow them down. Nala and Haku are going to have to work for their treats. I just sit back and have fun watching them running around trying to catch their prey. I control things so that they each have their own area and don't run into each other. When I see that Albion is being left out, I create a patch of chocolate grass for him. Since he doesn't have the instinct to chase things, that is enough to make him happy. I made sure it was close enough to the others that he would at least be able to listen to the conversations. Normally, we only stay in the soulscape for a few hours, but this time, we stay a lot longer. We spend almost 8 hours playing in the soulscape, but only a little over an hour passes outside. When I end the soulscape, Nala and Albion are sound asleep, but Lin is still awake. So, do you regret your promise? Lin says. Absolutely not. Your kids are great. If I hadn't already made the promise, I would make it right now. That is reassuring. From what I saw, all my kids like you two, Lin says. It is amazing that you have gathered so many powerful beasts. I would love to hear how you met each of them. Since Lin doesn't seem tired, for the rest of the night I tell her how I met my kids. I also tell her about each of them and their personalities to help her when she talks to them. Just as I start thinking about breakfast, I feel the motion of the ship change. It feels like we have arrived. Lin says, in that case, when are we leaving? There is no rush. We can have breakfast first. As if breakfast is a magical word. As soon as I say it, all 4 kids wake up. Lin distracts Nala and Albion with pets while I take care of feeding the babies. Then the 4 of us have our breakfast, while the babies play on and around us. By the time we are done eating, the food has caught up to the babies, and they are getting sleepy. I settle the 2 of them down for a nap, and then take Lin with me up to the bridge. Stillwater and Brightfire are on the bridge when we get there, and the ship is at anchor. Stillwater says, Ash, what is the plan now? First, Lin and I will go scout the city. Then, if there are elves to rescue, we will plan our attack. Brightfire says, why does she get to go with you? Because she is a human and can blend in. You would have to pretend to be a slave to go with me, and I doubt your acting skills are up to that. Stillwater says, he is right, and I wouldn't want you to be in such a situation anyway. Brightfire immediately starts arguing with her father, so I give a signal to Lin. She quickly climbs onto my back, and we take off while they are still distracted. I then fly to the north, following the coast, and go looking for the port city. When I spot the city, I land far enough away that we won't be spotted. Then I shapeshift into human form, and the 2 of us start walking up the road. The city guards stare so much at Lynn that they forget to charge us to enter the city. After we pass the gate, I stop, take out the twin swords I got at the auction, and put them across my back. I also alter my shapeshift just a little to make myself look more intimidating. Then, as we continue into the city, I move next to Lynn and put my arm over her shoulder. Lynn says, "I knew I would cause you trouble." "This is nothing. Don't worry about it," Lynn says. "This is only the beginning. It will get worse." "If it does, I will handle it. Just in case, let's find the charts I need first." Lynn says, "All right. If we have time, I would like to do some shopping. We left in a hurry. There are some things I need." "Sure, we can do that. As long as we keep moving, we should be fine." As we walk down the main street of the city, Lynn draws every single eye. Luckily, I have gotten used to being stared at, so it doesn't bother me, but it makes Lynn nervous. She has probably gotten used to hiding from the public eye for this exact reason. As we approach the central square, I spot a shop bearing the symbol of the merchant group. Heading into the shop, I pull out my VIP card and show it to the clerk. He quickly welcomes us and then runs to fetch the manager of the store. Chapter 874. Manager says, "Greetings, esteemed guests. How may we be of service? I need charts of the northern waters from here to as far west as you can get. I also need any of the materials on this list that you can get for me." Manager says, "These are all extremely rare materials. I am afraid that I only have one of them." "Which one?" "Whatever it is, I will take it." "Oh, anything the lady wants, I will take as well." Manager says, "We have a single star diamond. It is not cheap. Are you sure you want it?" "Yes, I am sure." "What about the charts?" Manager says, "Those are no problem." Lynn chooses a few materials that are fabrics similar to silk from what I can see. It is only when the manager tells me the total that I remember I converted most of my gold to crystal coins. When I check my ring in my pouch, I find some gold, but I come up a bit short. Luckily, Lynn is observant, realizes what is going on, and takes out gold to make up what I am missing. She does it so smoothly that the manager doesn't suspect anything. This saves me from being embarrassed in front of the manager, which I appreciate. "Thank you. I had forgotten that I spent almost everything I had at the auction." Lynn says, "It is fine. Money has never been important to me. Besides, some of these materials are for me anyway. Regardless, I appreciate it. I will pay you back soon." Lynn says, "That is not necessary. I can feel your mana moving. Can I ask what you are doing?" "I am scanning the city around us for elves." Lynn says, "You can do that? How do you tell if you find an elf?" "Every living thing has a life aura. Members of a race will have similar auras to each other. If I was looking for a specific human, it wouldn't be easy, but elves feel completely different from humans." Lynn says, "What if you needed to find me?" "Is this something you can teach me?" "I could find you easily, because I know you and your aura. If you are able to learn to use pure mana, then this will be easy for you to learn." Lynn says, "Great! I look forward to it." By now, the manager has finished counting the gold and presents the materials to me. The star diamond is raw and uncut, but it is the size of an adult human's fist. It has a slight sky blue tint to it, and even raw is a very beautiful looking gem. However, what makes it valuable is that it can contain 10 times the mana of a normal diamond. In the human world, it is used to create mana batteries. But I have other ideas. Ever since Lynn told me about how to create a spell matrix, I have been wanting to experiment. The method Lynn knows builds the matrix out of pure mana, but I plan to use the star diamond. I want to create something more than a basic matrix. I want a control system. Not so much for right now, but for when I convert the ship into an airship. That is when being able to control the enchantments will become really important. From what I can remember of the Tower's matrix, I don't think it was made of just mana. Unfortunately, I didn't take the time to study it when I could, but I am fairly sure it had mass to it. Of course, I can't be sure about how it was made. That is why this will be an experiment. I am glad the shop had the star diamond. Otherwise, I was going to have to use a lesser material. The experiment will have to wait. For now, we leave the shop and wander around the market. Lynn goes into every single clothing store that she sees, and she buys something in most of them. I am lucky that I have my pouch of holding, or I would be carrying a mountain of bags. I don't have any idea why she needs so much stuff, but I am wise enough not to ask. I just escort her around and stand outside the stores looking intimidating while she is inside. Despite me looking ready to kill at any moment, there are still men who approach her. Those men get a single warning, but when that isn't enough, they get a punch. I don't use my full strength, but it is enough to knock them unconscious. After knocking out a dozen such idiots, I hear the sound of marching feet. A group of 20 soldiers comes marching down the street behind an old man. The old man looks to be in his 50s. He has well-trimmed white hair but is starting to bald. He is overweight, although his expensive clothes try to hide it, and looks like he has never exercised. He is leading the soldiers straight towards me just as Lynn comes out of the shop. Noble says, "The rumors were true for once. You are outstanding. I will even give you the honor of becoming my wife." Lynn says, "Not interested. I already have a husband." Noble says, "That doesn't matter. I will make you a widow and then my wife. If you do not accept this honor, then you can become one of my slaves." "Honey, have you finished your shopping?" Lynn says. "Yes, I have." "Good. Then I can make a mess." Before the arrogant Noble can say anything else, I grab him by the throat and lift him off his feet. His soldiers immediately draw their weapons and take up threatening stances. However, with their boss literally in my hand, they are too scared to attack me. Seeing that all the soldiers are wearing metal armor, I move my mana to the hand holding the Noble. My scanning used up a lot of mana, but I still have enough left to create lightning. When I release it, a web of lightning connects all the soldiers to my hand. Of course, the Noble being held by that hand does not have a good ending. The lightning passing through him literally cooks him from the inside out. The lightning is so intense that the Noble's eyeballs boil and then pop. The soldiers don't fare much better, and soon the street smells of burnt meat. When I let the lightning end 20 heavily charred bodies fall to the street, I toss what is left of the Noble over to the other bodies, and then look around. 1 level 1 human defeated. 100 XP gained. 20 level 3 humans defeated. 6,000 XP gained. Other than Lynn, everyone else has cleared the street, but I can see people watching from windows. I take the latest set of bags from Lynn and put them into my pouch. Then I pick Lynn up. Holding her in a princess carry, I crouch down and then jump to the roof of the building. Despite me jumping to the roof of a 2-story building, Lynn doesn't make a sound. In fact, she looks completely calm and relaxed as she lays in my arms. Turning towards the nearest city wall, I start running and jumping from roof to roof. Chapter 875. This brings back memories. I haven't done this since the spiders chased me in the Elven City. This time, I am not in danger. I am just doing it to avoid having to deal with the city guards. While I could easily kill them, I don't see any point to. They have done nothing to deserve death. Lynn says, "Watching that was very satisfying. But what was that spell? I have never seen lightning act like that. It is basically chain lightning, but it is sustained as long as you feed it mana." Lynn says, "Chain lightning bounces around, it doesn't create a web like that. It only worked like that because of their metal armor. You need to understand how electricity works." Lynn says, "Can you teach me?" So, as I am running across the rooftops, I start teaching Lynn about how electricity works. It feels weird to be talking about science as I am running around like Spider-Man. Yet at the same time, Lynn feels really good in my arms, and she smells good too. The looks on the faces of the city guards who are manning the wall are priceless as we fly by. When I land outside the city wall, I quickly run into some nearby trees. The last thing I want to do is to give the guards time to shoot arrows at us. Once we are a decent distance from the city, I stop, gently put Lynn down, and drop shapeshift. Then, once Lynn has climbed onto my back, I take off and fly back to the ship. When I land on the bridge, Stillwater, Brightfire, Silverstream, and Silverleaf are waiting. Brightfire says, "How was it?" "Fine. I got the charts. I scanned the city but could only locate 4 elves. I will go back tonight to double check." Silverstream says, "Only 4. Do we even need to raid them?" "Probably not. If there are only 4 when I check tonight, I will just save them myself." Brightfire says, "That is no fun." Lynn says, If it is fun you are after, you will find plenty soon. What do you mean? Lynn says, from the charts you asked for. You are planning to sail into the northern waters? Brightfire says, yes, that is the plan. Lynn says, the northern waters are the most dangerous waters known. Even military ships won't sail alone in those waters. Oh, do you know what makes them so dangerous? Lynn says, monsters, pirates, and storms. You name it, the northern waters have it. For that reason, most of the northern trade goes by land. There are very few ports on the northern coast. That is odd. The charts I just bought show 4 ports, but the map I have shows 6. Lynn says that map isn't up to date. Those 2 ports were wiped out in the last year. One was destroyed by monsters, the other was taken by pirates. The pirates are probably using it as their base now, Brightfire says. These pirates sound like they will be trouble. If most of the trade goes by land, how do these pirates even survive? Lynn says, they use the many rivers to go inland and raid. They move so quickly that the militaries of the kingdoms cannot catch them. It sounds like if we stay away from the coast, we may be able to avoid them. Lynn says, possibly. That is all I know about them. Just curious, but how do you know so much? The northern waters are a long way from the Magic Kingdom. Lynn says, you know what my situation was like. My only social contacts were women like Henrietta, female merchants. They shared a lot of knowledge about the rest of the world with me over tea. Oh, that makes sense. Merchants do tend to have the most recent news. Lynn says, in exchange, I kept them up to date with events going on in the Magic Kingdom, especially anything that would be an opportunity to make money. I always knew what was going on because all of my suitors would constantly try to brag to me. I can't imagine how annoying that must have been. Lynn says, there were many times I tried to think of ways to blow up the entire city. It is a good thing we will be a long way from the kingdom when I teach you how you could do it. Lynn says, you know a spell that could destroy the capital. Yes, but it will be a while before you get to that point. For now, we need to decide what to do about the northern waters. Originally, I had planned to wait to modify the ship, but now I am thinking it might be better to do it now. Silverstream says, you are going to make it into an airship. No, I can't. I am still missing some things, but there are other things that I can do now. The main problem is that everyone would need to be off the ship while I do the modifications. Brightfire says, according to these charts, there is an island close to where we will enter the northern waters. Maybe we could stop there. That could work. It will depend on what the island is like. It won't work if the island is too dangerous. Stillwater says, we can head there and take a look. If that won't work, we can just find a cove or something. How long would you need for the modifications? I am not sure. Maybe a day or 2, 3 or 4 at most. Stillwater says, we can protect ourselves fairly well, thanks to you. 4 days shouldn't be a problem. All right. Once we have rescued the elves here, the island will be our next destination. With the plan made, Lynn and I return to the cabin where we find the kids playing. The babies have woken up from their nap and are currently chasing Nala's tail. Nala has what can only be a grin on her face as she teases the 2 of them with her tail. Since the kids are occupied, the first thing I do is put all of Lynn's bags by the bed. Then I go over and tend to the fire before making a chest of holding against the wall nearby. I put all of the coal and all of the meat that I have collected in my pouch into the chest. In order to do the modifications, I am going to need to get more gems from the island. I plan to go alone and leave Lynn here to take care of the kids. But she will need supplies. By putting everything in the chest, Lynn should have everything the kids need. From the charts, it should take around 5 days for the ship to sail from the city to the island. That should be plenty of time for me to go and mine the gems that I will need. Other than the gems, I have already collected everything else that I think I will need. I give the kids some attention, then move over to the sand table and create a model of the ship. Then I spend some time studying the model and planning the modifications I want to make. I think about how the ship handled in the storm and try to think of improvements I can make.